Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of Rapture Gaming Festival and day 2 of Robot Rebellion. I'm Jem Woodruff, I'm your host for today. Joined alongside once again Mr. Gav Woodruff.
How are we doing? How are we doing?
Very good, very good. Slept well?
Very well, very well. It's going to be a hot
baby.
one today, but it's going to be even hotter in the arena when the sparks start flying.
The
so
competition
very
is indeed hotting up. We have a little treat in the arena to begin with, something a bit fun.
This has made me laugh. I'm genuinely excited to see this.
This is Lego Robot Combat, all RC Lego Robot Fighting. And in the arena we have 2 Lego robots from YouTube series Lego Wars over on the David of Smeg YouTube channel. Go and check that out. We have in the red square, Annie, Are You Okay? But the Lego one. And in the blue square, Thwackenaton.
But Lego is so expensive.
It is.
Lego's more expensive than the actual robots, I swear.
And he has so much of it, so...
So this is the first fight. This is just Lego, so no sparks, just plastic.
Yeah.
And Jevon, talk us through it.
Well, it's going to be a chaotic one. Annie, Are You Okay? Has a very good undercutting spinner. It's going to do some damage, I think, to Thwackenaton, who is what we call a thwack bot. It's got an overhead mace that comes swinging down, as you can see.
And the first bit of Lego's been disconnected.
Yeah, the face has gone from Annie. That's a usual thing that happens, I'll be very honest. Thwackenaton doing very well to try and get around, but Annie just closing down the gap.
And you got to say, these robots are quite interestingly matching each other because, well, Thwackum is quite high off the ground. Annie's really struggling to get to the body of that Lego model. Yeah,
absolutely. It's like a fight with Stratus, but slightly more bricky.
Well, the pit has been enabled, so down goes the wall.
One of the wheels on Thwackenaton is looking a bit wonky. I worry that when they fall down this hole, it could be fatal to one of the robots. Annie very close to going down there.
And it's turned into a shunting match. You can see Annie getting the spinner up and running, but it is just Lego, and Thwackum is way too high off the ground, so not much damage being done.
Yeah, that wheel, though, is looking very sort of wonky. I think wonky is the right word.
It's still on the wagon, though. It's still
indeed still on the wagon, or there goes a bit of it. And the whole weapon assembly of Thwackenaton's gone as well.
And well, I mentioned Annie not being able to do much damage. I was wrong. That wheel is slowly coming apart.
Yeah, it's definitely not straight anymore.
And there's more pieces, more little bits and bobs coming off of this robot.
And Annie's causing more damage. Channeling my inner Jonathan Pierce there from classic Robot Wars and indeed modern Robot Wars.
They did bring him back.
He did.
And I'm very glad because
he still didn't know much about robots.
8, 7.
We're getting close to the countdown now.
Oh, Thwackenaton's gone. It's a win for Annie, Are You Okay?
But that was only Lego. So everyone in the audience, that was just Lego. We're actually going to get some proper metal crunching.
Oh yeah, the damage starts early and continues all day long. We're seeing a replay of the action, which is bizarre to see really on a live stream.
And normally the rubble, the carnage that's been left on the arena floor would be swept up and placed into the arena pit floor. We're not doing that with Lego.
No, they're going to collect up the pieces, put it back together, and they'll be good to go again at some point. Lego is expensive.
So that was from a Lego Wars series?
Yes, Lego Wars on YouTube is where to go to see all that stuff. Myself, David, Ryan Judge here on my left. We also have, who else came along? We had Rara this series, we had Anderson, who isn't here unfortunately, come down. But lots of us there, Oliver as well, who was driving Thwackenaton there. All of us went and did some filming this year, and Series 3 is on the way very, very soon.
That's exciting, that's exciting. You're being asked when by an avid fan.
It was asked by Benjamin Hassan, and I'm not going to dignify it with a response.
So a bit more editing left to be done. But anyway, so thank you for joining us on the stream. Nice, bright and early. We are yet to get going, but the first robots are going to be entering the arena. Please start to make your way to the ready table.
Yep, we need the following robots. This is the order for competition so far today. Rust in Pieces will start off fighting Let the Good Times Stroll. 3.
I love that you are fully committed. Very unassuming robot. actually doing an incredible job
They
yesterday.
are actually tied on points at the minute. Whoever wins this tops the heat.
And then whoever becomes...
And 7 circle will be fighting Swag Demon. These are the fights, and these are the robots that need to be making their way up to the ready table. So Roboteers, get yourself to the right place. Be there, or be slightly more square than the robots are.
You really trailed off. You really trailed off. Anyway, let me save you from yourself. So for those in the arena, welcome to Rapture Rebellion. This is a robot fighting league, and these are called Beetlebots.
They are. Beetleweight robots are 1.5 kilos in weight. There are no size restrictions to these, but there is that weight. However, the first robot that's being loaded into the red square today has a bit of an advantage. It's Let the Good Time Stroll, who has a slight weight bonus because it is a shuffling robot. It doesn't use traditional wheels. It is
Eating around
it
the
does,
arena.
yeah. It's sort
Look
of,
at-
there
look
you
at
go. He's rumbling around. I think rumbling around. Now, Let the Good Time Stroll had quite an interesting fire yesterday. It got turned upside down and then burst into some sort of flames. It was
as the spinning robot flipped over the top of them, they caught the battery. And
oh, well, it wasn't the battery. I found out later on it was an ESC
Well,
speed controller.
for the first time today, audience, count us in. 2, 1, activate.
There is Rust in Pieces, the clusterbot coming out of the blue square.
And Let the Good Time Stroll is winding up their spinner, and you can see the clusterbots are staying well away from that spinner. It is devilishly destructive, and they are doing a great job keeping them into the wall, but you see them getting knocked around now. So Rust in Pieces doing a great job to attack the sides, but is starting to cut in, and there comes the sparks.
Rust in Pieces has a distinct advantage in that it's 2 robots. However, they are half the weight of a regular Beetleweight robot. This is going to be difficult for Let the Good Time Stroll because they have to try and focus on 2 different robots instead of the usual one.
And of course, we've seen something happen here. So the pit has been enabled, but is that the end of Let the Good Time Stroll? They're winding down.
I think Let the Good Time Stroll might be dead in the corner there. The top panel seems to be gone.
So I didn't quite catch what happened there. I'm not sure if that was some damage done by Rust in Pieces or whether that was self-inflicted.
But the winner is Rust in Pieces. We're going to see the replay. For those in the live audience here today, we have a projector behind us. It's a bit dim, but you should be able to see what happens. For those of you on stream, you're going to get to see it in clarity. And if you want to catch up on the stream and miss any of the fights and you head off and do other things at the festival today, check out World of Woodrow over on YouTube, which is where we are streaming this event today.
And you'll also see the replays as well.
You will indeed see the replays.
So a highlight reel, maybe? I'm just making work for the editor now. A nice highlight reel.
That's not going to happen, but we are going to edit it into actual episodic heats, which is going to be fun. So I've used a few different jargon terms in this first fight. I used terms such as clusterbot. What else have I said? I can't remember. But clusterbot, I should explain to the audience, is 2 robots that are half the weight of a regular.
So a clusterbot, and then the difference between a walkerbot and a
Shuffler?
Shuffler.
So walkerbots have to have 2 points of articulation in their legs, whereas shufflers are sort of moving along like this on a cam system. So they can be more easily motorized and therefore will get a slightly less weight bonus than a walker might. We also have a gyro walker here today that gets a slight weight bonus as well, which is a whole different thing. And
it doesn't quite work, does it? It's a brilliant idea, but I don't think it quite works.
It's a bit hit and miss. Being loaded into the arena at the minute is This Is Not My Beautiful Wife, Evo, same as it ever was. Tap the wheel rarer. Oh no, there it goes. It's all good. And we have the glorious return of Crossblow, who yesterday had to drop out of a few fights due to some wiring difficulties. They are back today, fighting it out for their right to be in the finals.
And that is what we are doing currently. These are the heats to get into the knockout elimination rounds. And that will take place later on today as we slowly make our way to a final winner who will win the coveted belt, Beetle Belt Championship.
Yep, you can see it behind us. In fact, that Beetle belt is over on the green chair, waiting to be awarded to somebody. The lucky winner.
So we'll get that up onto the stream after this fight potentially. So, robots are loaded. And
Crossblow in the red square. This is Not My Beautiful Wife in the blue.
Robot is stand by. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
Here we go then, crossblow across the arena. And a blow given to This is Not My Beautiful Wife, who is now upside down, waggling that waggle stick as hard as it possibly can.
And of course, Crossbow is really just trying to turn them upside down any way they can, but Not My Beautiful Wife is able to maneuver in pretty much any orientation, although as I say that, they've been flipped upside down and the little pieces of cogs that's been attached to their bodywork, that's immobilizing them. They're really stuck on that.
You can see, that front fork getting stuck under the arena wall, but they are away now.
So Not My Beautiful Wife actually does have a limited movement.
And now up on their face.
Up onto their face. So we mentioned a limited movement. The countdown has begun. So that is the end of Not My Beautiful Wife.
And a win there for Crossblow 3.
So for those in the audience, there are a number of ways you can win in this competition. So we just saw there a count out. If your opponent is counted out due to not moving, then you are crowned the winner. If your opponent hits the OOTA zone, which is behind the pit button, the floor behind the pit button, they are out and therefore you're the winner.
Or if they touch inside the pit or fall inside the pit, they are out as well. There are 3 ways of being knocked out. If the fight goes the full distance of 2 minutes, it will go to a judge's decision. The judges are for today Mr. Ben Sam, Mr. Ryan Bradley, and Mr. where is he? Tim Rackers over there wearing the Monsoon t-shirt. Definitely no allegiance.
I think fulfilling their referee duties today as well.
Yes,
so
he is
they're
indeed.
double duty, but that does mean they're closer to the arena, they get a better action.
Yeah, and they will be judging on 4 criteria: damage, control, aggression, and strategy.
Well, everyone in the arena, you are in for a treat. This is going to be a proper fight, the one that we've been almost most excited for since yesterday. Grab Crab versus Stratus, and Stratus is a destructive, horrible robot to go up against, but Grab Crab, their control and maneuverability, flipping their opponents, has been really impressive.
Yeah, that grabbing mechanism, being able to suplex things. I think that Grab Crab can reach the body of Stratus, unlike a lot of other robots who can't.
And that means if they can get in quick, stop Stratus from powering up,
However,
they can control that fight.
I don't think that's the strategy Joe's going to go for here with Grab Crab. I believe he's going to try and go for the wheels.
Wheelie? Wheelie?
Yeah, wheelie.
Wow, that is ridiculous.
So
everyone's giving me evils to daggers. I got a laugh from Craig. I'll take a laugh from Craig.
So here you see Stratus, the big vertical spinner, the big wheels, the big spinner. And in the blue square we have a Grab Crab. Interestingly, starting in their opposite colours.
Opposite colours? Great point. So any predictions? Who do you think is going to win?
I think the audience is going to win here.
That's actually very true, and don't they always? So we're waiting for David, and audience in the arena. Let's count us in from 3.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1. Activate! And Grab Crab getting close, but Stratus is now up to speed, and that is knocking Grab Crab back into their corner.
But good deflections using that armour against them, and there's the wheel attack I
And
told you about.
They have picked up Stratus, but Stratus, the weight distribution there really made it difficult for Grab Crab, and now we're seeing the sparks as that spinner is fully up to speed as Stratus gets on top of Grab Crab. But they're still in this fight, and that's a lot of damage
big
now.
Damage. One of the claws has definitely gone, but they are caught together.
And that's a
Crab
good
has a grab on the
entanglement.
wheels.
That was a good entanglement. So only 1 claw left for the crab. They've been declawed, but Stratus still wary of that crab as they picked him up again.
An excellent attack and another big hit there from Stratus. That was an impressive one.
And another big hit. So
The arena button has been pressed. The pit has gone down.
So Grab Crab once again getting into the wheels. Those holes on the wheels are really being the downfall of Stratus.
Another big hit, and I think Grab Crab is struggling with one side drive, but they're not showing it at the minute. Being able to grab a hold of the wheels once again. That weapon seems to be stuck upwards. And they're caught under the wall looking for a hit from Stratus. Will it come?
So grinding on the top of the Grab Crab is Stratus. And I'm not sure if Stratus is going to just walk away because Grab Crab
I don't think Grab Crab is caught anymore. I think he is done.
Manuel, no, what a shame for Grab Crab, but what a fight! What a fight!
That did not disappoint.
Not at all, and the best part about it, Grab Crab going through to the playoffs. If they get through into the knockout rounds, we could see them up against Stratus again.
Yeah, absolutely. Stratus, meanwhile, tops their heat.
So, incredible carnage, incredible damage. Looking at the replay now, Grab Crab getting the pit button done, and really I think that was the best strategy for them. If they could have picked up Stratus, flipped him into the pit, then that would have been an easy win, but Stratus, way too controlled. They knew what to avoid, and once they got some damage done, declawing Grab Crab, I think that really put them into the favourite position for that fight. And then just so unfortunate, Grab Crab getting caught on the arena wall.
Well, I don't think he was even caught. I think it was just stuck at this point, and you saw that Stratus, they started grinding, realised that they were stuck, and then just started smacking them with the back legs, which was, you know, it's a move, I suppose.
It's a move. I think Stratus at this point, so far this competition, they've been relatively uncontested. That is the strongest showing we've seen against Stratus.
They are finishing their heat on the maximum points of 16 and are currently the highest finisher of any robot in the competition so far. That may change later on because there's a few more who could do it, but Stratus has been nothing but impressive.
And as we know, in robot competition, it takes a little slip up and you are out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Once we get to those knockoff rounds, anything, and I do mean anything, can happen.
Yeah, I know Tom won't take this win for granted. He'll be working hard, getting the robot up to its maximum efficiency, ready to go for the next fight, because anything can happen. You should never underestimate your opponent.
Absolutely. So we mentioned it earlier, behind me now is the belt, the championship belt.
There it is,
the
look.
winner will receive.
That wonderful Beetle belt that is in fact the weapon disc of an old Robot Wars machine called Scar, who won one fight in its entire run, had to pull out of the competition, but yet, because of that one win, has one of the highest win records of any robot that's ever competed.
I love a technicality.
Yeah, I love it. It's great.
So actually, thinking along those lines, if Stratus, if they were to retire from robot competition, they would be undefeated.
They would indeed be undefeated. So, Tom, if you're feeling like you want to
pull out,
you know, I think the competition would be pleased with that. But,
but yeah, really racking up a successful and impressive win rate.
Now, we are a completely international event this weekend. We have, I think, 6 different countries represented, including...
That's what we counted off yesterday.
Let's see if you can remember them, Gav.
Oh, why'd you throw it to me? So we've got the UK, of course we have the UK, that is where we're hosting today. We have our friends from the Republic of Ireland.
We do.
We also have some competition from the Netherlands with 2 robots today. Hello guys, great to have you with us. We also have a competitor from France, and I believe we have a Romanian competitor.
We do.
And you're looking at me as if there's one person I am missing, and who am I missing?
Well, it's only our friends down under.
Where are they? I'm trying to find Ben.
Ben from Team Panic, who, we'll talk about Ben in just a little bit. But we have 2 more robots in the arena. Angel Slice is in the red square. Dustwind, our French competitor, in the blue.
And Dustwind suffered an amazing amount of damage yesterday, so let's see what they can do today. They've made some repairs over the night.
Big hit there from Angel Slice.
Getting right in.
And another.
And I mentioned the damage being done to Dustwind. They're suffering again from Angel Slice. Are they immobilized? They're struggling in the corner, but let's see if they can get engaged into this fight.
Angel Slice was struggling with its weapon belts yesterday. That weapon belt has stayed on so far in this fight. They were also telling me this morning that in one of their fights, their weapon motor was just cogging. It means it wasn't turning properly. This is a very different Angel Slice to that one.
This is a full aggression Angel Slice, but is that the weapon stuck within Dustwind?
I think it is within Dustwind. It's fully wedged into the plastic, and whether it's in with the electronics as well, we don't know yet.
But I almost have to say that Dustwind looks to be winning the aggression of the pushing match here, so if they hit that button, or is this Angel Slice controlling it?
I think that may be Angel Slice pulling.
Well, you say that, but Angel Slice is now on the wrong side, and they're going to pause the fight.
Yeah, when the robots get stuck together like this, we have to unstick them, separate them, and we'll restart the fight again in just a moment.
So Roboteers putting their controllers down, controllers on top of the arena, as we disconnect the 2 robots.
Gareth here with the safety stick of destiny to separate the 2 robots, or try to at least.
Well, we put the safety device in that will stop the spinner of Angel Slice from getting up to speed, and now needing to crowbar Dustwind to get Angel Slice out of there.
There it goes. They are properly, they were probably stuck together there, and now they are not.
So roughly placed back into the positions where they were, very roughly. and we will get this fight restarted. So we will get a countdown to begin the fight.
Robot is standby.
3, 2, 1.
1. Begin.
Re-engage in Angel Slice, immediately getting the spinner up to speed.
But it might have been a bit early there, I think. So we are going to start again from the same points. Jumped the gun, I think is the term. Jump the gun as a slapped wrist for Angel Slice.
Always very eager to get up and
Naughty.
running, so just a little bit cheeky, but we're going to get this restarted and try and keep it as fair as possible. Let's see what Dustwind can do. The pit button should be enabled immediately, so someone can hit that, and then the pit will be engaged, and Dustwind is moving. They are still mobile, but rotating on one wheel.
Oh, more damage, more plastic and more wheel shot across the arena, and Dustwind is not moving anymore.
And they are being counted out. 3, 2, 1.
Your winner is Angel Slice. Full on Mr. Kipling energy.
Indeed, and the shrapnel being absolutely scattered there, so the brush will be used. We will be clearing the arena.
I would love to see the damage of Dustwind. What would you say to that?
If they're willing to come over, I know they'll want to get that robot repaired for some potential whiteboards later on today.
Possibly.
But absolutely, would love to have a look.
Now, I can see somebody over there wearing what appears to be Norse headgear. Perhaps ready for a Viking funeral, I don't know. Either that or send the other robots to Valhalla, who knows?
I was going to say, or them themselves will be travelling to Valhalla. We can only wait and see.
We don't have any competitors from Norway, to my knowledge. But perhaps he's representing. We have here
Please come and join us. Say
builder
hello.
of Dustwind, Mystic.
Hello, I'm here. Yes, I just died. Brutally.
May I show the camera
Yes.
the damage?
It's in
We're
pain.
seeing the replay on screen, but there is some lovely scuff marks, and in fact, the whole back side of it, there's some big caving in happening there. Motors hanging a bit looser than they were before, perhaps.
Yeah, it hurts, it's fine. At least none of the internals seems to have died. I mean, one side of the drive gave out immediately, and the other one seems to mostly be gone because the motor disconnected, so...
Well, I was going to ask what happened there. So the motor became disconnected from the rest of the wiring, did it? And,
I'm guessing that's what happened, because one side of the drive died relatively early, and then, like, the entire side on this side gave out, so the motor just, like, flopped out, and I think it couldn't even touch the floor anymore.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it hurts. But it's fine. Hey, first event, I survived almost all my fights.
and have you enjoyed it, your first event here? That's amazing
to
to
be
hear.
back next year, hopefully with something that's going to last more than this. But you know, I learned a few things like, chopping boards don't work. Don't do this. Anyone who's watching this wanting to make a robot, don't use these. They don't work because if a spinner hits you, they just break off like you can see here. They
Cleave it
just
to
shatter
bits.
immediately.
Yeah.
And if you look at the black part, which is actually HGP that the Stratus team generously gave me after they exploded my front end in half.
It's held up a bit better.
Yeah, it's survived way better. I mean, it did eventually get through because it's thinner than my other armor. But yeah, that's the difference. So yeah, don't use chopping board, kids. It's going to die.
There you go, you heard it here first. Don't use chopping boards, it is going to die.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mystic. I'm so glad you enjoyed it, so glad you came along for the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for
round of
Dustwind
applause.
there. Well, the Norse helmet on Eli's head of Step Up 3D fame has entered the arena. We are going to have to ask him the purpose of the helmet or the headgear.
Well, we'll get them to come round after the fight, and then they can tell us for themselves, because I'm very intrigued to hear.
They are fighting Schnack, who's in the red square, Step Up 3D in the blue. And they've had 2 full rebuilds this weekend, Step Up 3D. They've been thrown to bits.
And we've got a lovely little audience now, so everyone help us count this in, starting
Roboteers,
from 3 as the
stand by.
Roboteers get ready.
3,
3, 2, 1,
Activate! Here we go then, Step Up 3D struggling to move on one side. It appears to be a bit jammed up on the front left side. Meanwhile, Schnack is taking a look, driving in, having a bit of a bump into them, but just eyeing up the competition here. They are now underneath.
And this is going to be a battle of the flippers, so
you
who
can
can
see
get
that
stuck?
grabber lifting up, the grabber that's hidden within the top of the robot. But Schnack is stuck under the wall. Can they get away from there? If not, it's going to be a win for Step Up 3D.
And you have to say, I think a lucky escape for Step Up, because they are really struggling. They are pirouetting around the arena, so
That is it.
a countdown for Snake, and that has given Step Up the victory.
Another victim of the wall hazard.
And we're seeing that a lot more today than we did yesterday. Already 2 robots getting caught on the wall.
Yeah, those long forks both give and take away. You can get underneath your opponent with them, but you can also get snagged on the arena. We saw it a little bit with Ares yesterday, getting caught up on the arena floor. They were very close to the floor with their robot, but the wall claims another victim.
So Step Up, please make your way over towards us. Once you've got your robot, we'll have a lovely little chat and just talk to you about that fight, because very intrigued to find out what wasn't working. And also, the stream now, so hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
First of all,
So, yeah, this is part of a She-Ra costume. I didn't want to wear the whole thing because it's a bit impractical. I don't know what happened. You saw me drive out there just fine.
Yep.
And something between here and there, or maybe in the corner, might have happened to the motors. I'll have to take it into the test box
yeah,
and see what's happening with it. But yeah, that was
now, we do have a formality before the next fight starts, don't we? Because it is indeed Eli's birthday today.
Yeah.
So could everybody please join me in a rapturous chorus of happy birthday? After 3, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Eli. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks,
Round of applause.
This is probably one of the better ways I can spend my birthday.
Absolutely. And a win on your birthday as well.
The cheesiest win ever, yes.
It's fine. It's a win. All is good. Thank you very much, Eli. Have a good rest of your birthday and enjoy. We are ready to go again in the arena. We have 2 devastating vertical spinning weapons. Swag Demon in the red, 7th Circle in the blue.
So prepare for some carnage, prepare for some damage as the spinners get up and running, and you can tell they take some time before engaging each other, and here comes the sparks. And 7th Circle really struggling actually to get any purchase onto Swag Demon. Swag Demon though going right after the forks, it looks like, and now underneath 7th Circle,
Yeah,
flipping them across the arena.
Those forks on on Swag Demon even are getting lower than 7th Circle. A good axle through the air there, full backflip.
But very importantly, landing on their wheels is 7th Circle, so they're back into this fight, and once again rolling over, but they're on their wheels, so they're still in this, and they can still do some damage.
7th Circle now stuck up on the wall.
But they're rocking, they're seesawing. Can they use their spinner to get them disengaged from the wall? It is hooked on the rear end, so it looks like they are going to be stuck. They are down to 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. They are counted out.
What an unfortunate way to go out for 7th Circle there.
And you have to say that's really, really unfortunate, because it's purely cosmetic, the bodywork there, but because of that hook shape, it's caught them on the arena wall.
Well, I think that hook stops them from wheeling backwards quite so much, but unfortunately, as you say, it has it's done them in here.
Today was their downfall.
Yeah, absolutely.
But look at the sparks, look at the damage being done on the replay.
The worst thing for me is this is actually Dave's arena, so he's been killed by his own arena here.
Oh well, I think that's very poetic actually, very poetic. And it also shows you that it doesn't matter how well you know your home field, you can always get caught.
Absolutely, but that was a good sparky fight. We're seeing the replay on screen, lots of good engagement. I think 7th Circle was struggling with one side drive there as well. It was certainly turning back and forth quite a lot on that left side.
And Swag Demon was actually really close to putting 7th Circle into the outer zone there.
Yeah.
They just got flipped up and caught onto the wall instead. And now Dave is in the arena himself, retrieving all of the bits and bobs that got lost. It's you got to be quite comfortable with cozy spaces in that arena, haven't you? It's quite cozy.
I last Rapture a year ago, I on the Sunday morning popped in there to sweep up, had the door shut, had some music on, just sweeping. It was actually quite soothing. It was like sweeping a Zen garden or something.
I thought you were going to say that was where you camped out last night or something.
No, not last night. I think I'd have been a bit warm.
Incredibly warm. So, Roboteers, we have got a continuing competition going. Make sure you are on the ready table, as the upcoming battles is now on the screen.
Yep, we have Sproing going up against Babrock very soon. CSB Echo will fight Crossblow 3. Voltergeist will fight Bad Father Mucker. Grapple Turnover will be fighting Digestive. And then, This Is Not My Beautiful Wife Evo, same as it ever was, will be fighting CSB Echo.
Again, the commitment to the name will never not impress me.
Entering the arena at the moment, though, we have a very unique spinner in Zephyrus. This is what I call a face spinner. The spinner sits both horizontally and vertically, kind of. It's at a 45-ish degree angle, spinning either downwards or upwards, depending on where it hits you.
Definitely not a welcoming face, is it, on that Zephyrus?
It's
but
not,
they're
no.
up against Ultraviolence, and Ultraviolence has been doing a ridiculous amount of damage, not just to its competitors, but also to the arena floor.
Yes, it has been bouncing all over the place. They did have a fight yesterday where it all went smoothly. They then went to the test box later that day and were bouncing off the floor again. So we will wait to see what version of Ultraviolence joins us today. Is it
So
gonna be
I will
bouncy
just
or not?
give a little bit of a warning to anyone young in the audience. Mind your ears, because if they haven't got this right, it will be quite loud and there will be a lot of sparks. So make sure you're ready, make sure you're prepared, because this will be potentially a loud fight, but definitely two spinners, a lot of destruction.
This is going to be a good one for sure. I'm very excited. Both of these robots enjoy bouncing off the floor. Let's see who does it best.
And let's see who can stay out of the Uta zone. That's going to be, I think, the most dangerous part of this fight. We are ready. So, audience, let's count us in once again from three. 3, 2, 1. Activate! And the spinner of Ultraviolence is up into the air, goes Strathus, and they are up and around they go. So far, Ultraviolence not hitting the floor. They're getting a lot of damage done and good traction.
Yeah, you can see there the dance moves of both of them as that spinner comes round and hits from Zephyrus, but now Zephyrus is stuck on
And
their
that is
base
them.
again. And Ultraviolence, I think, is going to leave them there. They need the points.
And well, we saw this yesterday. We saw Zephyrus getting stuck exactly like that yesterday, and it's happened again.
Well, that is it. Ultraviolence is your winner.
So I did warn you about the loud nature of that fight. I'm glad that my warnings were heeded. And look at Zephyrus now, the big contact there, and there it was. Zephyrus up onto its nose, landed right onto its face, and their spinner is not powerful enough. It doesn't have enough torque to rotate and get them removed from that direction, that orientation. So
Well,
they really are stuck.
That does have big tournament things happening to it. I can't think of the word at the minute. But Ultraviolence
Track record?
now sit on 13 points and top their heat.
So Ultraviolet going through, and I think Ultraviolet is going to come over at Ultraviolence and talk to us. If we can grab him, I'm going to try and grab you. Yeah, let's have a conversation, because yesterday, grinding along the arena floor, but today, much, much better.
Yeah, so when I was in the hotel last night, I was thinking of ways to sort the problem. All these complicated things, putting screws underneath to help it screw along the floor nicer. And then I came up with the better solution, which is I moved the shims I'd put at the top of the forks to behind the forks. It pushes them down even more, and now it lifts the front off the floor a little more. And even better than that, for our following fight, didn't matter for this one, but the forks are now pushed down so much, but the only bits of the robot touching the floor, the wheels and the very tips of the forks, are all the weights going on there will get under absolutely everything, or should do anyway.
Any damage from that fight? Because there was one big impact in there where you both go flying apart.
Taking a look at it now, the beta's got some chunks taken out of it, but it's not hardened properly, so that's to be expected. But the TPU chassis has held up absolutely fantastically. It's all just 3D printed at home with a cheap 3D printer, and it's held up so well. I'm really happy with it.
That's excellent news. So, as I said, you now top your heat on 13 points, just ahead of Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition, who's on 12. Babrog is still yet to fight. They are probably your closest competition now. What do you reckon of their matchup? Do you reckon they've got it, or do you think
Babrog and Sproing. I would say I think Babrog will take this one, but if my understanding of the points are enough, I think that if he takes it to judges, even if he wins it, we'd be on the same points.
It's going to be interesting.
And
so,
because I beat Babrog yesterday, I think that would put me through.
well, we are going over to that fight now, so thank you very much, Ari. Best of luck with the rest of the competition.
And we heard it there that even Sproing thinks Babrog is going to win
Yes.
this competition, so it's good high spirits. This is going to be a much more quieter event, a battle of drivers.
Here we go then. Sproing and Babrog.
Got caught unaware there.
Big up.
Sproing was busy away with the fairies, not even watching the countdown, and now we are battling, pushing against each other. So we're going to see Sproing trying to flip over Babrog, and Babrog trying to grab a hold of Sproing. Is all going to be a case of who can get down the lowest and who can maybe attack the side of their competitor.
Yesterday we saw Sproing split in two, held together by only 3 wires. This quite impressive. They managed to get it all back together for yesterday's last fight. They are, of course, back here again today.
And we've just heard that the pit button is now enabled, so I fully expect the pits to become a part of this fight at some point. Who is going to be the one to activate it? But Babrog really controlling Sproing here, I think, at this point.
Yeah, Babrog has put some new forks on. The ones from yesterday had got all kinds of bent up and broken, so he's been replacing them, and they are all nice and fresh.
And Babrog now engaging that grapper, and that's a really good grapple. And can they get him into the Uta zone? Can they get him over the wall? They're teetering on the edge, but not quite enough. But the pit is enabled. And are they going in? Are they into the abyss? Not quite. There is one wheel of Sproing. Sproing is controlling the orientation.
Babrog needs to try and lift. He's let him go. So a lucky break there for Sproing, but how long for?
And now very close to the pit wall. So we mentioned about the pit being engaged into the abyss. One of those robots may go. A very powerful shunt there by Babrog.
A good ram.
And in they go!
Sproing puts them down. Babrog takes the 4 points for the knockout.
But I'm very impressed there by Sproing. Let's give them the credit. They had one wheel touching the floor. They were able to orientate themselves away from that pit, but Babrog wasn't letting go, shunted them across the arena, got another grapple, and that was pretty much the end. We're watching the replay now, and this is the beginnings of Babrog really taking control of this fight, grappling with Sproing. Sproing not running away as much as they would want. And as I mentioned there, so this is where Babrog really gets that first powerful grapple over to the Uta zone. If they were able to let go with that momentum, they potentially would have made it. But unfortunately, they didn't quite get the job done. And now this is where we were so close to seeing Sproing go into the pits. But you can see Sproing has one wheel on the floor, and they are rotating Babrog. They're stopping
Excellent
Babrog.
control. They really did not want to go down that pit, but unfortunately made a driving error and ended up down. We will talk to the Babrog team very, very quickly before this next
all
fight.
All the way from Ireland, and what a fantastic showing you are putting in for this event. Please sit down and let's have a lovely conversation.
I'm going to retract my earlier statement, Gav, because our new leader of the pack in your heat, Babrog, finishes on 14 points and tops the heat. Very well done, sir. That went very well.
Yeah, I knew coming in that Sproing was a bit damaged. It's had a really hard run at this competition, but fair play, it was working. The flipper was able to work, and it is a really well-driven robot. So I was still nervous because I knew, there are three robots in our heat that are really, really close, and I knew that if I lost, then that could mean that I'm just gone. So, the competition has gone very well. I've fought control bots, I've fought spinner bots. It's gone about as well as I can. Now just go on to round 16. So
you are indeed. Well done, sir, and thank you very much. We are going to move on to our next fight. Crossblow in the red, CSB Echo in the blue. And CSB Echo is the lower of the two going into the first exchange in this fight.
And Echo now very much in control, although they're now actually on top of Crossbow, and Crossbow's, well, this is a pushing match. Who actually has the better traction? 4 wheels for Crossbow, but 2 wheels for Echo, and yet Echo seems to have a good traction.
Yeah, absolutely. Crossblow, bearing in mind that they had some real issues yesterday with wiring and everything, they're doing very well today to be back into 2 fights very close to each other. fighting it out for their points in the heat.
And that's a pretty good pin there by Echo. By Crossbow, putting Echo up against the wall. And once again, over goes Echo, but they're hitting the
Going down.
pit button, or is Echo trying to...
I think they both did it. They both want that pit to go down. It's good strategy points.
So I think Crossbow was the one to hit it first, but Echo
was.
then just doubled it down, making sure it was done. But I feel like Echo is really struggling in this fight. Crossbow is really taking control, and now that's a good grapple. That's a really good grapple.
Very good grapple from Crossbow. Can they do anything with it? No, they've let CSB Echo go, and it is now driving away. But Crossbow back underneath it, trying to control it right underneath there. The lifter doesn't seem to be lifting to its full potential. I wonder if there's something running a bit slower. The whole thing seems to be a bit slower today.
And I'm watching the Roboteers. Oh, this is very tedious for Crossbow. They want to make sure they do not back themselves in. And
They're
we're going to
lining
see
them
the
up and
pit.
down goes CSB Echo. Excellent driving control from Oliver there. Crossbow gets some points on the board. No? Well, was this just to have a fight? Okay. Seeing the replay here, Crossbow and CSB Echo trying to duke it out. Both of them got the advantage at certain points throughout, but it was Crossbow getting the advantage over most of the fight. Some excellent grabs along the way using that lifter
It was
as a grabber.
very difficult to call that fight because Echo was running around the arena, but I swore that they were struggling. They looked to be really struggling on that arena floor, not getting the traction that they wanted. At one point I thought the count for immobilization would begin, and really the Crossbow just showed the value of that grapper because they really were able, and into the pit, as we can see there, went Echo. So always great to see it finish either by a pit or a Uta zone, because I don't really enjoy countouts. They're a bit lackluster.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up in the battles, we have lined up in the arena Bad Father Mucker and Voltergeist.
Once again, if you're in the audience and young of age, please cover your ears because Bad has a terrifying spinner and they will do a lot of damage, and as soon as they get jumping up and down through the arena, well, there's no knowing where they'll land. So begin, and the
Here we
fight's
go.
begun, and you can see that Voltergeist immediately.
Oh,
And this is what I was talking about. Bad is now flying up and around the arena. They don't have much control once that spinner is fully active.
Oh, that's some very big damage.
And
The wheel
Bad
guard
luckily-
is gone, and I think there might be a battery just hanging out the back of the robot. We're going to call the fight there. Voltergeist has been immobilized.
And Bad being a little bit cheeky there. I think they're just trying to hit into the arena wall to stop their spinner, because once that's up to speed, it takes a long time to wind down. But yes, you saw the carnage, you saw the destruction. That is what Bad is capable of. And oh, so unfortunate for Voltergeist there. Voltergeist, if you are listening, please come on over once you've collected your robot. We would love to see the damage. And just confirmation there on why we stopped that fight, or who the winner is.
Yeah, so Bad Father Mucker is the winner of that fight. Once a battery on a robot is exposed and can be hit, we stop the fight. You see there on the replay, as they pull it out of the arena, the battery is just hanging out of the back of the robot.
And
You're going to see on the replay here, look.
And Voltergeist has now joined us. Voltergeist, let's watch this replay. I'm not sure you'll want to see it, but talk us through what you're thinking as soon as you saw that amazing shrapnel get done.
Most of that is the PLA wheel guards.
Yeah, they're just gone now.
They were supposed to be ablative, so they were very much supposed to come off.
Yeah, we have here the hanging remains of the rest of the robot. What does that mean for the robot? Can you get it back working again?
I mean, by the looks of things, it looks like I can re-screw the back panel on. I mean, that's perfectly fine. The reason why I stopped was the battery was out.
Yeah.
Of course, that's... But, I mean, that's stainless steel.
It is very stuck there, I think, that fork. And did you risk it for a BFM?
I did. That was spectacular. I really enjoyed that. I kind of knew I was going to go out against Gus, but to be honest.
Well, you say that, but there is always the opportunity. Bad has a tendency to rotate and flip themselves into the Uta zone. So were you hoping that they might be their own undoing?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them perform over the past day, yesterday, and it's a bit uncontrolled, but no, I think he's reined it in today, hasn't he?
Yeah, just a little bit. Some very visceral damage. Unfortunate, but still a very good run for Volta, this time round.
And do you have any words for Bad there? Because I think even once the fight was stopped, they kind of moved over, gave you a little nip just as once the fight had stopped.
No, don't want to start any more fights. Look at it.
It is in a state of unfortunate disrepair. Well, I say disrepair, but you're going to do your best. And are you going to do any whiteboards today?
Yeah, I'll have a go.
Well,
if I can get it running.
He's not out yet.
Interesting.
Voltergeist is now on 10 points, equal with Bad Father Mucker, which means he comes second in the heat, you'll come third, if that is the way that the points finish. However, Grapple Turnover and Digestive have a fight yet to have. So, if Grapple Turnover wins, we'll see what happens there, but Voltergeist still has a shot at making it into the Rumbles in just a little bit, so keeping everything crossed?
Fingers crossed. Yep, hopefully we'll get it repaired, back up and running.
Excellent stuff. Well, I'll let you get off to go and put everything back inside your robot.
Off to the
Thank you
repair
very much,
station.
Jimmy. Round of applause there for Voltergeist.
How many rolls of tape do you think we get through at an event like this?
It is the kind of how long is a piece of string question, but with tape, and I think the answer is at least 12.
Well, we had a brilliant shot there. You can see straight down into the pit, and you can see just the amount of rubble that's been collected over this course of the event. Of course, we're very early into today. Still got a bit of time left to go before we get into the elimination round.
Yes. And entering the arena is a control bot called Grapple Turnover. Uses those front claws to grab a hold of their opponents and turn them upside down like a crocodile in water would to kill its prey. That's the plan anyway.
So making use of that death roll tactic, just grabbing, rotating and fully controlling. And who have we got entering the arena now?
Well, I'm feeling a bit peckish. I think it's time for a Digestive. What do you say?
I say I'm staying well away from that robot because it has the possibility to do a ridiculous amount of damage. Digestive, I think of that as a very plain, a vanilla biscuit. This is anything but a vanilla robot. They have the capability to do a stupid amount of damage.
Yeah, there is a very sturdy wedge on the front and a very good drive setup. Or so we say, and they're just struggling to get into the corner.
So already struggling with the arena floor. But audience who's here with us today, from 3, count us in. 3, 2, 1. Activate! And Grapple Turnover moving over. But look how quick Digestive is out of the blocks.
Yeah, Digestive's wedge just getting underneath the grapple part of Grapple Turnover, and those forks are all bent up now.
And now we're seeing the spinner of Digestive get to work. Some sparks coming off of those metal teeth. And Grapple Turnover very close to the Uta zone, up into the air. Grapple Turnover struggling to rotate themselves around. That grapple is not really engaging what they want it to be like.
Those stabilization wings were upside down. He's now just driven back up the right way. It will make life a bit easier for him to drive.
And as you say, that Digestive Turnover with their spinner rotates grapple once again, but now another hit there, and well, not so much damage being done yet, although white pieces of confetti are coming off of Grapple Turnover's body.
Yeah, Digestive is throwing Grapple Turnover all around, spiraling through the air. Some lovely flips, some lovely aggression from Digestive. The pit button pressed there by Grapple Turnover.
So I think Grapple realising now this is their way to win the fight. They need to get that pit button engaged. They need the pit floor to be a possibility.
Oh, but a final hit. A wheel comes flying off, and out of the arena flies Grapple Turnover. Digestive get the knockout.
You want to say that Digestive, as soon as that pit was enabled, they didn't want to go into the abyss. They knew they had to end the fight there. And Grapple Turnover, one solid hit from Digestive, into the Uta zone it went. So let's watch this replay, because Grapple Turnover, they were flying all around the place.
It did turn over quite a few times, to be fair. They went flying and rotating through the air several times round.
And you can see Digestive really sizing them up. So Grapple Turnover running away, hitting the pit button, and Digestive not wanting anything to do with the pits. They don't want that button to be activated, but you can see the floor lower, and this is where Digestive had enough. One solid hit into the Uta zone goes Grapple Turnover. So if a robot touches, or if any part of the robot touches the floor of the Uta zone, they are out and their competitor is victorious. So congratulations to Outer Zone, and now we have Gareth stuck in the arena. Very much paint me like one of your French girls. Very stylish there.
What's an awful day to have eyes.
Well, sorry for everyone on the live stream. That was beautifully cameraed, beautifully in frame. So well done, Gareth. Well done. So retrieving grapple turnover, and we have a lot of fun at these events. We absolutely do.
We definitely do.
It's a wonderful community, and if anyone here is thinking that they want to get involved, please do so. Have a chat with one of the Roboteers. Talk to them about getting involved. It's a fantastic community and a lot of fun, and also not as expensive as you might think.
No, definitely not as expensive as you might think. You may not want to start with the beta weights. You might build something smaller like our amp weight class of robot. I've got one in my hand here. This was built for about £30. Inexpensive and uses a wire brush as its weapon. It's just a little bit of fun, isn't it? It's here to sweep up the competition.
Absolutely. Well, sweep up the... Oh, I can't live with your puns. I can never keep up. Also, you've got some wonderful models here as well. They're not so active, but they are really cool to look at.
We've got these were built by Jimmy Cotton, builder of Voltergeist. So we've got a Thermidor 2 here and a Dominator 2. He built these and showed the process of how he built them over on his YouTube channel, which is just Jimmy Cotton on YouTube. So go and check that out. Like, favourite, subscribe.
So if you are watching this, you're thinking, wow, doesn't that look great? Because it does look great. It is fun. Have a chat with one of the Roboteers. See if you can get involved. There are events around the country, and the more competitors we have, the more fun it becomes. Because we like some variety. We like the mix-up of competitors.
Up to the ready table, we should have Metis 2.0, Beetle Tendency and Anomaly, the Barber Surgeon and Annie Are You OK, Boom Zoom and Rust in Pieces, Gaelic Gladiator and Boring Bot, and Baby Shrek and Crossblow. In the arena at the moment, though, we have Contradiction, the vertical spinner in the red, or in the blue square, sorry, it's the red robot in the blue square. And in the red square, we have Baby Deadbod.
So once again, two powerful robots with an opportunity here for destruction. So we've already watched one chaotic, dangerous fight. And the audience help us count in the Roboteers from 3, 2, 1. Activate! And you'll watch the spinner of Angel Slice of Baby Deadbod spin up, and Contradiction as well. And there's the first impact.
A good hit from both there. Contradiction got the better of the first.
And so
Baby
close to the
Deadbod.
outer zone, so close they are, and they are pinned up on the wall there.
Very
Brilliant.
sporting of Contradiction to get Baby Deadbod back down there. I think they only have one side spinning. The disc that's usually connected has come apart. One side is not spinning.
So Contradiction, it seems to be damage done to their weapon, damage done to the Baby Deadbod's weapon. I have to say there, Contradiction being a little bit controversial by letting them off of the pit wall there, because they really didn't need to do that.
Well, it shows good camaraderie, but also good aggression, because they can then get some more points with the judges if it should go to a decision.
And in this pushing battle, Contradiction getting close to the pit. That is always a threat now that it is active. And a good shot there by Contradiction. Baby Deadbod really struggling in this fight, being pinned into the blue zone.
Yeah, not really sure what to do here, Baby Deadbod. The spinner is not going, and they are getting closer and closer to the pit.
But Contradiction is on the edge, really across the corner there. Couldn't have gotten any closer without falling in. And is that Baby Deadbod immobilized? They're not moving.
It certainly is now as they fall down the pit. An excellent fight there. The winner is Contradiction.
So watching the replay, and you can see Contradiction, brilliant hit into Baby Deadbod there, pinning them into the blue zone. A couple of sparks flying, although the spinner not really working for Contradiction. And this was there, they repositioned themselves and was ever so close to the corner of the pit.
Just a wheel hanging over there.
The abyss of the pit, the dark looming void.
So yeah, I was going to say a bit of Call of the Void there perhaps. Don't jump in the pit.
Absolutely, but eventually Baby Deadbod, not much they could have done. They found themselves being the ones into the abyss. In Contradiction, 4 points for Contradiction in the tournament brackets.
Yep.
And shall we have a little chat to Baby Deadbod? Do you have a little quick chat? As they just take off their controller so that they're more comfortable. Hello, how are you today?
Hello again.
What's
I'm doing
happened
well.
there?
So I can actually show you. Same issue as last time.
Ah, that's not
Yeah, I need
spinning anything anymore.
Yeah, I need to epoxy it on properly. That's my own fault. And inside there, it's actually melted the tensioner. So it was just locked at one point. As soon as I realised it was locked there, I just thought, hit me as hard as you can. Let's see if it'll break me. And it's done a fair bit of damage if you want to put it on the camera.
Yeah, even though he had one side come flying off, he's managed to do a bit of damage to that. For the audience, could you explain what the purpose of the tensioner is?
The tensioner is to make sure the belt is able to actually spin it properly without it slipping. Unfortunately, I still haven't got that right. Let me just move that so I can rotate it. As you can see in there, it's just so it's
stuck.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's enough to spin it.
Yeah. Well, unlucky, but you still are reasonably well up on points, so there is still a chance for you to go through.
I think me and Andrew just to say points.
You are indeed tied on points, so it'll be interesting to see.
Maybe a rematch.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
To be fair, though, I would rather fight Tweedy because I got a little bit screwed over in that fight.
Well, we are seeing in the arena at the moment Jack Tweedy and Anomaly is just testing out his robot. Metis, who would have been fighting it, has had to withdraw. The whole robot, I heard, I believe the professional term has been bananaed. Yeah, Anomaly being able to go in. I think it's going to have a fight. Oh no, I know what's happening. Okay, yeah, no. So Anomaly gets a bye win there. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
There's also a little bit of damage on the TPU body, which is only 12% infill, and this survived getting hit by a bird.
It's pretty good going. Lovely stuff. Well, best of luck in the rest of the competition. I think we might be having our first whiteboard of the day. Either that or this is a stand-in for Barber Surgeon. Yes. So Barber Surgeon has unfortunately also had to withdraw. They are too badly damaged, and Oliver, I think, was focusing on getting Crossbow back up and running as his main robot.
So I can see Ben is now loading something into the arena.
Yeah, Annie, are you okay? We'll get a bye win here. They will get the 4 points for a win. But just so that it has a bit of a fight, it's going to be fighting Judge Ryan with what I can only describe as a big-wheeled robot with a knife attached to it.
But I really have to question this because, Ben, you put your robot in upside down. What are you doing?
He's gone to Aussie mode.
Understood. So,
Annie works better this way up because it's the same way up it would be in Australia.
and the fight has begun because we got all caught up there. So you can see the spinner there of Annie.
Oh, that was...
And that did not take long at all for the wheel to get thrown off there. Aussie mode is clearly quite a dangerous mode indeed. And now they're going after that other wheel. They're not satisfied with the one. As long as that robot's still moving, Annie, are you okay? Will continue to deal the damage.
The base plate has come off of the robot completely now. It was held on by one screw. I think that one screw gave up at life.
And Annie, you okay? Just having a little game of air hockey there with the wheel. Just having a little bit of playing with the wheel, the shrapnel that's left on the arena. Is there much point continuing this fight? What more can they do?
I think Annie is asking the question, you call that a knife? This is a knife.
And you just hear them grinding away.
There goes the other wheel.
And that is the end.
Wait
that
for
is
it.
the end.
Will it go down the pits? Not quite. Well, that's a shame. Push it in. Push it in. No? Okay,
No,
fair
we're
enough.
done. We have a lot of fights we need to get through today.
Well, Annie gets a win there against Split Decision 2, who has indeed been split. And it did not go to a split decision. The judges...
Not even close. So you can see Annie Oyoke in Aussie mode, as Ben called it, winding up there in this first initial hit. The wheel immediately comes straight off. It didn't even put up much of a fight. It just came straight off of the robot. And we'll see if we can get Ben to join us, because I'd love to talk to one of our international competitors.
Yep, absolutely. That last hit, well, you see a hit here where the metal base plate comes flying off of the robot at pace, and then all of a sudden the other wheel goes flying, the robot goes flying, they both separate. Lucky to not go out of the arena, but it's a wonderful hit that I think will be remembered for a while.
So hello Ben, just talk us through the orientation of your robot. Do you decide which way to put it depending on who your competitor is?
Yes, so I have the Aussie mode for really large large robots like that one. I was going to run it earlier in the competition, but it hadn't been tested before, so I figured this was a good chance to test the Aussie mode, and as it turns out, I should have been doing that way earlier in the competition.
Is this a bit of Split Decision's wheel glued to the spinner of your robot?
Yes,
that is
indeed.
fused to the spinner. It melted on?
I don't know, I think it might be glued on.
That is bizarre.
It is very, very bizarre.
But a good win there for Annie. Are you okay?
She's finally working the way she's supposed to be working after a whole weekend of not doing that. So
Yeah, but before you run away, Ben, we have a formality point because it's also Ben's birthday today. So once again, could we please join us in a rapturous chorus of Happy Birthday after 3? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ben. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
thank you. I think that is the most people who have ever sung Happy Birthday to me. So.
You are very welcome, and best of luck in some more fights today.
Thank you, thank you. I'm hoping for some whiteboards, and hopefully Annie keeps going that well, because that was good fun. I enjoyed that immensely.
Excellent. Well, we have 2 more robots lined up in the arena, so thank you very much, Ben. We'll let you get back to Annie.
Stand by.
And we are now our happy birthday as the shrapnel from the last fight has been given to Ben. Back to this fight. We have Boom Zoom in the blue zone and Rust in Pieces in the red. And you can see Rust in Pieces, the controllers, they split to hit the sides of Boom Zoom. These 2 roboteers, they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, Rust in Pieces had to wait for this fight for quite a while. I think he got pushed back a little bit. Boom Zoom has been doing very well throughout the competition. He's currently leading the heat, but the Clusterbot is hoping to play spoiler to that.
And you can see the 2 robots of Rust in Pieces. They're trying to pin Boom Zoom and get a pin there by lifting him up with the flippers. But Boom Zoom's really low to the ground. Once they get their forks engaged, they're actually quite powerful in this fight.
Boom Zoom is also incredibly quick across the arena. Is able to get away from danger very easily, very quickly.
And now
just
that
managing to get underneath one half of Rust in Pieces and giving him a good push towards the pit.
And Rust in Pieces
But
very
just
close there
away.
to the stop. And is that one of Rust in Pieces? Clusterbot stop? No, they are still rotating. They are still moving. They're in this fight. But they stayed stationary whilst their other Clusterbot almost went into the pits. Boom Zoom very much taking them one-on-one. It seems like Rust in Pieces are allowing this to be a one-on-one fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if the control is troubling. There goes one half of Rust in Pieces. The other half is still there. But it's not moving very well.
So not a complete out. They need to get both Clusterbots out for this fight to be concluded. And Boom Zoom now pinning up against the corner. And look at that, just hitting
Aggressive tapping. We love the aggressive tapping.
So not really how that weapon is designed to be used, but it's good comedic value. And well, I'm worried about Rust in Pieces. They are stuck in the blue zone. Are they able to really get out of there? Yes, they are. And that's allowed Boom Zoom to give them a shove. Into the pits they go.
A very good win there for Boom Zoom, who continues to top their heat.
So really, really impressive for Boom Zoom, not getting just 1 bot into the pit, but 2 bots without going in themselves. That is really brilliant driving.
Boom Zoom has only debuted in the scene this year and has done so well throughout this tournament to finish at the very top of their heat. Rust in Pieces is second in the heat. They could have played spoiler there, but Boom Zoom, the more dominant of the 2. We're seeing the replay. Rust in Pieces just weren't working together today. I don't know if they've had an argument back in the pits or something, but...
Well, it was interesting. They started off together in unison, and then as the fight continued, they started to almost split their strategies and just allowed Boom Zoom to take them on one-on-one. So if we can get some of the competitors to come and talk to us from that fight, they're saying no, but we'll see if we can coax them over eventually. And yeah, Boom Zoom just pinning Rust in Pieces, or one half of Rust in Pieces, up into that blue zone. There's the tapping, there's the comedic value that we love to see. There is good humour around this event.
Most certainly. Boom Zoom has earned its place in the top 16. They get automatic placement into that, which you have to wait and see if Rust in Pieces joins them, as they will go into the rumbles.
And look at that, Boom Zoom really just giving them a shove, and Rust in Pieces happily abides, and into the pit they join their counterparts. So,
up to the ready table, we need the following robots. This is Not My Beautiful Wife Evo, same as it ever was, and CSB Echo, Igor and Rudimental, Baby Shrek and Crossblow 3, This is not a drill, and let the good time stroll. And Di-Fi, as well as our current belt holder, Night Fury. However, lining up in the arena next, we have Boring Bot and Gaelic Gladiator.
Well, you've so far avoided any of your rude comments about Boring Bot being boring. It is anything but. It is quick and well driven by Shakes. He is, you're too modest, my friend. They really are. They've been doing fantastic. And, well, Stephen, I don't know if you can just see Jevon. He's fallen asleep because he knows what's about to come. He knows what's about to come. But Gaelic Gladiator, they are going to be here to destroy. What, mind your ears as that weapon winds up. We're going to get some big hits, but Boring Bot, they'll be doing everything to avoid that drum beater.
Is it over?
Hasn't even begun. So help us count in this fight.
3, 2, 1, activate. Boring Bot goes sideways.
So straight away, Boring Bot trying to close down onto that egg beater, but it's too late. And now Boring Bot pinning Gaelic Gladiator up against the side. They're taking control of this fight. They know that that weapon can be damaging. But look at that, the ramp really working for them.
And stopping the weapon with those waggle sticks on the top of Boring Bot.
So they didn't get ripped apart. I thought they would from that beater, but unfortunately for Gaelic Gladiator, it's just not doing the damage, and Boring Bot is now pirouetting, staying well away from the damage as Gaelic Gladiator goes running into the wall. The pit button has been activated. That's going to really put it into Boring Bot's realm of possibilities, because they love putting their opponent into the pit.
Absolutely, they've had full control of this battle so far. And Gaelic Gladiator really needs to pull out all the stops to get a win here.
So Boring Bot trying to position themselves to get a grapple to then push him into the pits. And
Gaelic
they're getting ever closer to that corner.
Egg beater spinner is not spinning quite right, is slowing down at times.
And Gaelic Gladiator, they don't know how to get out of that danger zone, but they manage it. Boring Bot lets them out, I think, and now we're seeing the remnants of this fight continue. And now Gaelic Gladiator, they don't have the same traction that Boring Bot does. Boring Bot is well too gripped to that surface. They are just really well designed for this arena.
Yeah, Gaelic Gladiator is also not getting any engagement with that weapon. It's just bouncing off the front wedge and getting very close to the pit there, but as is Boring Bot. They want to be careful not to drive down there.
And I think Boring Bot was actually positioning themselves in the red zone, trying to entice Gaelic Gladiator over towards them so that they can shove them immediately into the pits. And now we're seeing again those forks of Boring Bot stopping the drum beater of Gaelic Gladiator. So, oh no, what's happened? They've upside down. Can they self-right, or will they be pinned up against the wall? Gaelic Gladiator taking full advantage of this opportunity, and Boring Bot's trying to get loose.
But Gaelic Gladiator lets them get away. The pins can only last 10 seconds.
And are we seeing...
Cease. Missed the countdown. I was so engaged in the battle that it just flew by.
Did that run out of time?
It did indeed run out of time. It goes to the judges.
Well, time flies when you're having fun. I cannot believe we ran out of time for that fight. Look at this here.
We should have called for an encore. I think that was a really good fight for these two.
I would have loved to have seen that continue. Another 30 seconds, and I think we might have seen a winner through knockout, but I'm not too sure who it would have gone to. It's now gone to the judges' decision, so they'll be talking.
Just a reminder that they are going to be judging on 4 criteria: damage, control, aggression, and strategy. 1 point for each. In the event of a tie at 2 points each, it goes to the robot that was the more dominant, and you have to say the more dominant robot there surely was Boring Bot.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they definitely were the instigator for a lot of that damage, and when Gaelic Gladiator was going in for the hit, Boring Bot seemed to be able to dart out of the way.
Absolutely good driving control.
It is really a really well controlled robot, and we're going to get them coming over to talk to us. So Gaelic Gladiator, hello my friend. How was that fight from your perspective?
It was not too bad. It could have been better. I mean, I got a decent hit in to start with, but the belt just slightly came off the pulley, so it went down to like half power, or not even that. So it was still going, wasn't dishing out the hits, but yeah, it was a good driving fight. I do like driving fights. It keeps me on my game, and Alex is a very good driver. But yeah, it was very close, I think. So. Yeah.
We'll just talk to Alex very quickly. That went reasonably well for you as well?
Yeah, that was good fun. Boring Bot on form with some slams, and yeah, as Shane said, that was a good driving fight. Very fun to sort of have a nice, fairly evenly matched back and forth.
Well, we do have a judge's decision. That decision is unanimous in favour of Boring Bot.
Well done. To see the handshake. We love to see the handshake. So good camaraderie, as
So-
always, in the Roboteering community.
Boring Bot finishes top of the heat so far on 12 points. Gaelic Gladiator on 9.
So does that mean you're into...
Nope, they've just moved up. Boring Bot's on 15, Gaelic Gladiator on 11. That's better. Playoff for Gaelic Gladiator. We'll see them.
Who do you think you'll be facing in the playoffs?
Anyone. I'll take anyone on. It's not my robot, so I don't care. So it's my wife. So if it gets wrecked, it's just me that's got to fix it anyway. So don't really bother me.
Yep, there we go.
Sorry, dear. I've brought home a bag of pieces.
Home in a bin bag. We're going home in a bin bag, yeah.
Well, let's see who are in the arena now.
We have... This is not my beautiful wife who's grown some eyes.
Robot
Some
is
more eyes.
stand by.
And in the red square we have CSB Echo. This is going to be a driving fight. Let's see.
And you can see the eyes waggling side to side from Not My Beautiful Wife. They're ready for this fight. They're excited for this fight. And Echo moving in to see what they can do. But Beautiful Wife darting around, and now Echo's the one with the pin.
In fact, This is Not My Beautiful Wife has grown more eyes than I first thought. It has eyes on the front, eyes on the back, eyes all over the top, and eyes on the waggle stick as well.
But will that help them in the competition? I'm not so sure it will, as Echo struggling on the arena floor. They're kind of seesawing their way around, and Beautiful Wife once again in the red zone. So running to hit the pit button. The pit has been enabled.
Going down.
And now we're seeing Beautiful Wife pinning Echo up against the wall.
Both of these robots are struggling a little bit, but as I said yesterday, this is a game of attrition throughout the whole competition. There's a lot of fights to get through, and over those fights things start to get broken beyond repair. So they are doing their best to continue the fight in whatever form they come in.
And now Echo once again with a pin up against the pit wall.
This is Not My Beautiful Wife almost waggling his finger saying no, 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 no.
Don't you dare, but unfortunately that's not going to do much in the judges' eyes. I don't think that counts as any form of aggression. So Will, they're both staying well away from the pit, the abyss of the pit, but I say that Beautiful Wife getting ever closer, and now so is Echo.
Would you say that the waggle stick is intimidation factor?
It's more cute. I find it more cute than intimidating, unfortunately for them. They're saying it's deadly, but honestly, maybe
I'm
misleading.
yet to see evidence of it.
Very much so. So Beautiful Wife spinning around, pirouetting on one wheel.
A good push on the side of CSB Echo, I have to say, but CSB Echo returns the favour and pushes them back. Now struggling on that left side still.
Both of them staying away from the pit, trying their best, but this is
Well, they
getting
were.
dangerously close.
Very well driven, evasive action taken there by This Is Not My Beautiful Wife.
9.
And the
9
countdown
seconds on the
has
clock.
begun.
7. 6. 5.
So this will be going down to the judges, you have to say, unless something happens in the last 2 seconds.
And it goes to the judges. A very back and forth pushing match, both getting advantages at certain points throughout the fight. Neither really taking full effect of that pit, but opening it, leaving it as a bit of a threat in the arena, cutting down the space they could drive in.
And we did see there, Not My Beautiful Wife getting close to the pit, almost by themselves, it has to be said, almost putting themselves
Yes,
in.
poor driving control there, you have to think. Or was it a tactical move to try and coax CSB Echo
Well,
over?
that's exactly what I was going to say, because we did see it quite a bit yesterday, where one robot would go to push their competitor into the pit and end up falling in themselves.
Yeah, in that match, anyone could have made a driving mistake. Both robots had a side of drive not quite right, both sort of semicircling, arcing its way across the arena, trying its best.
And is there anything they can do to stop that once their robot's in the arena? Is there anything they can do to change the design?
Unfortunately, once it's locked in the box, you get what you're given. It's either working or it isn't.
Well, let's say hello to Not My Beautiful Wife. How are you?
Hello. She has a mind of her own. She's not really worked for the whole event. She doesn't do left and right. She does forward and backwards, and then every now and again she'll go, no, spin time. But that fight was somehow very well controlled. I don't know if I've won. I think I didn't have anywhere near the level of strategy or control that Echo had. But for a robot made out of garbage, literally this robot, for those that don't know, was made out of every single half-finished project I had laying around on my desk.
Robot
as
is
a,
stand
can
by.
I do that? Yeah, I'm pretty proud of how it's done.
Well, we're going to find out the judge's decision after this fight. Igor and Rudimental are in the arena. Rudimental getting a good push on Igor, lifting them up with that lifter. Igor repaying the favour there.
Very much so. So up and down, left and right, both of these robots darting around the arena, and both forks hitting each other there. So a head-on collision for both of them. Neither robot getting under the other. They're both equally matched into this fight, both with a similar weapon, similar design, and well, it's really going to come down to the roboteer, the driver. What can they do to make a difference in this combat?
Going down.
And as we see the pits going down, Rudimental's actually really close, but they managed to dart away before the floor was lowered. If any second later, and they would have been into the pit for sure. So Igor now in control of this fight. They have got their back away from the pit. Rudimental is the one really struggling here, but they're both locking into each other. The horns are locking, and that's very much in they seesaw each other.
Rudimental very close to the edge. They're going to have to try and shuffle their way back and forth, but very good driving control to get away from
successfully
danger there.
done. So Igor sold them the dummy. Rudimental went right into the wall, and that allowed Igor to almost push them into the pit. And Rudimental, as you said, brilliantly done. Seesawing the way, and into the pits they go!
What a shame there from Rudimental.
Congratulations, Igor. I think Igor, that whole fight was really just playing possum. They were being the dummy and just allowing Rudimental to really send themselves into the pit.
Yeah, we're looking back at the replay. This is some excellent driving control to get away from danger. So clever to try and get away, but then made the driving error. Down the pit they ended up.
And we can see it here, so both of them getting very close. They're really quick robots, both of these two, and Igor really did sell them the dummy. They just pulled away at the last moment. And
it was, as you were saying in the last fight, the robot that was pushing ends up the victim of the pit.
I mean, I know they don't quite have a red rag, a ball to a red rag, but that was exactly what Igor did there. They showed them the red rag. Rudimental, well, they got the horns out and they happily charged in, and well, that just sent them into the pits. Brilliantly driven by Igor, brilliantly done. And we have a judge's decision.
We do indeed have a judge's decision from the previous fight between This Is Not My Beautiful Wife and CSB Echo. It was a split decision in favour of This Is Not My Beautiful Wife.
So Echo, come and talk to us from that fight. So how have you been finding this event?
It's going fine. It's been a very busy one for me because I've been helping with Dustwind throughout the whole thing, because after Stratus destroyed it I had to repair it. Unfortunately, after the first fight it was sort of not going well. I had to replace a gearbox and a speed controller. So now it's just going to be a case of, well, at the moment it's a case of the new drive setup that isn't like in the arena floor. So it's running all right. It's just it can't traverse the arena easily.
And are you going to go away from this event and think of any changes to improve your robot?
Well, let's put it this way. This version of CSB Echo is going to be retired, and we're going to build a brand new machine that's going to be either four-wheel drive or six-wheel drive. So we're going to be up in the wheels to improve movability.
Six-wheel drive. Have we seen a six-wheel drive robot here at this event?
Not this weekend, so I'm excited to see it. In fact, I don't think I've seen one recently in the Beetleweight scene. So
I know there's another one being built in the process, but I'm going to help build the numbers.
Excellent. I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy the whiteboards later on, I'm sure.
Commiserations, but the judges there going with Not My Beautiful Wife, and it was a bit contentious, but you said it was a split decision?
It was indeed. When it's a split decision, it means that two of the judges have gone for one robot, one judge has gone for the other. They just can't agree on anything at times.
To be fair, I don't blame them, because that was quite a challenging fight to decide a winner for.
Anybody that says that judging is easy is wrong.
They've just not done it before.
Absolutely. It's much harder when you're sat in those two chairs and stood by the arena.
So, everyone in the audience here today, if you are young of age, please mind your ears, because Night Fury has just entered the arena.
Oh yes, and it is going up against Di-Fi.
Which is, well, let's not overhype this fight, because if Di-Fi doesn't get up and running, unfortunately, Rob, I know you're giving the thumbs up, you've got a smile on, but if it doesn't get up and running, it's really a bit lackluster. I'll put it in the square. Yeah.
So Di-Fi is a gyro walker, what we call. It uses its momentum from the spinner to move the robot around, and then has little rotating legs at the back to try and pivot it one way and then pivot it the other way, and then we'll see if that works.
Meanwhile, Night Fury is a very quick, very destructive robot that will be charging down Di-Fi before it can get up to speed.
Well, I'm not sure because it too needs to get up to speed. Don't forget, Night Fury is our current Beetle Belt holder. They won last year's Rapture event. Can they retain the title this time round? Just hoping for all the points here.
So audience, help us count us in from 3, 2, 1.
Activate.
And Night Fury, as you said, yeah, they're taking the time to get their spinner up and running, and actually they're struggling to drive straight. They're seesawing around, and now we're starting to see Di-Fi potentially getting some form of momentum, but they're really just going up and down on the spot. They're not really progressing around the arena floor.
No, they're yet to get out of that red square. They did start to move around, but Di-Fi is now facing the wrong way. In fact, I think it moves better backwards than it does forwards.
That's quite potentially so. So Night Fury there, just letting Di-Fi really see what he can do and just spinning up themselves. They're going to get up to full power, and now we're going to get blade to blade as they go head on against each other. No, Night Fury thinking better of it, going around the backside, and they're going to start taking out the little seesaw of Di-Fi.
Yeah, there's lots of gears and things around there that might stick up the drive system of Di-Fi. The pit button has been pressed.
And this is the furthest I've seen Di-Fi move in this competition this weekend.
He has indeed made it out of his red square.
Absolutely, so Night Fury taking some time, but is there a count out beginning? It's umming and ahhing, not quite beginning. So Night Fury.
It's difficult to tell if Di-Fi is actually moving or not at times. A big hit there as they come together.
And Night Fury actually damaging themselves by getting underneath Di-Fi. They put themselves right into harm's way of that gyro. And now the countdown has begun, but who's it begin for?
I think it may well be Di-Fi as they are struggling to get out of that square once again. The winner is Night Fury.
So we'll wait for the replay to review the damage that was done, the carnage that took place. And, well, unfortunate for Di-Fi because, unfortunately, as I say, they just haven't been mobilizing themselves in this fight. They haven't been walking around the arena. They haven't been doing the damage that they need to do. They've been struggling. They've been struggling in this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a difficult one for them. They have innovated. They have brought something completely different to what we've seen on this scene in a long time. But still, it's good to see that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's great to see the innovation. It's great to see a change.
And it's a fun robot.
It's great to see a design.
This is from the team that brought last year a Virgin Media box with an undercutter, which, you know, as you do.
How many spare boxes do they have? I
don't know, but it always seemed to look in good nick after each event.
Well, they're a monthly subscription, so anyway, we'll move on because we're watching the replay, and this is where Night Fury was very much thinking about going and doing some damage, but they didn't want to get fully engaged until Di-Fi had moved out of the red zone, and then this is where they started to do some damage, and you can see the gears there on the live stream. That was what Night Fury was trying to attack.
Yeah, but just a note for the people on live stream, you may notice a slight change in audio quality. We're just trying to sort out some technical things. But yeah, that's that message. Just every evil, like Pandora's box, but for a picnic.
I'm very confused, Gemma. Please help me out. Nothing, silence. Nothing, just utter silence. So, a nice bit of fun there. So, just testing their robot in the arena.
What was in the arena there that we were watching? What we were watching there is Let the Good Times Stroll had to unfortunately forfeit that fight. So, please win against the Basket of Death with This Is Not a Drill.
Basket, can you make it make sense?
This is arguably, this is arguably the most dangerous weapon, as you said, in all robot
Robotic Combat history. It made its debut 3 years ago, and the people from Scotland are still afraid of it. But it lost against
I'm not sure
more dangerous weapon, which is my son's driving.
I'm not sure I'm safe sitting this close to the... It's such a dangerous weapon. Anybody could be harmed.
Exactly.
So you got a 4-foot win there with This Is Not a Drill.
Yeah.
Which,
or my son, actually. But
yes.
He's too shy to talk to the camera. That's all right.
We'll get him one day.
We'll get him one day, exactly, when he's a bit older. I think you're about to start, don't you?
We are indeed, but This Is Not a Drill finishes on 11 points, so potentially a chance to get into those rumbles. So we shall hopefully see.
In the red corner, Baby Shrek. In the blue corner, Crossbow. We are going to be prepared for some carnage as Baby Shrek has an incredible vertical spinner, but Crossbow has the damage and no one's really moving, but now we are getting underway.
Crossbow lower than Baby Shrek here, that is a surprise. Pushing them up against the wall. The biggest weapon against Baby Shrek is itself, I feel. But Crossbow is upside down and not moving anywhere at the moment.
And Baby Shrek is doing some damage, but Crossbow still able to maneuver themselves whilst they are upside down. The back wheels are still in touch with the arena floor, but that's given Baby Shrek an opportunity to get to the back end and do some damage. And look at the sparks fly as they start to grind on that shield of Crossbow. So Baby Shrek now very much dealing the damage, getting what they wanted done in this fight.
That base plate is looking more and more curled up, and if they get turned back onto all four wheels, I'm not sure how good the manoeuvrability of Crossbow is going to be.
Well, I think Baby Shrek is looking for the Uta zone here.
The top plate and the weapon have also come off.
And
huge
almost
hit there.
getting very close. Is that the end of Crossbow? They look to be stopped, they're not manoeuvring. I'm looking at the referee, I'm looking at the driver.
And they've called it. Crossbow taps out, and it's Baby Shrek who gets the win. An incredible display there from Baby Shrek.
And we're watching the replay. You can see, look at the Crossbow damage as Baby Shrek is throwing him up into the air. And once again, that last impact was really all it took to get the fight concluded. Crossbow, bless them, they did their best. They were really actually starting off this fight really well because they were getting underneath Baby Shrek. They were controlling, pushing Baby Shrek into the wall.
Crossbow have had a lot of consecutive fights very close to each other this morning. They've done really well to get in for all three considering the issues they had yesterday. So I think a massive round of applause needs to go to Crossbow and Oliver. Can we give them a round of applause please for getting back into the arena 3 times over to finish off the run. But Baby Shrek, come and see us because they finish the same as Stratus, 16 points and the top of their table, maximum points.
Undefeated in this competition.
I don't know what's going on.
It's going very well is what's going on.
It is, yeah, it seems to be going on a bit of a winning streak at the moment, so I'm waiting for that to stop, but it's working really well. So.
It is working very, very well. Now, you won one of the events more recently in the calendar year of Robot Combat. Which one was it? Was it Scout Showdown, yeah, in Liverpool. And there was a completely different field of robots there to the ones we've seen today. Lots of new things coming in. What do you think of the field of robots?
The beat you're seeing at the moment, every single event just goes up. Like, caliber so much. Like, you've got stuff like Stratus coming in the first event and it's dominating. There's a new M-Boss. There's so many. The spinners are so nasty.
They really are.
You know, every event's new. It doesn't really matter how you've done previously. Everything's a clean slate now.
So you get automatic placement into the round of 16. How do you fancy your chances?
It's as good as anyone. Like, if it carries on working, it's as nasty a weapon as everything else is.
It's proven itself before, it's proving itself at the moment, and hopefully, touch wood, the run continues for Baby Shrek.
Hopefully, yeah.
Best of luck in the rest of the competition, Sam, and we shall let you go and see what little damage there may well be. Here we have Gareth Hansley to make an announcement.
Roboteers, if you can have your attention quickly. The sound for the arena is slightly lower than usual, so please look out for the lights at the start of the fight. At the start of the fight, the arena will light up red. It will then flash 3 times before the white lights come on. The white lights coming on is activate.
Thank you very much. So for those of you at home and in the live audience as well, that's what all those lights mean. It's 3, 2, 1, activate.
And we've got a nice little luller now. A nice
We
little
do,
calm
indeed.
before the storm.
It is indeed the calm before the storm, because there's a very scary robot in the arena, Mr. Cat's Mouse House.
Not the robot I thought you were going to say.
So dangerous. Have you ever been threatened by a cat?
No, but there was this tomcat that would walk into our house uninvited.
They scratch, they bite, they're mean.
They're not quite as mean, though, as N-Boss.
I've never had one of them walk into my house, to be fair.
What, a cat?
No, an N-Boss.
I know. So, this is one of those fights where if you're in the arena, you're going to see some destruction because Mr. Cat, you look so excited, but that bowl, that plastic bowl, is going to get ripped to shreds by M-Boss.
Or will it? Maybe it's hardened steel in there. It's not. But maybe it is, but it's not.
I mean, okay, anything can happen, but I feel Mr. Cat coming out of this in one piece is one of those things that simply won't happen.
Oh, no. I've just seen Shane, who is also wearing a cat bowl on his head for safety, or
So this is going to be
him?
this is a fight for the Roboteers to watch because we're going to see some destruction.
Three, 2, 1, activate.
And how long will that bowl last? Place your bets now as the bowl actually brilliantly encompasses, and there it goes. There's the destruction, but not actually as bad as I thought. There seems to be some tape on the inside there that might have protected Mr. Cat.
I think that might have been attached to the wall of the arena. I'm not sure where it's come from, but... Oh, it was holding the bowl together. Well, it's not anymore. The bowl is definitely coming apart.
It's definitely coming apart, but N-Boss is not really engaging in this fight the way you expect
No,
it to be.
that spinner is not up to speed, and I'm not sure why.
So potentially some of the plastic shrapnel from the bowl getting into the mechanism there for M-Boss, and Mr. Cat is very successfully keeping that bowl over the top of M-Boss as M-Boss is now trying to drive Mr. Cat into the pit.
We are seeing Cat with the four-wheel drive dominate over N-Boss with the 2, but pushing back now is N-Boss.
And I can hear some chants going on for Mr. Cat. For Cat or M-Boss, if you're in the arena, start chanting who you want to win. Cat or M-Boss, Cat or Boss. I've heard there's some Cat chants, I've heard some Boss chants. It can go either way.
This new wedge setup on N-Boss is debuting for this event as well. It's made out of, I believe, a more flexible plastic that can absorb the hits more, which I'm not sure what hits it's trying to absorb in this fight, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, they're just trialling it out, they're just practicing with it. As now Mr. Cat starts to go a bit more on the aggressive. That bowl is perfectly sized to fully cover M-Boss, and M-Boss just can't push Mr. Cat anywhere near that pit. As I say that, they're getting really close, but now they're running away. Mr. Cat, once again, escaping the jaws of the abyss.
Yeah, definitely. They are doing a very good job of staying out of harm's way in this fight, though N-Boss a good push there and a great set of attacks. The wheels of N-Boss now off of the ground.
And now you can hear the
Roboteers.
Roboteers.
Push.
The Roboteers know what's happening. M-Boss is stuck on Mr. Cat. Mr.
Trying
Cat.
to spin up, but to no avail.
And Mr. Cat is slowly pushing.
And that is it for the fight. A very good end for Mr. Cat's Mouse House, and that's going to be a tough judge's decision, I think. We're seeing the replay. N-Boss with an excellent push around the arena. Mr. Cat's Mouse House getting control at the end, though, lifting those wheels off of the ground. That is the downside to two-wheel drive. If those two wheels are off, they can't go anywhere.
So it's interesting here because, yes, there was damage done to the bowl of Mr. Cat, but really you have to say it was sacrificial damage because Mr. Cat, they expected that bowl to be damaged. Their strategy didn't really rely on the bowl containing N-Boss. It was just there to really hide N-Boss and then give them a chance to grapple them and place them into the pit.
One of the best things about having the bowl over the top, though, as you said, is hiding them. You can't see what's going on in that bowl, and therefore, who knows what aggression and damage is going on. It hides it from the judges, who, as I say that, are now getting up to go and inspect the robots.
So we are seeing some inspection being done. This is a really difficult decision for the judges. You know it's difficult. As soon as they start going in to seek out what damage has been done, as soon as they go to look at the robots themselves, that's when you know it's a difficult decision. And I'm still not sure where that tape came from, where that shrapnel came from early into the fight. It potentially was part of the bowl of Mr. Cat. Yeah. I thought Mr. Cat potentially had some tape dangling in like a flycatcher.
Some sort of entanglement weapon.
To entangle, exactly. Is that allowed in
Now,
in
I'm not sure if entanglement is allowed or not within Beetleweight Robot Combat. I've not read the rulebook recently, but I will need somebody more knowledgeable than I to tell me.
Well, we'll see if we can get the judges to tell us at some point, or maybe Gareth can come over, or talk to the arena.
So we're just discussing
allowed, and we're just getting the decision there from some of the referees, some of the judges who would tell us. I'm very intrigued, I'm not too sure, but a very good conversation is being had now between the Roboteers and the judges, so some serious inspectment is going on.
So we're just going to have some clarification on that entanglement rule within Beetle Wave Robot Combat.
Yeah, so entanglement-wise, we're not allowed to deliberately entangle. If an entanglement does happen, that's non-intentional, then that can stand.
Yeah.
But if it binds the two robots together or similar, then they can be separated.
Okay.
It depends how long it lasts for, several factors, how early on into the fight it is.
Yeah. I believe then that entanglement was accidental, or the piece of tape coming out, it wasn't intentional entanglement, it was holding the bowl together or something inside the bowl together.
So the best comparison would be is, say a hit took place in the fight and a piece of the robot was on the floor. If the other robot then gets stuck on that piece of robot on the floor, it's a sort of entanglement, but that would be allowed to stand because that damage has been caused during the fight and it's effectively got sucked up during the fight. So whilst intentional entanglement is certainly not allowed, anything that happens as a result of battle damage and so on, getting stuck on battle damage, so on, is allowed to stand, but there may be a separation depending on the circumstances.
Thank you very much for that clarification. We have a judge's decision from Mr. Tim Rackers.
But they're going to sit down, so this is an intriguing one. Please talk us through it.
So we were talking with Craig and Shane after the fight. One of the concerns was the tape there as structural? Was it, what was it there for? And we've spoken through with Shane and Craig, and they're both amicable about it. It does look structural. He hasn't got much weight to play with structurally, so we're going to say that it was structural. So on the basis that he stopped the weapon and also was in control most of the fight, we're going to go with Mr. Cat's Mouse House.
There we go. The winner is Mr. Cat's Mouse House. And it stops the reign of terror of End Boss.
Hi, Slink.
I need to ask a question. When are the cat bowls going to become commercially available?
Wilco, 95p, and then some white vinyl.
Make
your own DIY instructions, everyone.
Show us on the BBB Facebook page your own cat bowl hats. We'd love to see them at home.
Do you want to say something, Shane?
I mean, I wore it. It's very comfortable. I wore it for the whole fight, so I would recommend buying one. They are very comfortable.
And it stops the people from reading your brain, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Thank you very much, you two, and well done.
Thank you for Shane for being so sportsmanly about that one.
The structural tape will go down in history as an upset.
I think Craig is over the moon with that one. He truly is bouncing off the walls.
So we have coming up Enigma versus Ramdice Lamco, Head for the Exit and Dr. Zayas, Corrosive and Toss the 3 Flipping Spree. And in the arena, no, they've just been taken out of the arena. I don't know quite what's going on. Something has just gone missing.
Well, I'm not too sure what's happening on the upcoming battles, but Roboteers, if you are due up for competition, please make your way to the ready tables.
Those 3 fights are our last 3 fights of the heats. At that point, we will be deciding who makes it into the Eliminator Rumbles. Those Rumbles will be our second place robots in each heat, plus the top 4 finishers in 3rd place from all over the competition. Whoever's got the most points in 3rd place will go into those Rumbles as well. 3 robots go in, 1 can go into the round of 16 from each. There will be 5 of those Rumbles. It's going to be exciting.
And eventually we will crown the champion of Robot Rebellion.
Indeed we will. In the arena being loaded in at the minute is our Dutch contingent, Head for the Exit.
Come on, guys, we need more cheering going on. I know the sun's hot outside, but inside we're in the shade. We got a lovely breeze coming through. Let's keep the cheering up. Let's keep the camaraderie going. So, what is the weapon on this vehicle?
It is going to be a 4-bar saw. It's going to lift forwards and cut into the opponent with that saw blade. Different to the spinners we've seen so far. It has lots of little teeth, very jagged, looking to cut through the plastic armor, cut through the metal armor, do some lovely damage, and we might get to see some sparks depending on the opponent if it gets through some metal Head for the exit. They've had a bit of issues so far in the tournament, but hopefully they're going to get some points on the board with this fight.
And their competitor, Dr. Zeiss, will be entering the arena very shortly. There's a lot of safety guards to come off of Head for the Exit, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. That saw blade needs to have something covering it. There needs to be something stopping the saw from moving as well, so they have mole grips on it, sharp edge protection on the front wedge. There's plenty going on this robot, and the plastic is all hand bent using a heat gun and just melting it down just slightly so that it can bend, which is very, very difficult to do with 10mm thick HDP, as you can see on that robot.
To me, it looks like a slightly different saw on Head for the Exit than what we saw yesterday.
It does look slightly larger. We saw yesterday.
Terrible.
Anyway, we saw yesterday that the saw blade broke. It shattered against corrosive, the drum spinner. So perhaps bringing in a slightly bigger one, something that can cut through metal. As you can see, the armor on Dr. Zayas is an all-metal construction.
Well, the countdown is beginning. We will start from 3, 2, 1. Activate. And wow, look ahead for the exit, getting really quick off the mark, and they are already entrapping their opponent up against the pit wall. They're stopping that spinning disc from getting operational. And did we see the saw come down and start to cut in? I'm not too sure.
I think it was struggling to get forwards enough to be able to cut in. This is it though, getting some lovely sawing and some sparks in there. You can see it doing some damage.
So they have 10 seconds. They have 10 seconds to pin them into the corner and to do this damage. And now they have to let their opponent go, and once again pinning them immediately afterwards. Dr. Zeiss is kind of struggling in this fight. Head for the exit, taking control.
That spinner is not spinning, and more saw blade marks going in. It's right next to where that weapon belt is. They're hoping to cut through it to stop that weapon from spinning completely.
And they have to be careful. Head for the exit has to be careful not to put too much pressure on that saw blade. It's quite a thin blade and it can snap very easily.
Dr. Zeiss, I've also just noticed, has their removable link on the very top of the robot. If the saw can get through that, the robot will be shut off completely, and there will be an immobilization.
So once again, we're seeing an entrapment, a pin up into the red zone, and now they're letting them go, but they don't go very far. And wow, Head for the exit is just staying on top of them non-stop this fight. There's going to be many, many gashes into Dr. Zeus when they get back out of this arena. Look
Lovely
at the
sparks from that robot there. Dr. Zeiss is getting all sorts of damage, and you have to think that Head for the exit is just dominating this fight in the last 30 seconds.
So only 30 seconds of torture left to continue, and we're hearing the Roboteers laughing around the arena. They're feeling the pain. They're feeling the pain for Dr. Zeiss. They know what this feels like. Head for the exit is giving no mercy, and Dr. Zeiss is still in this fight. So can they get some separation?
And it is still spinning as well.
And the spinner is now actually up and running. So if
or is it? It's stopped, but there's not going to be long enough as there's only 3 seconds left on the clock. That is time. No time for the count out there. So it will indeed go to the judges.
And that means, that's really important, because that means a minimum of 2 points is up for grabs, a maximum of 3.
Yes.
Keeping those points really close, and hopefully we'll see how that leads them into the final points tally. But if Dr. Zeiss, if you can come over to us once you've collected your robot, we'd love to see the, well, I say we'd love to. We hate seeing the damage, but we'd love to see what was done. And Jevon, I believe you're just checking the points here.
I am indeed. I'm trying to find the heat. I don't think it's going to have much tournament implications. But certainly a good fun fight.
So we're getting Dr. Zeiss over here. You can see the replay on the screen now, and well, you're kind of just sat watching your robot get sawed into.
Well, it was a bit more than the previous day, so I managed to move this time. I had to do some modification to it the other day. I'm happy considering it's the first experience I had, and literally we took it apart 2 days ago, and first time in the contest, first time in the whole thing. So I'll definitely come back with a new thing. I've got an idea of whatever you guys are using. So yeah, I caught the bug.
Stuff. Can we show the camera the damage?
There isn't actually that much damage, I don't think.
A couple of cuts and scrapes, a couple of cuts to the tyres I'm seeing as well. That could have been potentially.
Yeah, at the end it kind of stopped completely. I don't know if something grabbed or, but yeah, it survived, all right. Yeah. No, it
A
was
good fight all round. Enjoyable, and are you enjoying the competition?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely going to come back.
Excellent, that's great to hear. Thank you very much. We will hopefully very quickly talk to we've just spoken to Dr. Silas. Where is Head for the Exit? He's taking photos of his robot. Come and talk to us, Greg. Come and talk to us.
No, don't worry
Here
about
he
keeping
is.
us waiting. We'll get to talk to you eventually.
A much better fight for you, I think.
This was so satisfying after the total meddling, chaos, stressful day we had.
So we saw
yesterday.
after one of your hits yesterday, you landed and stopped dead. What had happened there?
Well, it actually, the link came loose. We have this saying as roboteers, you tape it or lose it, and in all the stress of having to prepare my robot in the final 10 minutes before the fight, I forgot to bring some actual proper tape. So it now held on, and I thought, just go full send. I was out of the tournament anyway. So I've got this whole elaborate anti-horizontal setup, and I thought, no, it was driving lovely. Let's just go and bully people.
Well, we have the judge's decision in, and the winner unanimously was Head for the Exit. So well done. And we are now back down in the arena with our next two robots. It is Corrosive in the red square and Tosser 3 Flipping Spree in the blue.
So two good friends from BBB are going to be fighting against each other. Sam's limbering up over here, getting ready to get going.
Here we go then. Up to speed is Corrosive, but on the flipper of Tosser 3, and timing its flips yesterday very well. Will it time its flips again today?
And Flipping Spree, they know exactly what they need to avoid. That spinner, and it's no, but they're good competition here. So it's Flipping Spree getting their competitor Corrosive off of that wall, and listen to the damage there. Cover your ears if you need to, if you're in the arena. That is quite loud. And Flipping Spree now with a good pin and an even better flip.
There. Much better flip there from Tosser 3. Corrosive back up on its back, but let back down with a big flip. Corrosive, that drum spinner is down at the moment. Whether they're just waiting to get it spun up or what, I'm not sure. But it isn't spinning very well.
And a good
Tosser is doing
shove.
very well.
A really good shove there from Flipping Spree, putting them all the way across the arena into the wall. The pit has been activated, and they're very close to that edge. Corrosive very on the edge there and almost getting in, but they're darting around, and Flipping Spree is there to cut them off. Are they going to be able to escape this area? Flipping Spree is actually going in to join them. No, they're thinking
Very
better
good
of it.
driving from Sam, hiding in the corner. He's getting very close to going in, but not quite going down. And Tosser was very close to going in there. We were talking about this earlier, the tactics of hiding around the pit to make your opponent fall down.
And that really became a game of chess. You can see Corrosive, they knew they needed to escape that corner, but they didn't know which way to go, and Flipping Spree was ready. Flipping Spree almost going into the pit themselves. And listen to the damage now, Corrosive. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so close to going down. I don't even know what happened there. That was incredible. Tosser was right over the pit and just sort of hovered back out again.
So there's less than 20 seconds.
There we go. Corrosive down the pit. Good God, what happened there?
What a fight. That had all of the chaos you can want. Flipping Spree, really in control, flipping Corrosive around the arena. Then there was that calm game of chess as they both tried to escape the pit corner. But
excellent
eventually,
sportsmanship from Tosser to get them back down off the wall to keep the fight going, and so glad they did. That was an incredible fight. We're watching the replay, and I'm not sure what happens when the pit opens, because from that point on, all physics and sense goes out of the window.
well, Flipping Spree is such a quick robot. You actually saw they drove straight over the pit and almost used the pit latch as a ramp to get back out. That's how much speed they had when they ran over the pit opening. And now you can see Corrosive really just being thrown around the arena, and that was where we see the pit button being activated.
Corrosive,
so
I thought, was
Spree.
getting very close to going down the pit at that point. They couldn't get away. Sam very cleverly drives backwards, hides in the corner.
And now we've got the game of chess, the cat and mouse. Do you or don't you? As Flipping Spree thinks about going in, but thinks better of it. And then this is where Corrosive, they escape. They wait for the right moment, and then they escape out of that corner, and that really just allowed Flipping Spree to chase you down. Sam, how was that fight from your perspective?
I thought it was really good. It's the best it's worked all weekend, and then it stopped, and then the tooth came out again.
And Flipping Spree has been so competitive in this competition. You knew you had a tough challenge ahead of you.
Gareth is actually the first person I ever fought when I first started doing Beetles, and he's just so good. And his robots are amazing to watch, and it's so powerful. I knew I had to hit him quick, and if I didn't have the control, I knew I wasn't going to last very long, and ended up getting pitted.
So how have you both matured as you've both competed, gained experience? Who do you think's been maturing the best?
Oh, Gareth, he is Dr. Brushless for a reason. He's wonderful.
But being good friends, has he given you any tips for your robot? Or, well, realistically, you don't really need him because corrosive is quite a damaging beast.
It's good on its day. I've had a really rough weekend this weekend. There's been so many tiny little issues that have been scuppering everything, but hopefully I can get it fixed and back running again.
Absolutely, and I'm not sure where that's put you on the boards, but you're looking as if you're not going to go through. So are you going to be in any of the whiteboards later?
100%. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Who are you looking to compete against? Who would you like to challenge here and there?
I've got a date with Grapple Turnover and Enigma as well, so I'd love to see how they're getting on.
Maybe make it a freeway fight. What do you think?
I won't say no.
Well, it's looking like you are presently in second place in the heat, so you should be into the rumbles.
Yeah.
Not long to go until those rumbles, so you ought to go and get your screws tightened.
I'll go get it fixed again.
Best of luck, Corrosive.
And we're now waiting for our next fight. So, Roboteers, if you are due your robot fight, please make sure you are at the ready tables. And do we have a list of what battles are due to come up? We'll see if we can get that from the organisers very shortly.
I think we've got one more fight to come, which is Enigma versus Aramdai Slamco being loaded in now. And then we will draw the grand final eliminators to see who gets into that round of 16.
So what is the method for the draw? What are we going to be doing?
Well,
I asked a difficult
question. The second
question.
place finishers from each heat will be going automatically into those three-way rumbles. They will be spread out, they will be randomly drawn. We will then have the top 4 third place finishers from each heat. Not from each heat even, the top 4 from all of the heats going into them as well to make up the numbers. And the winners of each of those rumbles will be going into the round of 16. There are 5 spots to be filled, but after this fight we will go through who is guaranteed a spot in that round of 16.
But before we get ahead of ourselves, Enigma in the blue corner, Slamco in the red, and I am very intrigued. Enigma's been performing really well this fight, and Slamco has been struggling to get some traction, but this is a great opportunity for them to show what they are made of, to get back into this competition and just to have a bit of fun, really, have a bit more fun.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a good one, I think. A proper driving match.
And I can see a knife has been handed to Slamco, so clearly some issues there on the Slamco robot. They're just cutting something off. Jevon, do you have any idea what's currently being done on the robot?
So he's seeing if the drive belts being removed help it drive better. It's going to only be 2-wheel drive at this point. Half drive.
Half-wheel drive. Half-wheel drive. I've never heard of that before, but here we go. So, wishing Slamco the best of luck in this competition. Wishing Enigma the best of luck in this competition. 3, 2, 1. Activate. And Enigma's out of the block. Slamco, they've removed the belts. They've done a bit of work to try and improve the traction, improve the maneuverability.
They are low to the ground, and that lifter is working, but the drive hasn't really worked out for them.
So maybe cutting those belts was not the decision to be done. Enigma now with a good grapple, getting that flipper on top of Slamco. Into the red zone they are, and is that an immobilization for Slamco? They don't even appear to be moving. Enigma with a little tap. They're stopping, they're annoying the referee from the 10-second countdown. We are now in the second countdown. And could that be the end?
I think that probably is it. Enigma is the winner of that battle.
As soon as you see the Roboteer take their hands off the controller, you kind of know that's the end of it. And that is it. That is the end of our heats. We are now going into the
main tournament bracket eliminators to see who makes it. Basically.
I was going to say before the brackets themselves, before the elimination brackets themselves, we need to fill the places. So we are now into the playoffs.
Shall we, before we do that, run through who has automatic placement into that round of 16?
Well, I will stand by and let you and Gareth go through this, as this is the technical part.
So do you want me to go through those that are guaranteed spots?
So, Jevon, if you announce the 11 who have won the heats.
Yep, so the winner of Heat 1 was Baby Shrek on 16 points. The winner of Heat 2 was Boom Zoom on 15. The winner of Heat 3 was Stratus on 16. The winner of Heat 4 was Swag Demon on 15. The winner of Heat 5 was Babrog on 14. The winner of Heat 6 was Sir Lancerfrog on 12. The winner of Heat 7, when I find it, was Anomaly on 14. The winner of Heat 8 was Boring Bot on 15. The winner of Heat 9 was Igor on 14. The winner of Heat 10 was End Boss on 14. And the winner of Heat 11, our final heat, was Tosser 3 Flipping Spree on 16 points. We now go over to Gareth, who's going to run through the draw for the eliminators.
So, before we done the tournament, we set up a criteria for how robots would go through to the melees. So there are 11 robots currently through to the top 16. That means there are 5 robots left to go. So we're now going to draw 15 robots to fill 5 melees, 3-way melees. The winners of each melee will join the 11 heat winners in the top 16. The criteria was the robots that come second in their heat, and then if there is most points for third, we will award the third place with the most points. However, there are other criteria as well. Some heats have ended up with joint second places. So, for example, Heat 6, Voltergeist, Bad Father Mucker, and Grapple Turnover have all finished second place in their heat. As such, they take up some of the third place slots. The same goes for Heat 10, I believe that is. Yep. With Gear Down for What and Cat's Mouse House have both finished joint second. So again, they will both be going through to the melees. We then have the highest score in third place, who is Agro Wobbler Smithers Edition. And they will be joining AOB, Rust in Pieces, Grab Crab, Seventh Circle, Baby Deadbod, Gaelic Gladiator, Night Fury, and Corrosive as the 15 in the melees, which we shall now draw. The melees will take place at 1 o'clock, so you have just over half an hour. So there will be some whiteboards in the break for the audience, so there's going to be some fun. So here is the draw. Can do. In Melee 1, there will be Ultra Violence.
Still Melee 1?
Yeah, it takes a while to spin this.
That's all right. Also in Melee 1 will be Gaelic Gladiator. And the final spot in that first melee will be
Gear Down for What?
Okay, Heat 2. Or Melee 2 even. Will be Baby Deadbod.
They will be joined by AOB.
And the third and final competitor in that melee is Night Fury. You've got to feel sorry for AOB in that one.
The third melee will have Rust in Pieces.
Joining them will be Grab Crab. And the third and final in that third melee is
Bad Father Mucker.
in melee number 4. Corrosive will be taking on
Grapple Turnover.
and the third competitor in that three-way melee is Voltergeist, which means in our fifth and final melee, Mr. Cat's Mouse House will be taking on Seventh Circle and Agro Wobber Smidders Edition. These fights will be happening at 1 o'clock. You do not wish to miss them.
If anyone has any whiteboards they wish to partake in, please come to the Ready Up table so we can get some fights on for the audience to have some fun. So if you are out in a competition and you want to fight, please come to the Ready Up table.
Enough to do that. It's been long. Right, well, that does seem better. I haven't made control of that one. In the last fight, it was intermittently dropping out like every 4 seconds. Well, it was just like it would move for a second and then it would die. It would move for a second and die. Took it back to the table. Yeah, it's done that. Yeah. Took it back to the table and it was fine. And that box was fine. And here it's fine. It's very clear.
We have Jevon just confusingly looking at the stream just there. So for our audience, we're starting to get what we call whiteboard fights. These are robots who just want to fight each other and have a bit of fun. We're going to start loading them in a few minutes. The next competition fights are at 1 o'clock, but we're trying to get some fights sorted out for you just now. We've just finished our heats, so it'll be a few little minutes and then we'll have some fights going back in for you. Roboteers, if you have any robots out of the competition and want to do a boss battle versus a featherweight, for our audience, the featherweight is a robot that is 10 times as heavy as the rest of the robots. Featherweight Napalm in 5 minutes will be going in, so if you want to do a boss battle, all robots welcome to fight the featherweight. Have Baby Deadbod in the arena there, just doing a quick test. All good? Baby Deadbod is ish okay. So we're going to now load Napalm into the arena. We're going to test that its axe works. Napalm is a featherweight. It's another entry-level weight class, but it's about 10 times heavier than the beta weight, so 13.6 kilos rather than 1.5 kilos. We're going to test that the axe works before its fight, and we're then going to have a boss battle. So any roboteers who want to take on the robot that's much bigger than them, it's all versus one. So the sound you hear there is the hammer hitting, and the fart noise you hear after is the gearbox trying to retract. If you go to the blue square, Rara. So for the audience just joining us, we're getting some fights going in a few minutes' time. We're going to be doing some whiteboards before our competition starts back up at 1 o'clock. So now we're going to do a boss battle. The robot you see in there is about 10 times heavier than all the other competitors. It's going to fight all of them. So the question is it 10 chickens more scary than a 10 chicken sized duck? I don't know how that goes.
So Napalm here, you may recognise from her time on Robot Wars as a much bigger robot. But this is the exact descendant of Napalm from Robot Wars. She's powered by drill motors, so your sort of regular hardware store drill with a huge, huge hammer, which is about 80% of the weight. You'll notice that her armour is peeling off at the back, and that is traditional. She is meant to fall apart. But yeah, if you could all cheer for the boss, that would be great. Boss fight, boss fight, boss fight.
So we have CSB Echo loaded in. Rambo Slamco. And a robot with a very complicated name. I'm not going to
Zephyrus.
try. Yeah, there we go.
I might stand.
So this is the fight of the horse-sized chickens or the chicken-sized horses. We now also have Contradiction, and I believe that's the bar spinner, or the egg beater they've put on. That's the first time we've seen that this weekend. Been running some discs most of the weekend. So we have 2 spinners in there versus Napalm. Audience, who do you think is going to win? Napalm or all the beater weights? If you think it's Napalm, give us a cheer. There you go, Rara. Who thinks the beater weights are going to win? Give us a cheer. Who thinks the chicken's going to win? So we now have Annie, are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Is from Australia. She's feeling a little bit down under with all the time changes, but we also have a little toothbrush ant weight. Jevon's putting it. Ant weight's at 150 grams. That's another entry-level weight class. So if you think the featherweight looks big to all the beater weights look exactly the same to the ant weight. The box is locked. Could all the beater weights please get into the blue square? Sorry. Alright, all the beater weights to the blue square. Napalm in the red square. Close enough. On you, Dave.
Robot is standby. 3, 2, 1. Begin.
I'd love to commentate this, but I think it describes itself. The axe has now gone on Napalm. The side armour is also gone. Has all hope gone as well? Are we going to count down Napalm? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's a win for the beater weights. We're now going to take the robots out of the arena. This may take some time. I say our main competition starts back up at 1 o'clock, so that's in 20 minutes time. We're just doing a few little fun battles in the meantime. So Napalm there is based on a Series 1 Robot Wars, is it Series 1? Old series competitor, taking over the naming rights, rebuilt, smaller scale.
I think they're all disarmed now. Yeah. You go and get them. Craig? Yeah.
How would you have judged that fight, Ryan, if it went the distance? Do you think Napalm had a chance?
For me, the winner was the delicious ramen that I'm currently eating.
So we do have another whiteboard going in after this fight. We're currently just unloading the arena. It's taken some time because there was a lot of robots in the arena. So the next whiteboard, including the dragon, I think. How was that for you, Oliver?
I need to watch that back as soon as possible. That was very fun. I will. Part of Jerry's very small bot. Oh baby, what did they do to you? What did the meat do to you?
So Napalm now been taken out of the arena. There's some simple drill motors inside that robot. So if you ever go to Argos or any other good electronics store, you can buy some drills. Just take all the internals out, and the battery's good for use in robots. They often have a little light, which is used for good for robots. And you can just put some speed controllers on that, and you can build a simple robot and compete in it. We do other events that are much bigger than this. This is called the Beetle Weights. If anyone wants to get involved, we do have some cards to hand out. So we're now going to enter a whiteboard, I believe. Any whiteboard?
Have we got another whiteboard to go? Can you go there?
How's your hand weight there, Jevon?
Robot is stand by. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Vertex and Enigma doing some damage to one another. Good microphone. Well, that was over quickly. And the high jump competition was won by Enigma. The robots will be loaded back in because that was, quote, too short.
Sorry. Sounds right about that. There you go.
Robot is stand by. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Well, they have started once again, and Enigma is doing a good job of pushing, but then Vertex decided to stop that. The pit has been enabled. Circling each other, Vertex getting round the back of Enigma. Vertex hitting Enigma several times over. Oh, that face is not straight anymore, and is not even attached anymore, in fact. The pit button has been pressed, probably by flying debris. Enigma goes through a spiral through the air once again. A good lift there, though. Come in. Vertex's spinner is down, but back up again. Enigma just cutting off those angles, trying to push, being thrown through the air, trying to self-right. I'm not sure it's going to from that angle. Assisted by Vertex, pushed by Enigma now. Another spiral through the air, and that is going to be it. The winner is Vertex. Turn the thing on.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Oliver.
How you doing?
Doing all right. It's nearly lunchtime.
It is nearly lunchtime.
I should probably get lunch now, but
It'd be a good idea.
there's lovely whiteboards.
There are some lovely whiteboards.
I don't want to miss the whiteboards. Later on, apparently, we're going to get the saw-off round 2 with all the saw bots sawing each other, which is going to be fun. Good. I was just offered lunch by Judge Ryan there. It was 2 bits of some sort of vegetation on a spoon.
Only the best food for our commentators.
For our live audience, if you want to go and talk to some of the Roboteers, I'm sure they'd be willing to have a chat to you about how they've got started in robot combat and how we do it. What are you eating? That looks delicious. I'm going to go and see if the fish and chip van's still here and work out where it is in a minute.
That is a good question. I've not really had much of a chance to explore the rest of the gaming festival, so I can't tell you.
Are we enjoying the gaming festival, everyone in the audience? Yeah, woo. The docile lunchtime mood has set in. We need to raise those energy levels.
Well, they haven't enjoyed the rest of the gaming festival because they're all here.
They're all here
watching
enjoying the
robot combat.
robots. The best bit of the gaming festival. So I say anyway. Sorry, Army. Please don't. Get me. Being loaded into the box is some robots. We're I think going to see a sportsman fight.
We have
sportsman fight. We have Dragon being loaded in by Tom, who drives Baby Deadbob.
Baby Deadbob. Baby cousin of the big Deadbob.
Yeah. We haven't mentioned that. Deadbob is a heavyweight robot, and this is the Beetleweight version of that.
It is indeed a heavyweight robot weighing 100 kilos.
Good grief, the Dragon head's lift.
Kilos. About the size of your average washing machine.
Yep, we have got a couple of heavyweights on display behind them. Whatever that thing is.
That grey, green and tan box thing.
Yeah, that.
Far corner.
By the looks of things, we have Brug with a new weapon. Looks dangerous. The dinosaur grabber head of death.
Oh, I love it. This is the fun thing about whiteboards. That things that may not have worked out well in the main competition, it gives you time to enhance your robot, to upgrade it, and add new fun things that you might not want to put in on the tournament, like a dinosaur head.
I think that actually does work better than Brug has been without that.
that is true. It certainly, I think, will help itself right a little bit better than it was without the saw.
Maybe.
We will see. I'm being optimistic.
Yeah. They are facing Sproing, who's being loaded in. The flipper robot, who almost touches the floor now.
Oh, yeah, almost. Oh,
there we
now
go.
it touches the floor. Hello.
And attitude adjuster looking a little bit different to what you might have seen. This is the axe attachment for attitude adjuster, not the power hammer.
Again, lovely thing about whiteboards, you can run new and different things that you might not want to run in a main competition.
I think we're just about ready to begin this.
I think we are.
Without further ado, does somebody want to count us in? 20, 19, no.
Robot is standby.
There appears to be
3.
even more lollysticks behind the metal flipping panel of Sproing now.
Yeah, Sproing absolutely eviscerated by Ultraviolet. Just they had a big rebuild, but they seem to be working much better now.
Dragon with the dual grabbing heads there, looking at Sproing's back end, going for a bite.
But it's attitude adjuster doing all the work with the hammer at the moment.
And Brugg is trying to self-right with the dinosaur head.
I said it was going to self-right better. It's curse of the commentator again, isn't it?
I think so. I think you've definitely jinxed it.
Attitude adjuster in again on Dragon.
Some excellent axe blows from Scott. Oh, he's hit him in the teeth. You got to think that must hurt.
I don't really like the dentist. And again in on Brugg, who is still struggling on its back. Dragon slowly getting in some lift. Grabs. I know what I'm talking about. I've done this before.
Somebody has just had a removable link taken out, I think. Is it just... Okay, so Attitude Adjuster has just removed its own removable safety link. So that's dead. So the robot that was doing all the work is now out.
Okay, well, we'll see who picks up the scraps. So far, it is...
Going down.
Dragon has pushed the pit button there. Attitude Adjuster is in the pit.
It is gone.
If anybody else feels like they want to drive down, feel free.
So really, Dragon and Sproing being the most active robots left in the fight. Dragon seems to be out wedging Sproing here.
Yeah, Brugg is doing its best, I think. It's doing its best in the red square. Sproing trying to now get a flip in on Dragon, but not quite managing it.
9,
Dragon
8, 7,
moving
6,
slowly. There are
5,
5 seconds left in this
4,
fight.
3,
Counting down till
2,
the end of the fight.
1.
Gonna get just for a while.
I think we should do audience vote on this one. Audience, if you think that the flipper Sproing won, give us a cheer. If you think the dual dragon-headed Dragon won, cheer. As a win to Sproing. He's upside down. He's sad. Okay, please can we have the melees up to the ready table? Just a reminder of those tournament implication melees. Ultraviolence, Gaelic Gladiator, and Gear Down for What? Baby Deadpod, AOB and Night Fury, Rust in Pieces, Grab Crab and Bad Father Mucker, Corrosive, Grapple Turnover and Voltergeist, and Seventh Circle, Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition, and Mr. Cat's Mouse House. Meow meow.
Only one robot from each of those melees can progress further in the tournament.
Yes, only one to go through. The rest will be out and probably into some whiteboards.
Quite probably.
Once again, that's Ultraviolence, Gaelic Gladiator, Gear Down for What, Baby Deadbod, AOB, Night Fury, Rust in Pieces, Grab Crad, Bad Father Mucker, Corrosive, Grapple Turnover, Voltergeist, Seventh Circle, Aggro Wobber, and Mr. Cat's Mouse House up to the ready table. Yeah, Craig. airbrush cam there. It's, sweeping up the remnants of some robots, probably some of mine as well. We want to bring this in, this poor ruined mess of a robot. The Amway robot is not held together with glue anymore. In fact, it's held together with prayers.
Hey, I found a piece. Found a piece of your bristles.
Oh, more bristles. Excellent.
I'm sure those can be stuck back on. That'll buff out.
Not that I can see.
It's very broken. The servo horn's actually snapped. Annie hit me really hard.
That's what happens when you put an
Annie hit me so hard that it injected itself across the arena.
Just 150 grams against.
And yet I stayed still, and Annie ended up on. I think I came off the better, maybe.
There you go. Anything can happen in robot combat.
What are physics in robots?
There's a lot of other robot inside here. If you want to know how I went about building this, there is a couple of videos over on the World of Woodrow YouTube channel, which is where we are streaming the event, hopefully, again very soon. Just put this with the rest of the robot over there. And we were also gifted these mini Stroop waffles by Greg and Kathleen, all the way from the Netherlands. They look very tasty. Do you want a waffle? Bit of afters. Well, we're just about ready for our tournament bracket deciders. The last 5 places for our tournament bracket will be decided by 5 three-way melees. 1 from each goes through to the round of 16 to join the heat winners: Baby Shrek, Stratus, Babrog, Anomaly, Igor, Tosser 3 Flipping Spree, Boom Zoom, Swag Demon, Sir Lancer Frog, Boring Bot, and Endboss.
And while we wait, I have here the driver of Napalm, Metis, and this is not my beautiful wife, Evo, Rara.
I just wanted to let the audience that are here know that if they want to see up close to the insides of a robot, I've put Napalm back on display with one of the side panels off. So if anyone wants to see these sort of inner workings, how these robots come together, the sort of regular parts that we use, over by the sort of large brick stack forge thing, where the 2 heavyweight robots are sat, you can find Napalm, the featherweight that you would have seen earlier, with one of its side panels off, so you can have a look inside at all the juicy electronics inside.
Who took your side panel off?
Do you want the honest answer?
Was it you?
I took my side panel off. It was held together with 1 screw.
That wasn't very clever.
No, but it's Napalm, so... It's not meant to be good.
The Beatles won the boss battle.
I don't know if you've told from my robots this weekend, I don't build good robots.
You build fun robots, and we're glad you have them.
Exactly. Yeah. And go look at the inside of a robot and try and work out how to build one yourself. And come to an event, it's good, it's fun, do it.
You heard it there first. Lovely stuff. Well, we are gearing up to go into some of those lovely 3-way rumbles. You don't want to miss it, so stay tuned because those fights are about to begin. It is 1 o'clock.
Any robots we should be looking out for in those rumbles, Jim?
I think you should be looking out for Ultraviolence, Gaelic Gladiator, Gear Down for What, Baby Deadbod, AOB, Night Fury, Rust in Pieces, Grab Crab, Bad Father Mucker, Corrosive, Grapple Turnover, Voltiguyst, 7 Circle, Aggro Wobbler, and Mr. Cat's Mouse House.
All of them.
Yeah,
all deserve
basically.
their place here.
We have an announcement for the Roboteers from Mr. Tim Rackers.
So while we're going through all the rumbles, Roboteers, if you are out and there's still 3 robots in the arena, you put your controller on the top of the arena and the fight will continue until the end, right? So if only one is immobilized or counted out, you leave your controller on the arena. Do not touch the robot, do not move the robot, you are out.
Final word then from Tim.
Getting to the delicate stages of this competition, and We want to make it a fair contest.
We do indeed. Loading into the box at the moment is Night Fury, the current holder of the Beetle belt, hoping to stay in the competition to defend their title. If they're out, we will have a new winner of the Beetle belt, a new holder of the belt.
That is exciting.
And for those who don't know, the Beetle belt is an old robot weapon disc from a heavyweight robot way back when in Series 4
I think
of
it was,
Robot
yeah.
Wars. It is being held behind me. Come in, Eli, come in. Here is the Beetle belt. The Beetle belt here. The weapon of Scar. Old classic Robot Wars machine. Won one fight, retired, and has one of the highest winning records. But now we have a three-way battle on our hands for a spot in the round of 16. 2-minute fight, Night Fury, Baby Deadbod, and AOB.
And AOB seems stationary. I would have thought they would have been immediately into this fight, stopping the spinners from getting up and running.
I think
but
they may be a bit worried of each other. They are all very powerful robots, very capable of doing big damage!
And perfectly timed there, Jevon. The bottle now completely loose, but the flipper's still active.
I
for
think the
AOB.
bottle is still actually providing gas.
And the countdown has begun for AOB. They are upside down. They are not self-righting. Night Fury going in for some more hits, and they're getting massively knocked away. So Night Fury now only has one contender left to deal with.
But Baby Deadbod doesn't seem as mobile as Night Fury does.
And every time Night Fury approaches, they have a smaller spinner than their opponent, so they're getting knocked around every time they get close, and it is spinner to spinner, but the countdown has begun, or has it? No, it's been stopped now.
Just managing to get away from the side wall is Baby Deadbod and going weapon to weapon once again with Night Fury.
And NOB has been counted out. All they can do is watch the damage get done to their robot. Night Fury there waiting, looking. They keep touching nose to nose on the spinners. Is that the strategy that Night Fury should be deploying?
I'm not sure. There are some exposed wheels on Baby Deadbod if Night Fury can get around to them. Though Night Fury spinner seems still.
And Night Fury itself, both of the robots being still. So these spinners do an incredible amount of damage. They are doing the toll. And well, now it's coming down more to a maneuverability battle. The spinners are both deactivated. Will we see the pit button hit? Night Fury trying to zigzag their way across. And maybe they're getting stuck on some of the debris on the arena floor.
Night Fury has done very well to keep as mobile as it has throughout the battle. Baby Deadbod definitely struggling, but that spinner is still moving.
And the final countdown has begun.
And that is the fight. It goes to the judges.
Round of applause to the Roboteers.
A decision between Night Fury and Baby Deadbod.
So AOB, yes, knocked out quite early into that competition.
Yeah, you have
just
to
as
feel
you
sorry
timed
for
it
them.
perfectly.
Have to feel
Huge
really
amount of
sorry for them.
damage.
Two big spinners against the flipper of AOB.
But that
was a
being
rough
said,
one.
AOB, they didn't get into the fight the way I thought they would. I would have expected them to charge right in, stop the spinners from getting up to speed. They didn't. They stayed
held back.
still.
Yeah.
And maybe that was their downfall.
And I believe the judges are going to inspect the damage on both Baby Deadbod and Night Fury to see who wins that category.
And of course, the damage is going to be really interesting because Night Fury and Baby Deadbod, their spinners were hitting kind of nose to nose, which really meant that they were just deflecting off of their most powerful weapon rather than doing damage to the chassis of the robot, rather than actually ripping in to the internals. So I'm not so sure which way that's going to go. I think Night Fury for me, more in control. Don't know what you're thinking, Jevon.
I think Night Fury certainly more controlled. I don't know whether the damage to the weapon of Night Fury will go against them. Potentially Baby Deadbod on damage, but their mobility was lower. Aggression, you have to think, is Night Fury's. They are going in for the attacks. They are initiating those. So I would say aggression their way. And then it's just down to who had the better tactics.
The strategy element.
Yes. That's a tough one to work out. They were, as you said, going weapon to weapon a lot. I wouldn't say that's the best strategy for either robot.
No, absolutely. And Night Fury, being the more mobile, you would expect them to go around the side, get into the side of the robot. They just didn't. So I'm very intrigued. The robot is having a lovely conversation with the judges, so I'm very intrigued. We'll get a response, and we've just heard it from the judges themselves. This is a tough one. When it comes to damage, is the damage they inflicted to AOB also considered?
It is indeed, yeah. We have to consider the damage from the entire fight, not just the two robots that are left.
So once again, I think the one who did the most damage there to AOB, I can't quite remember whether it was Deadbod or Night Fury. But we're trying to get the replay up. The judges are asking for a replay as well, so definitely is important. So we might get a delayed decision for this fight. Meanwhile, we're loading into the ring some more competitors, so we're going to get some more fighting underway.
We have loaded into the blue square Gear Down for What, who's done very well so far in the competition. Next coming in is Gaelic Gladiator, Shane Nail's second robot.
A dangerous, dangerous egg beater robot. So those who are young in the audience, please mind your ears. There will be some heavy contacts, and if that drum beater hits the floor, it'll be quite loud. So be warned. And I was talking to Gear Down before this fight. They have 2 spinners in this competition, and that robot is not designed for freeway fights.
No, it's certainly a one-on-one melee robot. Very difficult to control, very fast, very agile. But you've got to think what comes with that. It's the issues with trying to control such a machine. It's so quick that you have to be thinking about 5 steps ahead before you're actually making the move.
And that means that you need to predict what your opponents are going to do. You can't go to where they are, you need to go to where they're going to be. And really, really challenging competition we have coming up in front of us. I'm actually terrified. Ultraviolence, I believe, now going into the arena?
It is indeed, yeah. We've seen a great recovery from this robot over the last few fights. Started a bit rough, but is working quite nicely now.
And that really shows you all you need is an extra night in the hotel, do a bit more fettling, and you can get that robot working absolutely brilliantly. So yes, when we start the countdown, do mind your ears. This is going to be a very loud competition. There's going to be a lot of, or potentially even robots being thrown up against the side of the arena.
Side walls, roof, out of the arena, pit, who knows?
So if you are here with us, welcome to Rapture Rebellion. This is a robot competition where the winner will be crowned at the end of the day. And join us for the countdown as we start this competition from 3, 2, 1, activate!
Here we go then. Spinning up to speed is Gaelic Gladiator, getting a good hit on Ultraviolence, is now bouncing off the floor.
And I did warn you, the absolute noise of Ultraviolence is absolutely deafening. And
Gear Down for What, I think, is tactically retreating at the moment.
And you can see, so Egg Beater's doing all of the damage there. Gaelic Gladiator up into the air, Ultraviolence as well. Gaelic Gladiator driving over the back of Ultraviolence, and I'm seeing some real damage there to Gear Down for What.
Yeah, definitely that top panel that covers some of the internals is now loose, but they're still attacking, they're still functional.
And really Gear Down for What, waiting for the pit button to become enabled, which it is, and now the pit is lowered. Gaelic Gladiator, Ultraviolence having a little tussle between the two.
On Ultraviolence, and another one on Gaelic Gladiator, bouncing off the front of Gear Down for What, who gets a good few axe swings in.
And now we're seeing Gaelic Gladiator trying to push Gear Down for What towards the pits. Ultraviolence, they're struggling. Their egg meter is now running up and down against the arena floor. That's not going to be useful for them. Gaelic Gladiator close to the pit, not quite falling in, but Gear Down doing a great job to guide them over in that direction. A brilliant shove.
Need to be very careful in these fights when you're pushing someone down the pit, that there's not somebody behind you there to carry the train on and push you down as well.
The danger of the freeway fight, so close to the Uta zone. Gaelic Gladiator just surviving, and Ultraviolence has really been almost neutralized in this fight. They're just struggling around the arena, not really doing much damage.
A great hit there from Gear Down for What, down the pit, and so it's just the upside down Ultraviolence and Gear Down for What, who's moving them closer and closer to that pit. Getting a good grapple in.
Using that axe there to maneuver. Gear Down is doing a brilliant job.
Gear Down
for what is your next placement in the round of 60?
A robot not designed for triple-A combat, not designed to go up against egg beaters and spinners. They're through! They're through into the competition.
Excellently driven, has been all weekend. That was an absolute barnstormer of a fight. Thoroughly enjoyable.
And you can see the celebrations from the Roboteers. That's a real favourite. That's gone down really well. The fact that they were able to survive, the strategy they deployed, they stayed out of trouble in the first half of that fight. They waited for the pit button to become active, and as soon as it was active, their game plan was set. They knew what they were doing. Gaelic Gladiator, Ultraviolence, they were busy battling each other.
Yeah, the spinners went at each other, and as you said, geared out for what? Had a game plan, they had a strategy in place. Only the smallest piece of damage that, you know, just uncovered the electronics. That's all it does. It is literally just there. We also have a judge's decision from the previous battle.
So Roboteers, listen up.
It is a split decision in favour of Night Fury.
So the champion is progressing, and we have one of the judges here with us to, well, you've requested a chance to explain.
Yes, I've requested an audience with the stream and the live audience, because that was a tough one. As you can see, we did go and take a look at the physical damage. The key thing it really came down to with Night Fury was the control it had throughout that fight. It was on the aggressive a lot, it was still managing to maneuver its opponent, and at the end of the day, Baby Deadbot did have to work very hard to avoid a couple of countouts.
Yeah.
And those just swung it, even though the damage was against Night Fury, not by a huge amount, but by enough. It just went the other way because of those factors. Really hard judge to fight to judge. If we don't have any more of those today, I'll be very happy.
Thank you very much, Judge Ryan.
Meanwhile, me and Jevon are here saying, we want more of that.
We want more,
much more of that.
close fights. We have 3 more robots being loaded in. Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition is being loaded into the box with a new fork setup, outside fork to try and get underneath Dave Weston's robot, which is this thing here, 7th Circle. Has been tearing robots limb from limb, bot part from bot part all weekend. It's going to be a tough one.
So we're just quickly behind us, we just have some damage being shown. And wow, that is some real damage on the back of Baby Deadbot. So, just manoeuvring themselves. Mr. Cat was sharing a corner, and they like to be alone. They like to be alone for the start of the fight, so we are ready to get going. Audience, help us count in the Roboteers from 3. 3, 2, 1. Activate! And Mr. Cat going straight after that spinner.
The same tactic we saw against End Boss, and the same thing has happened again. The bowl has been shredded. Aggro Wobber now going into pin them as well.
And Mr. Cat is now upside down. Aggro up against the side of the arena, 7th Circle doing some damage. They're struggling, they're trying to get through this fight. But both of the pusher robots, they know what they need to do. They need to attack, they need to be on 7th Circle non-stop. And 7th Circle now riding on top of Aggro.
Yeah, good lift there from Aggro Wobber, getting them up onto their side. It's not a good place for 7th Circle because we've seen the gyro effect of these robots. If they go flying over, that could be it for 7th Circle.
So Mr. Cat, I think, working together with Aggro
Big
Wobber.
hit there, loses a wheel, does Aggro Wobber, but it has 3 more.
And look at
Big
the
damage to the bowl as well.
And now the underside of Mr. Cat is exposed. That cat has shown their belly, being grinded against, being cut into by 7th Circle. The arena floor has been dropped. 7th Circle keeping the fight well away from that area, putting Aggro up against the wall.
Aggro Wobber's forks are all kinds of bent up now. They're not getting under anything with them.
And Mr. Cat once again exposing their belly. That bowl arm is just so top heavy that it flips the robot over, really stops them being able to control this fight. But
there's not much of Cat House left.
One eye left of the cat, and that's a wheel flying off of the cat. So Aggro and the cat both losing a wheel. 7th Circle doing real damage, and look at the top of that bowl getting destroyed. Can Aggro work together with Mr. Cat?
Oh, huge hit, gets thrown up into the ceiling. Aggro Wobber is still, and I think that is going to be it for them. Mr. Cat's Mouse House, there's no bowl left.
And they're just trying to stay alive. Aggro Wobber has been counted out. Only 10 seconds left of this fight, and there's that Mr. Cat out as well. Looking at the Roboteer, they're trying to get some movement, but they're not really able to do anything. They're looking at the clock, which is going to count out first.
It was just in time. The count out happens.
So the count out beat the arena clock, and that means that Seventh Circle
is the winner. A very close one there, Seventh Circle. Oh, it's not. It was counted out. We just heard from Ref Tim, it was indeed counted out.
So that means Seventh Circle will progress into the competition, and I'm very much enjoying these freeway fights. So Jevon, looking at the carnage in the arena, that bowl, there is not a single piece left of it really. It's all turned into confetti.
I think it might be recycled plastic at this point.
Something to sprinkle over the arena floor to give you a bit more traction, just a bit more grip.
So I'm just hearing from arena side that the count out was not quite in time with the clock. However, the judges have given a unanimous decision in favour of Seventh Circle. Either way, Seventh Circle is your winner.
And you have to say that's pretty obvious when you consider the damage done to Mr. Cat's mouse house. A wheel's been missing. We're looking at the replay now. A wheel has been missing off of Mr. Cat. A wheel is missing off of Aggro. Tremendous damage, and Craig is now getting into the arena to retrieve all of the robots. So watching the replay, and wow, just that was when the bowl really got shattered. One eye left really for Mr. Cat. And Aggro and Mr. Cat, they didn't work together as much as I expected in that fight.
No, well I think they started off doing, and then Aggro Robert got roofed, thrown into the ceiling. I think it very nearly got hung up in the corner. It's only ever happened once in Robot Combat history that a robot has been hanged down from the ceiling. Aggro Robert very close to becoming the second there.
Does that count as a count out if you're hanging from the ceiling?
If you can't move anymore, that is indeed a count out. It's an impressive one.
Very much so, very impressive one. So, all of that plastic shrapnel being placed into the pit now. Craig doing a brilliant job to clean up the mess that he helped create. It wasn't fully his fault. Seventh Circle, you have to say, was the true destructor there. And the next fight is getting ready to be loaded in. We can see Mr. Grab Crab. I'm very excited to see that robot re-enter the arena.
We also have Rust in Pieces going in. The multi-bot, cluster bot, whatever you want to call it.
The cluster bot, the pairing of Roboteers, and I wonder what kind of strategy we're going to see deployed, because it's a very obvious strategy for Mr. Grab Crab. Pick him up, chuck him into the Uta zone, or even better, into the abyss of the pit. But for the cluster bots of Rust in Pieces, I'm not so sure what they're going to do. Their flippers are not powerful enough, in my opinion, to put Mr. Grab over the outer zone.
Certainly not, so they're going to be looking to control the battle, try and push Grab Crab or the other robot in this match, which is going to be difficult. We'll get to them in a second. Around the arena, perhaps use the pit. That other robot in this fight is Bad Father Bucker, who may well just throw itself about anyway.
So everyone in the arena, please stick with us for this next fight. Bad is an incredible robot that has a tendency to lose control and do damage to anything in its path. So very excited to see how they perform in this event. And we have Craig with Mr. Cat's Mouse House joining us now. Talk to us about that fight and what damage you have.
Meow ow.
That was sick. That was so much fun. Yeah, no secrets for the fact that we were going to team up against the big spinner. What a plan. And it kind of nearly worked. It nearly worked.
Nearly worked. I think Aggro Webber let you down a bit by being thrown into the roof. I mean, not really its fault, but...
I'm not going to blame David.
No.
I think there was a big, scary, spinny thing that might have done that.
And David's actually got a second or two to come and talk to us. So David, come and talk to us, because you're often by the arena. Let's actually have a chat with you. I'll hand over the microphone.
That went very, very well for Seventh Circle, I think.
That was scary. Honestly, when I got two robots that I know want me out, when Craig pinned me into the corner, it gave me no option to spin up. I thought, oh, this is going to be like this for the whole fight. I'm just going to get smothered the entire time. Thankfully, he left me just about enough wiggle room to turn the disc to start breaking the started to break the bolt, and then I just had to go full send it just to get anywhere near them, and eventually, this started to happen. It's very difficult to get under that, because that's such a thin thing.
You caused immense damage to this. You roofed Aggro Wobber with one of your hits. It very nearly got hung up by one of its little forks there as well. That would have been...
Those forks were very effective. I know he put those on specifically for me. They did work until I got rid of them. I didn't realise I did that.
Can I bring that to the camera? Let's just have a look at. You can now see inside Aggro Wobber.
There's a slight panel gap.
The forks.
I'm sure it'll buff out.
They're meant to be sort of flat.
Yeah, it's a bit damaged, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're still going for a whiteboard later on. We're going to be ready. We're going to be prepared. Yeah, we straight back in again.
Yeah. Everything's good.
We're all back.
Well done for getting this far into the competition, both of you. Congratulations to Dave, who makes it into the round of 16. And we are just doing some arena repairs, are we? Or no, there seems to be something going on with Grab Crab up there. Oh, so there are some arena repairs. There's still a lot of Mr. Cat's Mouse House in the arena. I think that might be an all-day job trying to sweep that up.
Yeah, slowly and surely we'll start sweeping that out of the way. So welcome to everyone who has joined us in the arena here today. This is Robot Rebellion. We are a Robot Wars style competition that takes place around the country. You can be a part of this, get involved. If you want to talk and find a bit more about the robots, please do go and talk to the Roboteers. The Roboteers will be more than happy to point you in the direction of where you can go to and be a part of such an amazing challenge. The community here is also absolutely fantastic. Entering the arena last is Bad with a vertical spinner. They have a tendency to lose control and do an incredible amount of damage. So stick around, because this is going to be a great fight to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Bad Father Mucker is the uncontrollable, chaotic element in this fight that seems to cause so much damage that it gets through to this place where it could make the top 16. It is so wild, so out there, but does so much damage along the way that by the time it's landed, everybody else has also stopped moving.
And up against the pit button we have Grab Crab, and then in the blue zone, Rust in Pieces. And for the new audience who are here, there are a number of ways you can win. This is a triple threat fight. One of the ways you can win is through knockout. This is where you stop your opponent from moving, you immobilize your opponent, and through that, claim victory. The little triangled area behind the pit button, that's known as the Outer Zone. If you hit any part of the floor in the Outer Zone, you are out of the competition. And lastly, the ever famous, the Abyss of the Pit.
The Pit of Oblivion is here to take in all opponents who dare cross its threshold.
So, they are what the competitors are looking to do. Either do enough damage where your opponent stops moving and you claim a knockout victory, chuck your opponent out of the arena into the Outer Zone, or once the pit button is enabled, it's worth noting the pit button is not enabled until 30 seconds into the fight.
Yep.
So there will be a moment without the pit button even being a possibility, and that's really where I think the spinners, that's where they hold king, that's where they reign.
In that environment. If, of course, a fight doesn't end with a knockout, it will go to our esteemed judges, Tim, Ben and Ryan, who will decide the fight on damage control, aggression and strategy.
And this is all with a view to crown the Robot Rebellion champion. This has been a 2-day event. We have gone through a series of tournament brackets. We are now seeing the best of the best fight it out in elimination style fashion.
We're just seeing the arena repairs.
And we never talk about the arena much, so Jevon, talk to me about the construction of the arena.
The arena is a steel framed box. It has a steel floor on it so that the robots cannot break through, or it makes it a lot harder for them to. We now have double thickness polycarbonate on the walls, and that polycarb is thick as well, so that we don't get any arena breaches. Nothing can get through there. And we have some dangerous spinners, so it is all about safety.
And we have seen some robots get thrown up into the roof. So the polycarbonate does a fantastic job of containing the shrapnel, containing the carnage, and we're seeing the arena just go undergo some slight repairs on that. Wait is definitely worth it because destruction and carnage can come from any direction.
Now later on in the competition, when the robots need longer time to repair, get ready to come back into the arena, we'll have time for some whiteboard fights. These are fights where people that are out of the competition or the second robots of some roboteers will come in and do some exhibition fights just for the fun of the audience, both online and sat here with us today. And I have just had word from Mr. Tom Brewster that vertical spinner Drizzle is available to fight in whiteboards.
Drizzle's here in flesh, in person, well, in metal.
So perhaps a bit later on we may see Drizzle fighting some other robots in the arena. But for now, the doors are locked, the arena is repaired, and the robots are ready to do battle.
So audience, this is where we need your help. We need the audience participation. You're going to help the roboteers count it in and get ready for the fight. We'll wait for the red lights to come on, and then it will be a countdown from 3. So, waiting for the lights. A little hold as we get ready. And it goes to a judge's decision. No. All right, we'll get ready for a fight. So once again, some technical difficulties with the red lights.
The red lights tell us that, of course, the fight is about to begin. They will flash brightly red, and then they'll flash 3 times as we count in 3, 2, 1.
The tension,
we'll have activate.
the tension is getting very palpable now. We're waiting for this fight to begin. It might just be a case that we have to continue without the red lights.
Not only is it an endurance game for the robots, but also the arena.
Oh, I see some lights. Are we going to get fighting, everyone? Are you ready for a fight?
3, 2, 1, activate!
And Rest in Peace is splitting and going after Grab Crab as Bad Bod. There he goes, so Bad charging in, and now we're seeing robots flying into the air, and Bad itself is running around the arena. Grab Crab staying in the middle. They're chasing down Bad, so Grab Crab is very much going for Bad. And look at that, as the Rust in Pieces cluster bots, they start to flip Bad. They know what their mission is. They want to get that spinner out of this competition.
Rust in Pieces tried to get a lift in there on Bad for the Mucker, but they did some damage to that lifter, and there's more damage being done as Bad for the Mucker rides up the front wedge of Rust in Pieces.
And this is where the cluster bot of Rust in Pieces is actually being penalised, because in one corner Bad was ripping to shreds the other robot. Grab Crab was actually working on...
Oh, there goes one half of Rust in Pieces. Remember, both halves have to be eliminated.
And that was a good grab there by Grab Crab. They got around the wheel of Bad, and that allowed them to manoeuvre the Bad, and now they're gripping in. Are they going to survive? Are they going to survive that drill that's going around that drum spinner? I think Grab Crab's actually out of the competition. He seems to be stopped.
He's definitely still. But Rust in Pieces, one half of it is still in the battle and may still be able to win it against Bad for the Mucker. It's going to be an uphill battle because obviously this is only half the weight of a full-size Beetle weight robot in Rust in Pieces.
So once Grab Crab's been counted out, they're now stationary. The Roboteer will drop their controls, and it's really now just up to Rust in Pieces. They're doing everything they can.
The
30
lifter
seconds
has been
left.
taken off of Rust in Pieces, but he's still doing a good job of pushing Bad for the Mucker all around the arena.
30 seconds left. Will we see an elimination by the pits, or will we see destruction as Rust in Pieces continues to take on Bad getting close to the pit? This is what we're talking about. You have to be controlled. Not long left now.
Rust in Pieces pushing back, doing very well. They've got wheels over.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rust in Pieces goes through to the round of 16.
So Rust in Pieces, one robot in the Utah zone, the other left to survive, and Bad finding their way into the pit. And we're just confirmed by the judges. I was counted down watching the stream. 1.5 seconds was left on the clock. All Bad had to do was sit stationary. But no, they found themselves mobile and running into the pit. Rust in Pieces advances.
They do indeed, and my heart cannot take that sort of action too much. That is what we come for, the edge of the seat action. So very tense, but a pitting there. Bad for the Mucker, who did a lot of damage along the way, threw out one half of Rust in Pieces. 1.5 seconds left on that clock, and down they went into the pit.
And that is the difference between victory or defeat. 1.5 seconds.
As they say, anything can happen, and probably will in robot combat.
So Grab Crab with a fantastic display all event, unfortunately being knocked out in that round. We'll maybe try and talk to the competitor. Joe, please come on over and talk to us. I'm very intrigued to hear what happened to your robot. So Joe, please make your way over. And then Rust in Pieces. Looks like quite a lot of repair work to be done on Rust in Pieces, but before we talk about that, let's talk to Joe, because you've had a smile on all event and you were dominating yesterday, so how has today gone for you?
It's been delightful. I'm so glad I got to fight Tom earlier with his massive, terrifying robot. That's probably my favourite fights I've been in. And then the crab was already a bit sad, but then I put it in now and I discovered it couldn't even drive properly anymore. So should have done some more testing, my fault. But excellent display from Rust in Pieces there. They drove impeccably, and Gus, absolutely terrifying robot. So big props to Gus for getting, he almost had it. So close.
This new version of Grab Crab has been doing very well so far. I'm excited to see it, hopefully at some point in the future at another event. And maybe in some whiteboards later today.
Yeah, if I can get it back together. It's very worse for wear, but I think, let's do it.
Lovely stuff. Thank you
before
very
you
much.
run away, you mentioned that fight this morning. Do you think that did more damage than you realised?
Yeah, the whole frame is just a banana shape now, and it turns out bananas don't drive as well as squares, so that's a point for everybody there.
We're learning a lot today.
Very
we
much.
really are.
Good luck getting that repaired. Looking forward to seeing that returning to the arena.
If you're taking robot notes, remember to write that one down. Bananas don't drive as well as squares. Important life advice. We have one final three-way melee coming in, and it will be Corrosive against Grapple Turnover and Voltergeist.
So which robots do you think will be advancing out of that fight?
I refuse to comment. That is going to be a very close battle. All three have been doing very well throughout this weekend.
Well, I'm looking at the Roboteers, and I don't think any of them are very confident in themselves. None of them. All of them are shaking their heads saying they don't know who's going to win. I think Grapple Turnover's got this. They're the ones going into this confidently.
You're saying Grapple Turnover?
No, they're saying Grapple Turnover.
Oh, they're saying Grapple
I haven't
Turnover.
got a clue. Sam's saying Grapple Turnover, and so is...
Come on, you always ask me, what's your prediction?
Well, you see, I am very humble in the world of robots. I don't know much, but I think Sam was very much looking at his robot throughout this whole day, and he says that he's found some reasons as to why it wasn't performing yesterday.
Yep.
Not putting pressure on, but potentially we're going to see some aggression, and I'm feeling a bit more hopeful of their chances. So let's go with Corrosive. Let's go with Corrosive,
yeah.
Sorry.
Well, they've said Grapple Turnover. You've said Corrosive.
I'm saying Corrosive.
I'll go with Voltergeist, just so that we've got all bases covered. And then if one of them wins, one of us is right.
And at the end of the day, as we always say, we're just the spectators. We always win as commentators.
Yeah, we do. We get to see all the fun battles.
And we don't have to worry about any of the damage. We don't have to pick up the pieces and repair the robots. Well, I say, okay, yes, your Antbot here is suffering a little bit, but we won't dwell too much on that. So, into the blue corner goes Voltergeist. Grapple Turnover, we'll wait to see which section of the arena they claim. Jevon, is there an advantage by going into the blue-red or the pit button? Do you have a preference?
Well, I always like to start the fight over in the far side. I'll either go pit button or blue corner if I can. It really depends on which order you're being loaded in. If you're being loaded in first, you'll go over to the far side, unless you are Di-Fi, in which case you will always go in the red square. But I think there's an advantage to being further away, because you can then get a good run up and see what happens. It's good fun.
So we do have young members in the audience. Please be warned, Corrosive has a very loud weapon that will knock against the arena floor. If you need to, be warned, you may want to cover your ears as that starts to spin up, because it will do a lot of damage. We may see some robots flying through the arena. We will hear some big bangs. So just be warned. Make sure you look after your hearing. Make sure you protect your ears.
Indeed. Corrosive looks to be going in the red square. Grapple Turnover robot pit button and Voltgeist in the blue square, using a bit of a different setup this time. Looks to have a bit of a grabber setup.
So everyone in the audience, we need your help. Help us count down from 3.
Wait for it, wait for it.
3, 2, 1. Activate! And Grapple going straight after Corrosive there. They know exactly what they need to do in the pit. Whoa! The pit's actually lowering a bit there from the weight of the robots above them. Corrosive now chasing after, going on the offensive against Grapple Turnover.
Yeah, Voltgeist trying to get those forks into play, but they all seem to be up in the air. That's not going to help them out much, trying to get hold of another robot.
And we can see some sparks coming off of the arena wall there from Corrosive. Grapple is really working against Corrosive here, and actually Voltgeist now, they've betrayed their non-spinning friend.
Oh, and that is Voltgeist done in. The removable link has just been removed surgically by Corrosive.
So now this is a 2-robot fight. Voltgeist has to remain stationary, they don't have a choice. And now it's against Grapple Turnover versus Corrosive. And Grapple Turnover seems to be a little bit struggling, but so is Corrosive. Corrosive seems
definitely
stuck.
having some drive issues, turning around in circles.
And now we're starting to hear that beater hit against the arena floor.
Those weapon teeth, he's had issues with them all weekend, and they've come loose once again, now scraping the floor, as you can hear.
But some brilliant damage is into the back of Grapple Turnover. They go, knocking Grapple up into the air. The pit has now been engaged, the floor is dropping, and the hazard zone, the abyss, is there to be had. And wow, that was really loud there by Corrosive. They are really knocking against the floor. Grapple staying well away, or at least trying to, but they need to engage in this fight because they need to be on the aggressive, just in case it goes to a judge's decision.
I've just noticed there's a lot of fragile stickers on Grapple Turnover. Very close to going out to the arena there, but stayed in. Corrosive now up to speed, trying to hit Grapple Turnover out, but they get away.
And Voltgeist almost giving the assist there to Corrosive, helping Grapple Turnover go over the pits. And wow, listen to the noises, that really messes with the arena floor. Corrosive now fully powered, but look at Grapple Turnover, they just don't really have the opportunity to grapple Corrosive. And now the underbelly. The underbelly is getting shredded by Corrosive.
All sorts of awful damage happening there. That is the end of the fight. It goes to the judges.
So the judges, for those in the arena, will be deciding the winner of that fight between Corrosive and Grapple Turnover. They will be looking at
damage, control, aggression, and strategy.
So we'll wait for the judges to confer, and in my mind, has to be Corrosive. Jevon, what do you think?
Corrosive certainly did a lot of damage, but their control was hindered. I think Grapple Turnover did quite well to evade the pits. They did well to evade being thrown out of the arena. This is going to be a very close decision.
A very close one. I'm sticking with my decision before the start of that fight. I'm going to stick with Corrosive, I think, for now. But yeah, brilliant fight.
When you say for now, are you going to change your opinion when the announcement is made?
I feel I have that opportunity.
Yeah, okay, fair.
And I'm keeping an eye on the judges, and if I see them leaning one way or the other, I might just
I'm not hearing any objections to that, to be fair, so...
So, nice bit of calm now. We definitely need some calm. I very much enjoy these freeway fights. They add an extra element to the roboteering competition.
Certainly do. So once we have the decision of this fight, we will be into the round of 16, which is going to kick off at 2 p.m. The robots need to be all ready by then, please. So Roboteers, you have about 20 minutes to get your robots back into working order before the elimination bracket begins. From this point on, there are no second chances. If you're out, you're out.
But that does mean we have the opportunity potentially for some whiteboards.
Most certainly, and in those 20 minutes we're going to throw some more whiteboard fights together, see what happens. We have a judge's decision in from the judges. It is a split decision, but the winner going through to the round of 16 is Corrosive.
Yeah.
Well done to Sam.
Knew it all along. Knew it from the beginning.
No doubt from Gab.
No doubt. I don't know if they'll go all the way, but I'll keep my fingers crossed. So, we now have a moment to have a break, have a bit of a rest, and then we'll get some whiteboards scheduled, and then we'll get some more fighting underway.
I think some whiteboards are already getting ready to come into the arena. And I think I'm going to go and find some food.
Please do, Jevon. You've been going non-stop, and I will hold the station for now.
I shall see you in a little bit. I'll give you a wave on my way out.
Oh, very kind of you, very kind of you. So yes, Roboteers, if you are looking for a whiteboard competition, please do let the organisers know. And for those in the audience, what is a whiteboard? Well, a whiteboard is basically an opportunity for Roboteers to fight someone who they've always wanted to fight, but have never had the opportunity to. And they often are really done just for fun. It's really an opportunity to get a bit more practice in and to fight, to see if your robot really is worthy of being in that arena. And they can often take a variety of forms and shapes. So 1v1, we do have the 3v3s. I've even seen 4-ways, or at one event they chucked every robot available into the arena and just tried to, well, have a fight, but there was no room for their fight to be had. So whiteboards really are an opportunity for fun, chaos. But we're taking a little break now, and as soon as we get some robots loaded in, we will get going once again.
Hello, I now have Jevon's ear sweat on my ears.
Yeah, we should have cleaned those earmuffs before you put it on.
Last year was so much more sanitary, you know, in the middle of COVID, we were really thinking about these things ahead of time.
Oh, I was more thinking about the sweat, but yes. So, oh dear, everyone in the audience, I've just seen a massive gyrating Di-Fi enter the arena, once again claiming the red zone because they don't really leave that red zone. That robot is basically a massive spinning disc that doesn't go anywhere. I don't want to be too cruel to it, but Rob has really struggled to get it moving outside of the red zone.
For what it's worth, the concept is sound. It's something we've seen work for other people. And it's obviously very hard to come to an event like this, find out that something isn't doing what you want it to do, because there's no way you're testing that at home safely.
Absolutely. So which robots where?
So we'll let things get going and then we'll try and explain.
So Sproing is in the blue, Di-Fi in the red, and I'm not too sure who's on the other side. I can't quite see from here.
So with
but
this
that is
single
the
arm setting
begin.
up is Deja Vu 2. With the massive sticker on the front is Aries, the front hinge flipper. And as you say, Sproing with the big metal front. And then finally, Di-Fi walking the best we've seen it walk so far this weekend, out of the red corner.
Actually, I must admit, I was very cruel to it, but yes, they are making good progress over, and all of the flippers are very much staying away from Di-Fi. They don't want anything to do with that big spinning disc, but Deja Vu 2 is thinking about it. They're thinking about attacking. They're talking to Rob, the Roboteer, but they're not making any movements to actually push them, and they're just watching. They keep moving back, and they're going to go for the hit.
One of the interesting features of Deja too is that it doesn't have to just drive towards the factors, it can also drive sideways. They seem intent on just going face to face anyway and seeing what might happen.
And now Sproing is taking the hit for all of the robots, letting Di-Fi just rip into that metal front. And there it finally grabbed. It finally grabbed the front of Sproing, and look at the damage! Look at the damage. The shield is completely gone. The flipper is gone. Sproing is now a very defenseless robot. And Di-Fi, well, that knocked them on their side, and that almost looks like the end of Di-Fi.
I imagine for most of our live audience, they're probably looking at that and thinking that is some serious damage.
Yeah.
Sproing has had worse this weekend. Sproing has been hanging in two pieces with 3 wires holding the whole robot
And that was
together.
very much blink and you'll miss it. I'm a little bit terrified of Di-Fi falling into the pit. In it
Fortunately, the pit
goes.
is one of the strongest parts of the arena. It's definitely not digging its way through there. Sproing, however, still going. Deja 2 has had quite a nice time sitting back strategically in a fight like this.
Well, Deja
All
too.
Roboteers know that sitting back is possibly the thing to do, and that is why.
And Deja
Picking
too.
up the pieces.
They did confront Di-Fi. They went up face to face and then they backed off. Sproing took on that fight, and well, regrettably for Sproing, their flipper was destroyed, and then Sproing falling into the pit. Congratulations, Di-Fi. What an absolute victory. But Sproing, talk to us about that. Why did you go face on?
Because I'm out of the competition, I fancied some carnage, so I went face on and I fired the flipper straight into the weapon just to see what would happen. I knew it would be a big explosion and I've got nothing to lose.
I did wonder about that, because you were facing off against it and it was grinding away. It was doing sparks and not much was happening, and I just thought it caught it at the right moment. You actually activated, you engaged that destruction.
Yeah, I charged to full power and hit it. I thought about going around to the side and just tipping him over. I thought it'd be a bit boring for the audience, so there we go. I won't be rebuilding this design, I'll be coming back with a new one at some point in the future.
And any explanations to what that might look like?
No.
We were talking earlier about the damage you took earlier in the competition.
Yes.
Is it me or have you switched to a new material on the frame?
Well, I mean, the lolly sticks are a new material, is that what you're talking about?
I remember pre-competition in the chats that a lot of Roboteers have had, you were talking about a sort of untested material you were making the frame out of.
Yeah, so I ran out of the white material, so thank you very much. Here comes the remains. It's actually very similar to how it ended after my fight against it was an end boss in November, where just the front panels come straight off. Because that happened, I attached the front panel more securely before my first fight against
I also don't remember who your fight was.
Ultraviolence. And then instead of the flipper coming off, it went to the next weakest link in the chain, which was the whole half of the just robot split in half. So yeah, we'll see how it goes for the future. I've got a lot of electrical tape on the. Where's the camera over there? Just to stop these gears slipping. Didn't really help much, but it was better than it was earlier in the day. So glad
Thank
to go
you so
out
much
with
for putting it in the arena. Sproing is one of the Roboteer favourites around here. It's a robot we always love to see. Spring flippers are not an easy thing to do, and Will has done it.
And another robot that was in that fight. You said you've lost to Will, so that...
I wasn't really in it, I just kind of showed up, right? No, I lost a wheel. I think it was just me being lazy, because I didn't lock up my grab screen, but that's fine. No, I don't know. I just think the battery died, and it was a bit sad, really.
You've had a bit of a rough weekend in terms of the drive in the arena. For the part of the fight where you did have two wheels, how was it feeling to drive?
When I was driving, I think the Night Fury fight has been the best one, because it did really well until it didn't. But it's just like, next time I'll just lower the wheels a bit and it'll be good to go.
Listen, thank you for coming along. We may have to cut you off there if that's okay, because we have two more robots in the arena. With the green top and front, we have Schnack, full bar grabber, a design we've not seen before, and then Step Up 3D with the paper top.
1. Activate. So here we go, we're going to start the fight, and Step Up is trying to make some movements over to Schnack, but the fight has been paused. The fight has been paused, so something not quite right.
And the curse of the blue corner striking Step Up 3D there. Driving into the arena just fine, but as soon as it arrived in its square, one corner of drive deciding to die.
And Schnack didn't actually even move at all in that fight, so they knew immediately that something wasn't quite right, and they were waiting for the officials to officially stop the fight. And well, we're waiting a bit longer, so just currently looking over that robot, seeing what can be done. Can it get back put back in? I think both robots are being removed actually from the arena, so we'll get on to the next of the whiteboards. And oh my dear, what am I seeing in the ring? Yes, everyone, that is a ukulele robot. And brilliant joke there from Garrett. From music to my ears, it might be making some brilliant music depending on who its opponent is. That will get stripped to shreds. It's Echo.
So the robot we're seeing going into the arena is Spookulele, and yes, it does play that instrument as it goes. There is a small servo motor, the kind that we usually use on hands, with a pick attached. Eli was having a conversation with me early in the weekend about what tuning to use. Depending on the opponent, it may or may not matter.
I was going to say, do you really tune a ukulele? It's surely just an instrument you pick up and have fun playing.
You want it to sound at its best in the arena, don't you?
well, amongst all of the winds-ups of motors and the shrapnel, the flying debris, I don't think you get to hear much of the ukulele. So Echo versus, what was the ukulele called?
It's Spookulele.
Spookulele, what a brilliant name. Brilliant name there.
Should we count this one in properly, Gav?
I think we should get the audience participation, so we'll be counting down from 3. Help the Roboteers get ready. 3, 2, 1. Activate, and Spookulele getting off to a slow start, using the neck of the ukulele there as a weapon, and Echo very much staying out of the way so far, but now we're starting to get some engagement. Spookulele still playing a tune every now and then, as you can see, with the pick.
We've spoken plenty this weekend about forks and the ground game. It's the first time we've seen tuning forks being used.
That's very true, very, very true. So, Echo now looking really to get Spookulele over towards the pit. This is going to be a shunting match between the two robots. You can see Spookulele throwing the neck of the round, the head of the guitar, but it's not really doing much damage. And now the pit has been enabled. And is that a wheel coming off? A wheel has come off of Spookulele, and well, they're now just plucking away, trying to do a tune, but that's really stuck on the floor. They're going to be spinning round on that one wheel, and that's given Echo the opportunity, the advantage to push them closer and closer towards the pit. We're going to make our way across the arena. They have a minute to do so. Will Echo get to the pit, or will Spookulele survive? What do you think, Ryan?
In whiteboards, we tend to play slightly Sunday rules with countouts. I'm not sure we would still have a Spookulele in the fight normally, but I'm just waiting to see that other wheel come off and just see where those motors go.
As to whether they just run away from Spookulele and just start dancing around the arena.
That is what I would expect, although that now seems to have come off fully. It looks like the constant turning and twisting of that has removed the wires from it.
So the soldering not that strong on the motors. They had to give eventually. They couldn't hold on for too long. And Echo just pushing Spookulele around the arena, up against the wall. They haven't really left that side of the arena because the pit is engaged, and we're now into the final 30 seconds of the fight. And well, what can Echo do? What can Echo do to remove Spookulele from this fight?
The advantage of the fight staying over this side is it's slightly easier for the audience to hear the beautiful music of Spookulele.
You say that, I genuinely haven't heard any of the audio from Spookulele. I can't hear the music at all, but it is still winding, and Echo getting underneath Spookulele as the countdown finishes the fight.
So it's worth noting that technically what we have here is a judge's decision. Now, since most of my fellow judges are away, I think we should put that to an audience vote.
You want to do an audience vote?
I see no alternative.
Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, one and all in the crowd, we're doing an audience vote. Now, the categories are damage, control, aggression, and strategy, but let's just do which was your favourite. Give me a cheer if Echo was your favourite robot. Oh, no. Oh no, I'm terrified by how loud this next cheer is going to be. If Spookulele was your favourite, give me a cheer! So the unique factor of Spookulele giving it the win of that fight.
Eli, if you'd like to come over and give us a quick look at Spookulele, I have some questions. I feel like Gav probably has some serious questions for you as well.
I don't have any serious questions. I think it's hard to be serious on a robot like that. But for Roboteers, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes until the commencement of the tournament, and let's have a look at this brilliant robot.
If I'm allowed to warm up, I can give you a tune.
Well, Ryan's next to me, so I'll let him give the yes or no.
It's technically music, and you can't tell him otherwise.
I like that that's meant to be, that's the tune of victory, but it's really sounding quite sad.
One way.
So we'll pull down strum for you, there we go.
I think I'm going to cut that off short. That's quite a sad sight, I'm sorry to say. So, how are the wheels connected to the ukulele?
I drilled some holes into it and then I glued them. Hot glue. So this was built for something called bodgebots. It's a Bristol tradition, I guess, where you are supposed to build something less than 500 grams, which costs less than £40. And this very cheap small guitar, which we call a ukulele because it's the same size, cost me about £12. And everything else just kind of slotted in. I had to make some adjustments. So to make it legal for this arena, it has to have a removable link and an LED, which is within the body somewhere.
And wood's actually quite a robust material, so how come we don't see many wooden robots?
You know what? Maybe I'll have to build one and see how that does.
I guess the most recent wooden robot we would have seen in like Robot Wars would have been, what was it, Overdozer, and that's got ripped apart by a flipper, not even a spinner.
Yeah, at a heavyweight level we have seen wooden builds. We've also seen what we call some sportsman wooden builds, which I feel Bodgebots we can call a form of sportsman, so absolutely viable for what you're doing there.
Yes. Thanks.
I could have phrased that as a question to make your life easier.
Sorry, you'll get used to this commentary stuff. So back to the arena. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for putting that into the arena. And I have so many questions, but not enough time. So in the blue zone is Enigma. On the red zone is Zephyrus, I believe, Jerome. And then I can't quite see what's over the pit.
We have Vertex by the pit.
Ah, thank you, Vertex, for moving into the middle. Thank you.
Here.
So Enigma is going to be up against two spinners here, and that's going to make their job really difficult. But Vertex now being pushed into the blue zone, and that's Enigma over. Can their flipper self-right them, as now Enigma is back into the fight? So whilst that was going on, stand by.
Slow to spin up, but it has definitely got up to full spinning speed.
And Enigma has lost their
do some
face.
Damage.
So Enigma has lost their face, they've lost their flipper, they've now just got the forks up against them. So Vertex now getting into this fight, and that's the problem with Zephyrus. They do so much damage, takes a while to get up into speed, but once they have, the damage they do is terrible. So I am fully expecting Vertex to go after Zephyrus to stop that wind-up. And well, so far Enigma's doing a brilliant job actually, holding Vertex up against the wall, grabbing a hold. They've lost that front plate, but that's enabled them to have some forks. And now they can get in and do some grappling. They seem to be a little bit stuck on Zephyrus. We might even see a pause here for the fight, because I'm not sure they're going to get out. A lovely little hit by Vertex, that frees them up.
That's our preferred solution, something hitting something.
And now Zephyrus is up on their nose. Once again, we've seen this so many times, they cannot get out from that position. This is a whiteboard, so maybe we'll see a fellow Roboteer knock them over just so they can get back into the fight. But this is now a two-robot battle between Enigma and Vertex. And well, look at that. Vertex doing everything they can to win this fight, knocking over Enigma. And Enigma, well, they want to get Zephyrus back into this competition because they're not liking their chances up against Vertex. But Enigma isn't really doing a good job because now Zephyrus is stuck on the pit wall.
The weapon on Vertex does seem a bit ill. It's spinning up and slowing down and spinning up and slowing down. If that continues and Enigma chooses to focus on them, could be some good opportunities to finish this fight positively.
Well, this is almost like watching one of those grabber machines as they try and get Zephyrus free. We're in the final 5 seconds of the battle, so it's all a bit in vain. And well, a lot of damage done to Enigma, but what a fun fight. A round of applause for the competitors, everyone. And these are fights purely being done for your entertainment. They are destroying their robots for the fun of it. They're not going to win anything at the end of this. This is purely just an entertainment battle. And I don't know what Enigma was thinking going up against two spinners.
Enigma was thinking going up against spinners is fun.
Is it?
Absolutely, this is what we build things for. One of the strange quirks of this hobby that might seem a little weird from the outside is that we build stuff with the intent, the express intent. Boards really feed into that. If you come along, maybe you've had a rough start to the competition, maybe something wasn't working for the first few fights. It's a testing ground. It's more data points in your constant battle to know your robot.
So I think we're getting close to the knockout rounds. We are hitting 2 o'clock. so maybe a bit more time until we get back onto the elimination round. Is there an opportunity for one more whiteboard? I'm not too sure. Looking over at the ready table to see if we can get an indication. And Jevon has gone and found some lovely fish and chips. So this is the Rapture Festival, Rapture Gaming Festival. We are nicely tucked away in one of the old boat hangars, or potentially a blacksmith's, not too sure.
Most importantly, we're out of the sun.
Most importantly, we are out of the sun with a lovely breeze coming in, being this close to the coast.
The breeze you've been talking about all day is just your fan. Sitting like 50 centimetres to the left, it is boiling.
That's a really good fan. That's genuinely a really good fan. I thought that was the breeze from the door. Anyway, what are we looking around for? We are waiting for some robots to enter into the arena. And, well, not too much happening at the moment, but Joe's making their way over, so let's talk to Joe. Let's someone know. Yeah, let's talk to Joe. Because I just want to know, you guys are tucked away in the corner over there. What's the atmosphere like over there?
We've got absolutely stonking tunes on. It's the atmosphere is wild. Secret after party in that corner. Come join us.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure we're going to get kicked out at 6 o'clock, so a pretty early after party. Probably not even going to be an after party. Have you had a chance to look around the Rapture Gaming Festival?
I have. I got to say the ramen is the best feature of this festival. Recommend everyone has some ramen. Delicious noodles.
Very good ramen.
But Jevon's on the fish and chips. How are we feeling about the fish and chips, Jevon?
I mean, never put a microphone to a man who's mid-chew.
I want to hear it. I want to hear the fish and chips.
I would never put the audience through that. I would absolutely never do that. So it looks like we've got... what is this? Is this some more elimination rounds or is this more whiteboards? So, everyone in the audience, one and all, we are back to the knockout elimination events. These are competing for the coveted Rebellion Championship belt. We are back to seeing the best of the best. The whiteboards are for fun. This is for serious nature. Help us count us in from 3.
Babrog versus Baby Shrek.
3, 2, 1. Activate, and Baby Shrek winding up as Babrog eagerly, but not so eagerly actually, moving over towards and then looking to get to the side of Baby Shrek. And once Baby Shrek is spinning up to speed, Babrog can actually maneuver around him, and that was a good hit by Baby Shrek.
And a third as well, 2-3 hits in that procession. And the grabber of Babrog is now looking a little bit bent up and broken. The forks are not quite doing what they are meant to. They are stuck underneath the HDPE, which is going to make riding up that wedge very difficult.
So Babrog, very much a robot that grabs and holds their opponent, but Baby Shrek is a robot that shreds into their opponent, and look at this, throwing Babrog around the arena. Babrog doing the smart thing, hitting the button for the pit floor.
Yeah, very good tactic from Babrog, but it may be in vain, or maybe it won't be. Babrog needs to try and get down from there. I'm not sure they can.
And Baby Shrek, this is for the championship belt, so the whiteboards, you'd expect him to knock him off. 2, 1, that is the end of Babrog. Baby Shrek knocking him across the arena. We thought they were going to fall into the pit, but actually it was the pit wall that caught him off guard.
Well, if you looked at the replay, you'd have seen Babrog fly one way. Baby Shrek also flew the other, very nearly went out of the arena. It could have gone either way at that point. We're seeing it now on the projector and on screen, that replay. There was the moment where either robot could have been out.
It was literally just as the pit was lowering did Babrog make their way, or not make their way, but get thrown over to that side before the wall of the arena claimed another victim. And Baby Shrek, I actually feel Baby Shrek, they kind of got lucky in that fight, because Babrog, they've been doing a brilliant job to grapple their opponent, and once the pit floor was lowered, the favour for me goes towards Babrog, because they are that control manoeuvrability robot.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming into the box next is End Boss. Is it Igor and Stratus even? Igor and Stratus. We've seen both of these robots be very dominant in their heat so far. Igor seems to be ready in the box, and Stratus, a big, nasty vertical spinner.
Yes, I can see our audience. You guys are going to love this fight. Stratus is a damaging robot. His first time has been outing. Is currently undefeated. And you can see the two big discs of Stratus, they are the wheels, and in the middle is a deadly, deadly spinner. That's going to wind up and start to rip into Igor. Igor's strategy here will be to attack the wheels, getting at the side and stop Stratus from getting above Igor.
Yeah, it is one of the design flaws, or one of the things that they've had to work into Stratus, is the weight of it. They need to have some air gaps, some space in that material on the wheels, which means there are some very large holes that they can get control of.
So the audience, please don't go anywhere, because you're going to want to see this fight. We're going to see some shredding action take place, and we're definitely going to need your help to get this fight underway. Once the door is closed, the lights will turn on, and we will begin a 3-second countdown. Everyone, help me out. Sorry, a bit early there.
3, 2, 1. Activate! Stratus, not enough time to get up to speed. Igor very quick across the box.
So Igor right away knowing exactly what to do, but it's too late now. Stratus is up to speed. Igor needs to stay out of the way, and that was some brilliant dodging there.
Whoa! Huge hit, and Igor is still.
They seem to be immobilized. Up into the air they went, and the referee has called the fight. That is the end.
I need a slow-mo replay of that hit. That was incredible. 1 and done.
I don't know if the audience saw, but there was a drill resting on top of the arena. They got some air from that impact.
Yep, absolutely.
Watching the replay, watching up on the projector screen. So we'll wait for a clear view to come through. And, well, I am terrified by how that looked for Igor, because it really was a case of Stratus getting up to speed. Igor had an opportunity where they were, stopping Stratus's game plan, but it didn't last long. And unfortunately, the replay has not come through. But we're going to say hello to Stratus, and let's talk us through the damage.
The bar is bent.
No, the whole robot's bent. I'm not really sure why, but
that was a very big hit.
That was a good hit. I think I nicked his link at the end, so a little bit lucky, but yeah, I'll take it.
Well done, Stratus, through to the round of 8. They need to go and get that thing looked at, make sure that it's not bending anymore. And we're loading 2 more robots into the box. Up next is going to be End Boss and Boring Bot.
This is going to be a brilliant fight.
I think so. A real driving match, this one.
Don't shake your head, Alex. Come on, Shakes. I know
he's shaky.
He is shaky. I know he's full of so much self-doubt, but look at the speed of that robot. Look at that robot make his way to the blue zone. It's quick, it's fast. End Boss with the forks on. Look at those lethal forks.
You know that he's trying really hard when he's got the long forks on.
So, what are those long forks trying to achieve, you might ask? Well, that's what End Boss is going to be avoiding, because if they go head-on towards each other, End Boss will be riding up those forks into the Blade of Death.
Boring Bot will.
I said End Boss.
You did.
Apologies.
Boring Bot will be riding up into the Blade of Death.
Well, it's because in my heart of hearts I know that Boring Bot's going to be the victor and End Boss should be quaking in their boots.
Do you know about a hidden Blade of Death inside Boring Bot that I don't know about?
It's honestly, it's the secret strategy that no one knows about. People think it's just a boring bot. It's not. It's a wonderful
He's got an
contraption.
invisible blade in there that's doing all sorts of untold damage.
Just psychs out their opponent.
Incredible.
So all of the safety devices being taken out off of End Boss. There are a lot of things here that we do to make sure that this event is safe. In the blue zone is Boring Bot. In the red zone is End Boss. I want to hear the crowd cheering for their favourite. But before that, count us down with a count of 3.
3, 2, 1. Activate! End Boss. Up to speed very quickly, and Boring Bot thrown into the ceiling. They're going to need to find an angle on End Boss to be able to do something to them. I said it'd be a driving match, and this is where the driving takes its mark.
So End Boss doing the big damage, but Boring Bot very much still in this fight, very much full control, and actually pushing End Boss into the corner. So a brilliant pin there by Boring Bot, and now End Boss has done some damage to the back there of Boring Bot. Is that Boring Bot out of contention?
I think the forks may be stuck open and no way to close them.
And I'm looking at Shakes there as he lets go of his controller. So what did we see in that fight? We saw Boring Bot thrown into the ceiling with absolute aggression from End Boss, and then Boring Bot for a moment taking control, pushing Emboss into the corner.
Yeah, did so well to do that, but then the forks got crossed over, like you're crossing your fingers almost. Those two forks came down on the weapon disc. They just messed them up a bit.
And then, unfortunately for Boring Bot, got knocked over. I'm not sure if a belt was hit in the back there or what happened, but
We'll
it
have
is
to
still
have a chat.
mobile. It just wasn't able to self-right, so it is still mobile, it's still functioning. It just couldn't self-right, and that's something I'm sure Shakes is going to go away and
We'll have a very
review.
quick chat with Shaky to see what on earth happened to Boring Bot at the end of that fight. Talk to us.
Crossing your fingers for luck there on the forks, but unfortunately not lucky enough.
Yeah, so annoyingly, I actually didn't suffer anything major damage except the servo was blind sheared. So the servo is no longer actually putting power into the waggle sticks, and that's what got it out.
And so without those waggle sticks, there's no self-righting, can't get back over. Such a shame.
Good fun fight. A little bit to fix, but I'll be back.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Boring Bot has been very good this weekend, despite all the things I say. It is very, very good.
You do say a lot.
I do say a lot, yeah. But well done. I'm lucky to go out at this stage, but this person here, End Boss, you took that loss earlier personally, didn't you?
No, of course I didn't. No, Boring Bot is a very good robot. I couldn't take it lightly. He's top 16, so all guns blazing, and yeah, I am shaking like mad. Oh.
Yeah, that was a very good fight and a very good display from End Boss. He did get grabbed once by Boring Bot, got round to your side.
I think when he grabbed me, he actually damaged himself. I think I hit the pokey waggly sticks, and it shifted on the gear, so when he was upside down, it couldn't actually move the right way, or something like that. I think that's what Alex said. So yeah, it's working really well. Obviously that fight with Mouse House, it didn't really matter because I was already top of the group, so but yeah, I didn't like to lose, so
No.
came back with a bang.
Is there anyone you want to avoid in the next round?
I'd rather not fight people like Baby Shrek and Stratus, but if I have to fight them, I will. I'm not backing down from anyone. Like, I'll take them all as they come, because it's the round of 8 now, so it's the top creme de la creme, as they say. So I'm going to have to fight something nasty soon. So yeah.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Shane. We have 2 more robots loaded into the box. We have in the red square Rust in Pieces, and in the blue we have Tosser 3 Flipping Spree.
I was going to say, you said 2, it's actually 3.
Yes, the
Rust in
cluster bot.
Pieces is a cluster bot. So that is 2 robots working as 1. And here we go, getting ready to count us in. Count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Activate. And
Here
you're
we go.
seeing there, look at the cluster bots splitting the ways as Flipping Spree tries to get in and starts fighting onto him. It's going to be an interesting battle of flippers. They are all flippers in this match.
They are indeed, and a good self-right there from Tosser. They've got turned over, but they managed to get back up on their wheels.
And
Now being pinned by Rust in Pieces.
And for a second there, I thought Flipping Spree got stuck under the arena floor. They didn't quite, and now we're seeing there a brilliant hold there by Rust in Pieces, lifting him up. Unfortunately, the other cluster bot cannot get in to flip him into the Uta zone. The pit button has been pressed. The floor is lowering.
Yep. Rust in Pieces have to release the pin.
Oh no, they are. Flipping Spree is stuck in the arena floor. They can't quite get out. So Rust in Pieces is seemingly trying to help them out. Or are they actually stopping them? I'm not quite sure. But they do seem stuck.
They're away now.
So a lot of time was lost. A minute left now, and Flipping Spree, I think, has to really go on the offensive now to get some points on the board when it goes to the judges. If it goes to the judges, I'm not too sure. But we haven't seen many flips from Flipping Spree. They've been doing a fantastic job all fight.
There was one though. Upside down now is one half of the Minibot Clusterbot team, and down the pit. A very good driving there from Tosser 3.
So Flipping Spree very much in the right driving seat, and they're putting the other one into the pit. Wow!
Very well controlled. Didn't use the flips, but did indeed use their driving precision. Gareth is an excellent driver. He's done very, very well there.
So that was a very intriguing fight. Flipping Spree, I'm pretty confident they were stuck on that pit wall, the strip of red wall. They were stuck on that.
Absolutely. I think Rust in Pieces pushing into them wasn't helping matters. They may have been trying to free them, I'm not sure, but they were certainly capitalizing on that pin, and in that time Tosser wasn't getting the control, aggression, damage, any points. They were just stuck in a wall.
And I feel that, as you say, they needed to lift Flipping Spree off the floor because they're brushless motors. They're really powerful motors, and they're really quick, really fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
They had the traction, I reckon, to pull themselves out from underneath the wall. So, interesting battle. I'm very shocked to see both robots of Rust in Pieces go into the pit.
Yeah, absolutely. They just couldn't get it working. The self-righting on one of the halves of Rust in Pieces, you saw him trying to lift up that weapon, but he couldn't quite get all the way over, and then just pushed into the pit, down and out.
So we are continuing, I believe, with the elimination events. We have 7th Circle yet to be entered into the pits, and then we are also going to have another robot soon to enter.
So loaded into the box is Jack Tweedy's Anomaly in the blue corner, that white robot, and also being loaded in is 7th Circle.
Any predictions, Jevon?
Damage.
Carnage.
Destruction.
And eventually a winner.
That is the way this usually goes, yeah.
Absolutely. So, 7th Circle being piloted by David. He's been doing a fantastic job, and he survived in that last fight because he was being teamed up on, as he mentioned, but he managed to get through, getting that spinner up and running. We see it time and time again. Once a spinner's running, well, that's when the aggression comes in.
We are ready to begin. Here we go then. 3, 2, 1. Activate. 7th Circle up to speed. Anomaly a bit quick off the mark perhaps, but doing very nicely to get across.
And now you can see the wind up of that motor. 7th Circle is really revving hard, and Anomaly, being a lower down robot with those long forks, they're keeping their distance. They're doing a great job so far. 7th Circle though wanting to get on the side of Anomaly and rip into the drivetrain.
Anomaly was the new robot from Jack Tweedy. His one last year came second at the event, so he's going to be looking to do well here, but it's 7th Circle who manages to turn him over. That disc, however, on 7th Circle seems to have stopped.
It looks like the drivetrain's disengaged, and that means there's now a shunting match, which really, for me, puts it massively in Anomaly's favour.
Most certainly, if 7th Circle gets turned over, that could be them done.
And the pit button has been pressed, so 7th Circle fully appreciating the situation, but Anomaly now trying to get some flips in, but actually getting caught themselves. They can't quite get those teeth underneath the robot.
No, absolutely not. I think there was an earlier hit which just lifted them up very slightly, and now 7th Circle is able to capitalise with their forks.
So this is a pushing match, a shunting match, a little bit of seesawing, to and fro between the two. It is a game of positioning, and 7th Circle, with that wide encatchment, they really can control Anomaly's escape routes.
Definitely, they can get full control of Anomaly and push them anywhere they like around the arena so long as they are underneath.
And now, we've seen it a couple of times, 30 seconds left to go, we've seen it a couple of times, the robot's getting close to the pit, but not quite falling in, and now it looks like 7th Circle's going for a pin up against the wall on Anomaly. They keep trying to rotate them, they keep trying to push them towards, but Anomaly, they're having none of it, they don't want to go anywhere near that pit.
I think Anomaly, one of their front teeth, they have a short triangle section that is meant to be touching the floor.
We're getting very close. We're getting very close to the pit. Both robots there were on the edge at one point, and it's going to go to a judge's decision.
So that pitting was after time, so it will indeed go to the judges. They will be looking at damage control, aggression and strategy, and it's going to be another close one for them. We await that decision.
So, of course, we talk about damage. 7th Circle with some potentially self-inflicted damage there, their weapon not working.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. 7th Circle spinner has been doing very well so far today, but stopped in that fight. More breeze needed.
More breeze, sorry, we're just playing with the fan to get a bit more
put it
air.
up to the highest setting.
And it's lovely. It genuinely is lovely.
It is roasting out there, having just popped it out for a bit.
So the calm before the storm, is that the end of those rounds of eliminations? Or?
No, not yet. We've still got a few more to go. Coming up next, we're going to have Swag Demon going up against Grapple Turnover.
So, for those in the audience, this has been a 2-day event. We have whittled down 55 competitors to just, well, getting to the final 16, and then we will knock them down to the final 8. Then we'll go into more head-to-head eliminations until we get to a finals round where a winner will be crowned.
So I'm just hearing, we saw a rumble earlier on in which Corrosive beat Grapple Turnover by judge's decision. However, unfortunately, Corrosive's drum has completely locked up, and that has taken them out of the competition. And so Grapple Turnover has come back into the fray to fight Swag Demon.
And that's because the third competitor in that fight was knocked out due to elimination.
Absolutely right. So, unfortunately for Sam, Corrosive is out. Grapple Turnover is coming back in, but it does not have a first easy match.
Do you know who it's against?
Oh, it's Swag Demon.
I see, which is the next fight. So, that's actually going to be really challenging for them to get through. So, I'm not sure how much time Grapple Turnover had to be aware that they were going to be in this fight. Hopefully they've got their robot fully ready to go into the arena. Looking over at the ready tables now, I can see it there ready to go in, which is good to see.
I think we're having a different fight loaded in first. Gear down for what is being loaded in.
And I'm waiting to see who that competitor is going to be.
It should be Sir Lancerfrog, according to my list of fights.
We're doing gear down for versus the Sam is coming to get that fight. Might need a second spin on the next one. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we're going to take it out. You do have 5 minutes, guys. You have 5 minutes.
So there's a chance that Corrosive may or may not get back into the competition. Sam Elliott is working his hardest to try and get it sorted. We're just swapping out this fight. Let's give a bit more time to see what happens in that other fight.
There's a lot going on behind the scenes that you don't necessarily know about, isn't there?
Most certainly is.
A lot of roboteers doing their darndest to get their robots up and running, but they can be a little bit temperamental, these robots. They almost bring on a character of their own. They do have a personality, don't they?
So going in is Boom Zoom and Night Fury.
And this is going to be the pushing control of Boom Zoom up against the aggression and damage of Night Fury.
Possibly one of the toughest fights for Boom Zoom yet, but if he takes out Night Fury here, he's just cleared the tournament of the current Beetle Belt holder, last year's champion, Night Fury.
And I have been intrigued. How come Night Fury aren't walking around with that belt? They are the reigning champions. They surely deserve to be showing it off right now.
I think it must be personal choice. It's a very hot day and it's a very heavy belt, so we have it safely behind us on that lovely green chair.
We do indeed. Although it does look like it's a bit just flumped over.
It has just sort of been put there, hasn't it?
It's been slumped over.
So we await the other decision, but we are going to continue with this fight. Night Fury takes on Boom Zoom.
Count us in, everybody.
3, 2, 1, activate!
And Boom Zoom doing exactly what I thought they would, charging across the arena, stopping Night Fury from getting up and running.
A lovely box rush, but it's caused some big damage to Boom Zoom.
And now the sparks are going up for Boom Zoom. Once that wind up of the motor has started, those tyres of Boom Zoom, they're being absolutely shredded, ripped off of the robot.
And Boom Zoom seems to be stuck on their own tyre that's just been ripped off by Night Fury.
So you can see the flipper frantically going up and down. They want to dislodge themselves. 2 seconds left to do it. They are out of the competition.
And Night Fury progresses. Excellent fight there from Night Fury. A clinic, went for those exposed tyres on Boom Zoom. Boom Zoom done very well all through his heat and done very well to get here as well. But that is the benefit of those redemption rumbles we had earlier on, that the robots that could be up the top there can come back up into the competition.
And I'm just watching the replay because I couldn't quite see how Boom Zoom got caught. But yes, there was the final hit there, as you can see. And unfortunately for them, they were just seesawing, rocking their way. And well, Night Fury making really short work of that. They want to get through this tournament as efficiently as possible.
We might be getting close to a judge's decision from the previous fight. The judges have shown me their decision. It is a split decision in favour of Anomaly. Seventh Circle are out of the competition. Anomaly go through.
And I don't know if I want to call that an upset or not. Anomaly deserves it, quite rightly, getting through to this stage. They've done a fantastic job surviving all of their competitors. But Seventh Circle yesterday, they were uncontested. They were really dealing a lot of damage. And, well, I don't want to call it an upset, but you have to say
I think it was a very, very close battle. The judges are knocking at me. They said it's horrible to judge.
One of those fights that you'll watch back and it goes either way. The more you watch it, the more details you find. But the judge is doing a fantastic job to make a decision in the time they have awarded to them. And now we are waiting on the next fight to begin.
Not for me, thanks, but happy birthday.
Ben, sit down. What is it you're offering everyone?
These are mint sliced biscuits. They're the best biscuits you can get in Australia.
Are they only found in Australia?
Yes, they are only found in Australia. Unlike Tim Tams, which apparently you can get over here now.
Name rings a bell, but I've never seen it on the shop shelves.
There you go. There you go.
So I will take that. Thank you very much. Thank you. And oh, hang on. Have we got an unofficial tournament going on here? So we're. Oh dear, what have we just started? So Ben from Australia, and then Deadbod is Tom is coming over for the war of the best snacks. Who has the best snack? Oh my word! Okay, I realised what was said. Who's going to judge?
Well, I need to finish my lunch before I have some dessert.
Ryan, who is our judge, has considered himself an expert.
He's got himself a fork as well.
Have you already had one of
manifested
Ben's lovely biscuits? So the biscuit's already been had. You need to select one contender. You don't get all of these biscuits in there, just one contender to go up against whatever the chocolate mint biscuit from Australia. And actually, that's a good point. We have the waffles as well to go into contention. We need to finish this mini tournament before the actual robot fighting begins. So, Ryan, please. You're taking this too seriously. A swig of water now to palate cleanser. This is all happening off camera, of course. But Ryan is literally being fed food.
I'm going to carry on eating my fish and chips.
Homemade cookies I bring to every event, mainly for
Hurry up, we're going to run out of time. The robots are getting into the... So Ryan, you are taking too much time into this. You're really being quite fancy with it. We might have to delay the waffles. Because I am not going to waste any time over a biscuit competition when there is robot fighting to be had. So, in the red corner, Sir Lancerfrog. In the blue corner, Swag Demon. No, that's not right, sorry. In the blue corner.
Gear down for what?
Thank you very much. Gear down for what? Let's begin.
Frog versus Gear down for what? Here we go. Gear down for what? I forgot how fast it was for a second there.
I forgot how quick both of these robots are. And look at that, Sir Lancerfrog
Good Lord.
slammed up against the wall.
This
Wow,
might not
look
be
at
a spinner
the
fight, but my God, it's entertaining
Look
already.
at the speed of Gear down for what? They're not gearing down, they're speeding up. This is incredible. And Sir Lancerfrog really struggling to know what to do. Gear Down for what? They're all over the place. They are under control, but they're struggling, and now Sir Lancelot taking control. The pit button has been pressed. The floor is enabled, and that hammer of Gear Down for what? It's coming down, getting close to the pit.
Very close to the pit there for both robots.
And a self-right there by Gear Down for what? But I see a drivetrain gear.
Yeah, that's come from Gear Down for what?
And which part of the robot do you think that is? That looks like it's off the
Definitely
right-hand side.
Drive chain from one side. I can't tell which. Yeah, probably the right-hand side, but it's over. It's all over. Gear Down for what go down, and Sir Lancelot make it through to the round of 8.
So wow, the speed, the pace of Gear Down for what? But ultimately, the more controlled approach from Sir Lancelot, that gave him the victory. And well, watching the replay now, you can see just the speed, the pace, the hammer, the axe of Gear Down for what. The pit button was dropped. That was very close there. A self-right from Gear Down, but Sir Lancelot edging ever closer, moving Gear Down towards the pit. And then this is really where it all starts to come unraveled for Gear Down as a pulley comes off of their robot. Looks to be intact though, so maybe they can put it back on. And Sir Lancelot just dancing around the pit. And well, Gear Down for what? Bouncing off the arena floor, wall into the floor. So, robot action concluded. Back to this terrible battle of biscuits. And Ryan, I think you have waffles left to go.
Oh, hang on. So that was round 1. We've got round 2 still to come of Snack Wars. Who won round 1? Yeah, come to look at the verdict. Snack Wars is the gripping action that we have all waited for.
So I have to be honest. I've had them in things before at Bugglebots. First time I met Ben, I think it's how we became friends, frankly. They're very, very good. They're probably the best biscuit I've ever had. And if those cookies weren't up against them, I think they would have won. Big points for homemade. Perfect ratio of chocolate to biscuit. But unfortunately, it hurts me to say against the homemade opponent, but the mint wins.
So round 1 to Australia and the biscuit wars. Round 2 is the Dutch waffles versus the British brownie bites. Morrison's own. Other brands are available.
For those who are joining us in the arena, I just want to say, this is not a biscuit competition, this is a Robot Wars competition. We're just having a quick interlude to see which is the best. And currently being loaded into the arena is Swag Demon going up against Corrosive.
It is indeed the battle of the drums, where everything's a drum, everything's a drum, everything's a drum.
Wow, that got really weird there. Everyone just the greater good kind of style there.
Yeah.
Very, very much so. I do not know who is going to be claiming this one. Obviously, Corrosive.
I think the drum spinner's going to win.
Terrible. Corrosive needed a bit more time because they needed to repair
the
themselves.
drum spinner that's driven by Sam is going to win.
They're both called Sam, aren't
They are, yeah.
They're both called Sam. That took me a while to realise.
Oh, biscuit competition is on screen now. Well, the biscuit competition will be back very shortly, I think. But for now, we have some robots in the arena.
So if you're young, cover your ears. This is going to get quite loud. And count us in.
Corrosive in the blue square.
2,
Swag Demon in the
1.
red.
Activate, and Corrosive going straight up, but that is Swag Demon getting the better of it, knocking Corrosive up into the air. And listen to Swag Demon there, I think it is, running against the floor, or is it Corrosive? Hard to tell, they're both the same.
Yeah, they're both doing it, I think it may well be Corrosive. You can see it jumping very slightly, thrown against the arena wall.
So, absolutely incredible by Swag Demon. They're getting the right angle of attack, throwing Corrosive up into the wall. But now look at Corrosive stuck on top. They managed to get out of the way, but look at this again. Swag Demon goes straight in for the fight, and now we're hearing the drumming of Corrosive as they hit into the floor.
That drum does not sound healthy on Corrosive, bouncing all over the place, and now seems still.
So the pit button has been activated. This is where Corrosive can maybe win the pushing battle and knock in Swag Demon, but Swag Demon so far doing a great job on the aggression, getting a lot of damage done. But now we're seeing a great pin there by Corrosive up against the arena wall.
Yeah, definitely. Corrosive may have had a weapon go down, but is making the most of the control and aggression here, coming back into the fight against Swag Demon, and almost that drum is hindering them.
And that tribal drum, that almost tribal drum, up into the air. Up into the air goes Corrosive. I almost feel like that was self-inflicted as I hit it to the floor. And there's that Corrosive out. I'm looking at Sam. He thinks it's done. The countdown is over. 3, 2, 1, and cease. So I did warn you about the primal drumming of Corrosive banging into the arena floor. And well, maybe that was the screws coming loose at the beta, I'm not quite sure. But
he has suffered issues from them all weekend. He's tried to fix it every time, and every time it comes back to haunt him. It does go like that sometimes, but it's just something you have to work with. So that is it for the next for this round of action in the round of 16. The next round will begin in 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. For the round of 8. 8 robots remain in the competition. Only one can be crowned the Beetle Belt champion.
But of course, that is not the end of the competition. We will get some whiteboards. We will get some whiteboards going on, where we'll have some fun, chaotic battles, and maybe some destruction going on. I'd love to see some three-way fights, or even four-way fights if possible.
What were you saying? What's happening in the arena? Yes. Triple beats. Leave it for 20 seconds, then turn it back on. That was triple beats. What happened? Yours triple beats. Should we let them? Yeah, let someone else go on. Sorry. One second.
They're just looking at us on stream. We're just eating and talking. Hello, stream. We're humans too. We have to eat.
I did mute my microphone, which is why I put it down and stopped.
I'll put mine down. I'm taking my headphones off. I need an ear break.
After all of that banging, yeah, absolutely. So whiteboards are being loaded into the arena. We will get some carnage, some destruction.
I can see, by the looks of things, Angel Slice. And, well, hello over there. Being waved at by a robot.
Hello.
Driver of Grapple Turnover.
Yeah, that's me. Are we commentating a spinner?
By the looks of things, we're commentating over spinners, yeah.
The internationals are commentating.
Annie is back.
Annie's back in the UK.
And
good to see.
Is in the arena as well.
In the arena. In a completely new paint scheme.
Yes, purple.
Very nice. The Jubilee colour.
Yeah.
Royal purple.
Big up the Queen, I think.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. I say this is a spinner battle.
Yeah. Although that's not a spinner.
Maybe he's going to spin up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's something of a tradition with whiteboards. If you've got a bot that you don't particularly want to survive.
Yeah. Well, that's how it's meant to go anyway, except I put Duya in against all the vicious birds.
Yes,
Awful things, and it ended up winning the fight. Stupid thing. I'm going to say that it went missing under suspicious circumstances, I think.
Jevon has thrown Duya in the sea.
In a lake, yeah. You won't find it. If you see, do you?
If you see, do you?
Roaming the streets of Britain.
Leave it alone.
Please let us know on the number that will appear on screen somewhere. Yeah. Do you just type grand final, quarter final, one end boss versus tosser into the? Is it? It's a grand final apparently. According to Hobbit.
So we have Vertex, Angel Slice, Deadbolt, Annie, Are You Okay, and Enigma.
Enigma. Yeah.
Enigma.
I'm glad you remembered because I couldn't.
Yeah, I've spent most.
Death.
I have spent most of this weekend learning the names of all the robots.
Yeah.
So that I have more useless information to get rid of when I get home.
Yeah. What you didn't realise is you accidentally deleted your home postcode.
When were my parents' birthdays?
We look ready to go in this fight, although Deadbot is doing things.
Having a little kiss with Angel Slice.
Having a look.
Very much the white hat, black hat cowboy metaphor there.
Yeah.
Angel Slice in the white hat, Deadbot in the black hat.
Does that make Angel Slice the sheriff?
I think it makes Angel Slice the good guy.
I think that's probably right. With a name like Deadbot, it's not exactly going to be a good guy, is it?
Yeah, probably not.
Annie there.
Although Deadbot looking like we've got some issues.
Removal Link is back in. I think they are closing the door, maybe?
Hey.
Maybe not. Maybe. They are.
Deadbot's driving is going to be a big thumbs up. Looks like we're good to go. So, 3 horizontals, one of which is the undercutter, a vertical,
Stand by.
Which is a very limited sort of spin.
Yeah, 180 degrees.
180 degrees.
Oh, everyone's spinning up before activate. Well, here we go then. Good luck, everyone. Big hits already. Angel Slice and Annie collide. Annie's upside down now and going full Aussie mode. No, back up the right way.
Deadbot holding off in the background there. It looks like it might have drive problems. Big gash on the rear.
Enigma using that big front plow to try and deflect the blows, and by the looks of things, Deadbot spinner down, no back up to speed. Enigma now upside down thanks to Vertex.
Deadbot having real mobility. Vertex, so silent, yet so damaging.
Going down.
Angel Spinner look like he's caught in Vertex.
Enigma is spiralling the pit, one wheel over that hole, and there are two robots very stuck together. Angel Slice and Vertex caught. Annie's not okay.
Angel Slice lost drive on one side, the weapon is back up and going.
Another big hit there between Angel Slice and Vertex, both reeling from that one, I think.
Enigma really.
And another big one. Oh, and Baby Deadbot has become a spinning windmill in the pit.
So we now have 2 spinners and 1 control bot.
Surely not. Surely it's not going to happen again, right?
Well, it might. I mean,
Enigma pushing Vertex into the pit, and now it's one-on-one, spinner versus non-spinner.
Angel Slice having problems with the drive there.
I've got to say, I'm rooting for Enigma because we need to keep this tradition alive. Oh, very close to going down, and he does. Enigma wins the spinner battle.
Congratulations to all control bot drivers out there, including myself.
Yep. Whoops, all spinners to the same outcome. Jimmy, are you fighting?
Right, hang on, right, that's not there. Wait. Right. This will be fine.
Ken doesn't even not angle is totally fine as well. I remember a couple of direct hits and it's not good. Like,
Do remember, if you wish to go and speak to any of the Roboteers, they are more than willing and not too scary to go and talk to about how to get into this sport. Most of them are lovely.
Most of us.
Most of them. Except for that Joe Brown.
He's vicious.
Joe Brown, yeah, deadly.
I hear that he grabs crabs or something like that. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he has a crustacean, a crush on the crustaceans.
Sounds real sus to me. The robots being unloaded from the arena.
Looking at the damage.
There is definitely some bits that were attached that aren't anymore.
It's not the biggest mess we've seen all weekend, but it is. It's not the smallest either.
You can't see Stephen, our esteemed stream manager here, but he is absolutely chowing down on the biggest hot dog thing I've ever seen.
It looks delicious, but that might be because I haven't eaten today.
Hello. This man is in charge of the stream. He has been keeping everything running online as best as he can, as best as the internet will provide. So thank you so much for doing that all weekend. I think a big round of applause is needed for Stephen for doing such a stellar job.
I can smell the hot dog now.
It is.
It's just making me hungry.
It is hungry. I am hungry. There we go. Unsung hero gets the waffles.
A wonderful prize. Dutch Stroop waffles.
There you go. Waffles just aren't just dished out to anyone.
You only get them if you're the unsung hero of the.
Yeah. I've got a packet here.
Oh, so you got some, I didn't get any.
It's now the bad time to tell you that
I'm just
by being in the competition, you are kind of a sung hero.
Oh, I see. Yes. I see where I've gone wrong there.
Yeah.
I could have had waffles.
Though, to be fair, being
instead of a £50 repair bill, I could have had a bag of street waffles.
I was going to say, being here on the camera all day long, that's probably quite sort of on air time.
I mean, you could sing. We've got a bit of a break.
I could.
I might not encourage that.
I won't. It's the bit of the day that Norwalk Havoc usually gets to about midnight or so on in the UK times, where they start having thumb wars and things, and we're not going there.
I haven't brought you any hot sauce.
No.
I have some Kit Kats in my bag.
Kit Kats?
They're orange flavoured. They're quite healthy.
You have my attention.
I'll bring them over in a bit.
Any questions from the live chat, do let us know. We'll do our best to answer anything. The spam bots have found us again, which is always entertaining.
Have we got any big follows? Oh no, not that sort of thing.
Not that sort of thing, no.
It looks like we're loading back up into the arena. I think this is... Is this the international? So this is not a drill over in the blue square there. And we have Voltergeist, my pool partner, loading up as well. Jimmy's been repairing this robot over and over all weekend. He's done a really good job of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a step up from last year's bot that really struggled through the competition.
And you'll see he's got a range of attachments in front. This time a panel with a fork.
Yes, I think it's his kind of grabber, kind of not setup.
I'm interested to see how it goes. Loading up now, we've got Brug.
And now Brug has had another new attachment here. So we've seen the saw, we've seen the dinosaur head, and now we're seeing... What is that?
I'm not quite sure, but...
Kebab skewer. Nice. Are we going to see a jousting competition? That would be fun.
Usually that means Lancer Frog or Rust in Pieces, the Lance bearers.
I mean, I'm down to see that if everybody else is.
And this robot.
He's such a good boy.
It's a good boy.
The debut this weekend of Good Boy in the arena.
Good Boy, of course, first competed a long time ago with this version at Champs, I believe.
He did
last
indeed.
October.
Yep. And this is Garfie's robot Resistance, who is indeed doing it for Darren today.
Doing it for Darren.
Blessed.
Our friend Theo couldn't be here, and Resistance is driving in its place.
Yeah. We also have Attitude
Darren's
Adjuster.
place, I should say.
Attitude Adjuster being loaded in.
Fantastically versatile hammer/hammer sword.
Yeah, I prefer power hammer.
Power hammer. Spinner on an arm. Overhead disc. Overhead spinner.
AOB being loaded as well, our gas-powered flipper.
A fantastic robot. When it is announced that AOB has to enter the arena, its driver pumps up the air bottle at the back of the robot.
Yeah.
It's a last-minute.
Robot is standby.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you help us count us down for this fight? 3, 2, 1, activate!
Good boy, off with a box rush on Brug.
The skewer being used to pierce the outside of the arena. So dangerous, so deadly, and so pointy. There are drive belts everywhere. I don't know who they've come from.
I think they are off Good boy. Good boy has been stacked and back down now thanks to AOB. Brug going for the skewer on Voltergeist there.
Head for the... Oh no, so this is not a drill even. Trying to get the pit button in play, but not quite. AOB had Voltergeist up on the wedge, but did nothing with it. The Playmobil person has fallen off.
Oh no, that's the driver.
Please protect the Playmobil person. Oh, he's in there somewhere. Just been landed on by Brug.
Now, I believe that Playmobil person's been in every single fight that This Is Not a Drill has been in.
The bottle being hit hard by Attitude Adjuster.
I did chat to Scott, the driver Attitude Adjuster, before this fight, and he said he was going for the bottle.
Well, he has hit it, to be fair. Resistance has been pitted!
Voltergeist over the other side. Brug, Attitude Adjuster, and AOB, last three standing. Brug going in with the grab skewer in the lift.
Attitude Adjuster bringing that hammer down, causing all sorts of untold pokes in AOB. And now Brug as well. Is anybody safe?
Well, the skewer seems to be working quite well, actually.
He's blocked a hit.
Attitude Adjuster wailing away.
There are definite dents in the top of AOB's armour.
Attitude Adjuster, one of the few robots that's louder when it's not a spinner than when it is.
Yeah.
So
Brug trying to
Brug,
trying to fall in the pit
we're all
there.
sad to see
3
Brug go
seconds
to
left in the fight. That is Let's give him a round of applause, everyone.
A fantastic fight there.
We'll do this by audience vote. If you think that the gas bottled AOB won that fight, give us a cheer. If you think the yellow and black Attitude Adjuster won the fight, give us a cheer. That is a unanimous decision, I think.
Fairly decisive.
The winner is Attitude Adjuster, not Resistance. You're in the pit. Why are you over there? No.
By no means, I think.
Yeah. That's that one. Yeah, so later on we will have some awards as well. We haven't mentioned the awards. The judges are deciding on some awards for this weekend. We have the best design. We have the aforementioned People's Champions.
We have Judge's Choice. Fearless Innovator.
We have the most destructive robots.
And that's fourth place. So.
Yeah, that's fourth place. Plus our third place, second place, and first place trophy. The Roboteer that come first, second, and third get to keep them. The belt will go back up for grabs next year.
And you can tell which.
Not yours. You got stuck on arena seats.
You can tell which trophy is which by the size of the act.
You can indeed, yes.
Which is, I think, traditional at the historic dockyard.
Yes.
The biggest anchor wins.
The biggest anchor does indeed win.
So we're just getting all the robots out of the arena, which might take a wee bit of a while.
When you say that, I think that's the last one.
We're getting there. No, there's still Voltergeist and...
When did that end up over there?
I think we missed that one.
The long stick of destiny is going in. Oh, and he's hooked the duck. He's won a prize.
What does he win?
Jimmy, do you want to come collect your prize for hooking a duck? You have won a model of Thermidor 2 that you made. You can also get the Dominator 2 you also made. These are very nice. And where can people see how you made these things?
They can see them on my YouTube channel called Jimmy Potter.
Whoa.
Wow. Robotic Idiotic. It's on a bit of a hiatus at the moment. Yeah, if you want to see me make this, then check it out.
Yeah, do it. Because it's a good channel.
I must say, I've watched Jimmy's build logs for Volta, his robot from last year, and it really does sort of give you a good sort of idea of how the build process goes for one of these robots. It's a really good series. I do recommend it.
I am very much a beginner in this. I've only done, 4 events or so, and this weekend has been quite successful for me, Poltergeist, and you learn a lot. I'd say it's probably about 200 quid's worth of gear in here, and it's really cheap. And this community, all these people here, are actually really welcoming and really friendly.
Yeah.
It is a good hobby to get into.
Most certainly.
Yeah,
you heard it here first.
Absolutely echo that.
This is a very beginner-friendly hobby. If you want to get into robot combat, do talk to the other roboteers. Do bring a robot to an event. See if you can find out how to build it online. There are guides all over the place. We always recommend BristolBotBuilders.com, isn't it? BristolBotBuilders.com.
BristolBotBuilders.com.
Not that. But if you want to find out where there are other events around the country, bbb.gd/events. Or is it calendar? It might be /calendar.
One of them is only the
/calendar.
Is it /calendar? /calendar. Because I had this problem the other day.
It's calendar.
So it looks like loading into the arena we have Tosser, Reed, and
this is an actual fight. This is an actual round of 8 fight, ladies and gentlemen. No more whiteboarding about. The round of 8 begins here with Tosser 3, Flipping Spree, and End Boss.
Quarterfinals, sorry about that. What are your bets here then, Jevon? Well, End Boss is a renowned destroyer of other robots.
It is.
But Tosser 3 has had a fairly spotless record this weekend. I think it only wins by KO.
Yep, I think Tosser 3 and End Boss are going to have an amazing driving match. That's my prediction.
I think this will be one to watch.
Here we go then, the round of 8 starts here. Tosser 3 very quick out the gate, as is End Boss, and very quick up to speed as well. Jockeying for position, both of these. End Boss turning, trying to get those forks into play. Tosser behind him with a flip as well, and going towards that outer corner. That was exciting, but some damage there. The flipper has gone.
Gareth's going to have to rely on his ground game here to beat End Boss, and End Boss with those long forks, that's going to be really tough.
Yeah, certainly. The driving skill will have to be on point here for Tosser, as it has been so far this weekend, though. That pit may well come into play. The forks almost getting in the way of End Boss getting engagement with Tosser.
Tosser's certainly getting the rub of the pushing match. Pit now down. And End Boss...
Oh, very close to the pit there. Turned over there. Self-righting mechanism still in use, but Tosser has been hit.
Tosser dead in the water. Looks like maybe the link has come out.
Quite possibly either that or some damaged wiring underneath. But either way, your winner is End Boss.
A fantastic match there. Congratulations to End Boss. And commiserations to Tosser. A fantastic weekend for that robot. First time out as a new build. And
we're seeing the replay now.
So far.
Replay here on screen, just that gut hit underneath.
It was the guts that took it. It wasn't the link as I first thought. In fact, you can see the link still in on that replay, so my apologies.
I don't know how that's before or after. Well, that looks like battery length there, so be careful.
So as we unload these robots from the arena, we're getting ready for another quarterfinal fight. Anomaly versus Stratus.
We are indeed. Hopefully we're going to have a chat with Gareth Barnaby and Shane Lale here. We want to see them both. Somebody's nicked our chairs, but that's fine. Hello, hello. Mr. Barnaby, come and see us.
That was one hell of a fight.
That was an incredible match, both of you. What did you make of it?
It didn't go well for me, clearly.
No, well, it was going quite well to start with.
It was going quite well. That's the kind of the Achilles heel of my type of building. Is it's very class cannony. It's all or nothing. Don't get hit or that's it kind of thing.
Yeah.
It goes well until you do get hit.
What did get hit underneath there? Because I think it was that base hit that was.
Yeah, so he caught my power wires. That was it. Straight between the battery and controller, and that was it.
And that was it.
Well, it's the battery, so that's nice.
Yeah. Shane, you're through to another semi-finals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad. He almost had me. It's always going to be a driving fight with Gareth. It was against his other robot gear down for but yeah, almost had me in the pit. I was able to skid over it. Bit shaky in that bit, and then starting to come back down now. So yeah.
And you're just watching the replay back, I can see. Eagerly watching that action. It was such a fast and frenetic fight. Both of you put on an absolute.
That was close to flipping myself out. But yeah, as soon as I ripped his flipper off, I calmed down a bit, but his driving's still on point all the time, so you can't really take a break. Yeah, I was going a bit aggressive, but yeah.
Lovely stuff, thank you both. And we are moving on to our next fight.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Gareth.
I see Stratus in the red and Anomaly in the blue.
Two more undefeated robots.
Activate! No, false start Anomaly.
False start
Calm
Anomaly.
down, Tweedy. Calm down.
Tim, are you blaming the audience? Blaming me. Cool.
We'll be better this time. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Activate. Much better. Well done, everybody involved. Stratus up to speed. Anomaly gets a big hit and thrown across the arena.
Both these new robots for this competition, both undefeated so far.
Anomaly hits the ceiling, a massive hit, and seems still on the arena floor. Stratus is very up to speed, but bounces off the floor. That plastic, I think, in the wheels bent and let the spinner touch the floor.
There's a lot of flex in those wheels. It helps to stop getting defeated by other robots, but at the same time, obviously, comes with the caveat that you might hit the floor.
You may indeed hit the floor.
And that was quick and fairly brutal. I think the Anomaly has quite a lot of damage on the wedge there.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to get a closer look at Anomaly, I think. And we'll get Stratus over here as well. Stratus is telling me that the chassis is starting to bend a bit more in the middle.
We have a bit of a banana, I think.
The only reason we had to be so careful about that start is it could have been a one-hit fight.
There are bits of Anomaly hanging out sort of everywhere. We're going to have a closer look at that in just a moment. They're going to come over. We're seeing the replay here. It was a false start.
False start. But that was...
They're going to just go and take the battery out, and then we'll get back to fighting.
Safety first as ever.
Yeah.
Of course, Stratus has become more and more sort of low in the middle.
Yeah, definitely is starting to bow a bit, isn't it?
We've just got to see if it can outlast the rest of the competition, or rather outlast itself, in a sense.
In theory, it only needs to last for 2 more fights.
I thought I had the widest robot here, but I haven't actually measured up to Stratus, and I'm starting to
see.
I'm starting to think that I've been telling people a lie this whole weekend. I've got longer bits I can put on.
Yeah. See those bounces at the end there. Could have been curtains at the very end for Stratus. If it had bounced out of the arena before the count out on Anomaly had finished, that could have been it for Stratus, and Anomaly would get through on a technicality.
These sorts of things do happen. We haven't seen it this weekend, as far as I know. You've been watching all the fights, Jeff, and you'll have to tell me. I've been repairing my robot all the time.
We haven't seen it just yet this weekend, but
It would be fairly dramatic to happen in the at this point.
It certainly would. Still to come in the fighting action, Swag Demon will be fighting Sir Lancerfrog, and then we move on to our semi-finals. There will be a bit of a gap before then because the Roboteers need to get the robots back in one piece again.
They also need to have a bit of water, maybe a bite to eat.
Yeah, remember to keep hydrated.
Very hot.
We've got a lovely fan here that is not even producing enough blow for us now. It's a bit hot.
There's not enough blow at the commentary table.
Oh, you've got a
From
nice
from the fan.
Choice of words was poor. Oh, Ryan.
All right, well, it's been lovely commentating for you, but I'm going to hand back to Gavin.
Oh, Gav is back.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Happy days. You're back just in time for the conclusion to round 2 of Biscuit Wars.
Are we still on about Biscuit Wars?
Yeah, come over because we did round 2. Oh, okay. Well, he's just showing us the Dutch win over the English with the mini Stroop waffles. And we are ready to go again with more robot fighting. It is going to be Baby Shrek against Night Fury. Activate! Here we go. Both robots up to speed. This is going to be an interesting fight.
And for the first time, Night Fury's not the one with the first impact. Baby Shrek getting in there.
And it's over!
The champion is out!
We will have a new champion of Robot Rebellion.
So the champion, the previous champion, Night Fury, they have been knocked out by Baby Shrek.
We're watching the replay here. One hit there. And then 2 hits. That's all it took.
Looked like the tiniest catch on the tail of Night Fury. That was enough to propel them up and over.
All it needs, Night Fury over and out. And we are joined by Jack Tweedy. Hello there. What on earth happened to your robot?
The link fell out.
Is that it?
Yeah.
The link fell out.
Everything else works, the link fell out.
May I show camera the...
Yeah, it's taken a couple of knocks, but it's all still functional. Everything's just a bit wobbly.
The gubbins are sort of a bit all over the place. The front wedge did its job at absorbing the hits.
Yeah, it took one, which is all I expected it to do.
But yeah, this is a beautiful new machine that you built. It is meant to have a spinning disc on it, and it will have sometime soon.
Hopefully for August. I'm not going to be competing though, I'm just going to be taking it to
test.
Yeah, to try things.
Lovely stuff. Well, I look forward to seeing it in its final form.
It won't look like this.
Ooh, a few changes, a few modifications.
Whole new thing.
Lovely stuff. Well, we look forward to it. Thank you very much, Jack. We are going to have some whiteboards. Oh! Ah, yes, the last of the quarterfinals. It's been interesting while you've been away.
I was going to say, please do tell me, what have I missed?
You've missed quite a lot, to be fair. End Boss defeated Tosser 3 in an amazing battle. One you'll definitely want to watch back later. And, well, that's kind of it.
Stratus?
Oh, yes, Stratus beat Anomaly. You've just seen the outcome of that fight. Stratus is starting to look a bit more bowed, though.
Interesting. So that 2-day competition is taking its toll on the robot, unable to do proper maintenance and slowly wearing down.
Tom did tell me yesterday afternoon he expected the robot to split in half on the first fight.
So slowly fatiguing, potentially.
Possibly. So they're going to have a good look at it, see what's up, and then try and get it back to working order. Meanwhile, in the arena, Sir Lancerfrog is back in the blue square, and we have Swag Demon.
I honestly cannot believe that Sir Lancerfrog is still in this competition.
It's done very, very well.
I know everyone was really happy to see them back competing again. It's been a while. I cannot believe how far they've gotten through this.
You want to talk about durability, look no further than Sir Lancerfrog, because it is one of the most durable robots in the field we have.
So, audience, we will need your help to count down the last of these semi-finals. We have the thumbs up, and from 3.
Stand by.
Wait for it.
Always wait for it.
Wait for it. 3, 2, 1, Activate!
And in comes Swag Demon as Sir Lancelot tries to get around the backside. So they do not want to deal with that egg beater. They do not want to deal with that drum. But look at it. Swag Demon now getting some damage done. And close to the Uta zone we come.
Yeah, Swag Demon pushing all around the arena. Sir Lancelot now the right way up once again. But is not the lower of the two machines and is being thrown all around the arena by Swag Demon.
And Swag Demon now putting Sir Lancelot up into the corner. They want to grind away at Swag Demon. Sir Lancelot, they want to do the damage. They want to get in. And they don't want Sir Lancelot walking out of this event. The pit button has been hit. And are we going to get close to the pit zone? We are waiting for the floor to drop. Sir Lancelot looking in the defensive. They look in trouble, Jevon.
Yeah, definitely. They are struggling to get away from the pit. And Swag Demon, I think, backed away there to try and let them out. They want the fight to continue. Or do they?
Is it more of a case they don't want to go in the pit themselves?
Well, quite likely. We've seen it a lot this weekend, that the wrong robot falls down the pit.
And now here we go, getting closer. So Lancelot just trying to nudge out of the way at the last minute. Swag Demons using their
That Lance is caught on the edge of the pit, the one wheel over, and there's going to be a count out.
So audience, count them down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cease. Into the pit it goes. Sir Lancelot is out of the competition.
And we have our final four, ladies and gentlemen. Our final four will be End Boss going up against Swag Demon and Stratus fighting Baby Shrek'd.
So the next of the competitive heats will be at 3:30. So Roboteers, be at the ready table by 3:30 for the final competitive events. But whilst we wait for that, the whiteboards, the opportunity for some fun are about to take place. This is where we chuck any and all robots into the arena and see what destruction we can achieve. So you can see all of the Roboteers at the ready table. They're discussing what fights they want to do. And this is where we start to see the 4-way fights, 3-way fights, and the fights that just never really should be happening. Very, very excited to see what white tables we will get going. But competitive action will begin at 3:30, so a 20-minute break.
So being loaded in is the grabber whiteboard. Lots of grabbing robots, all about to get their grubby little mitts all over each other.
And how many robots are going to enter this arena right now?
Oh, I can see at least 4, if not more.
7.
7.
7. Yeah, 7. 7.
So
robots.
far in the arena we have Mr. Cat's Mouse House and Deja, 2 multi-something or other drifting. Multi-grab drifting. That would make sense in the grabber fight, wouldn't it? Grab Crab is in the arena as well.
So although a little bit bowed, they are back and competing. But again, this is just for fun.
It is indeed. To see who is the best grabber.
Is that what we're about to see? Is that what we're going to crown?
We're going to crown the best grabber, and what we're going to do to them is grab them.
Are we?
I don't know.
Well, I think actually what they're going to do to everyone else is grab, and then hopefully we'll see some knockouts into the Uta zone and maybe even into the pit abyss.
Sounds good.
So this will take a little while to load up the arena. 7 robots. We got 4 in the arena floor so far. 3 more to come.
Schneck is being loaded in right now.
She hasn't communicated. Give it a minute, it might think.
Being brushed into position is Crab, and also Schneck as well. Ready for the grabber version of Step Up 3D.
I did not know there was such a thing.
I think it's whatever he has left at this point.
the components that remain. Although that's actually being taken back out, so I'm not too sure if Snack is going to make their way into this fight.
Babrog certainly is, though, being loaded in at the moment.
Now this is interesting because Babrog and Schneck are friends. They are teammates.
They're father and son, I believe.
So are we going to see teamwork, or do you think they're going to go straight after each other?
Attack each other all day long.
So they're going to ignore all of their fellow competitors and basically go straight after each other.
Yeah.
Nothing lost between father and son. So how many robots? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 robots in, maybe
Brug
2
is
more
now
to
being
come.
loaded in with its lovely pokey stick.
And what makes it lovely?
Well, you could put...
I really stumped you there, didn't I?
You could put fruit on it, and perhaps other meats, and have a lovely kebab.
Grapple turnover now entering the arena.
Yep, you didn't know what to say to that last one, did you?
I don't, well... What happened to this biscuit championship? Have we concluded that now?
Well, this needs to go up against the minty ones, right? Minty ones. Well, there we go. The Australian mint biscuits win.
So where is Ben? I don't know where Ben's ran off to, but Ben, your mint biscuits from Australia, they are winning everything or beating everything that's here today. So congratulations.
You have the best snacks.
You have the best snacks. It has been such a long day, such a long event that we have.
Talking of snack,
it's back in the arena.
This is indeed. What a lovely little segue that was.
It's full circle, and I love that we could achieve somehow bringing it back to robotic competition.
Boring bots here. It's become 8.
Wow, that's my favourite to win. Already, that's it now. Everyone else get out of the arena. Boring Bot is far and away the best robot there. And I love that the Roboteers are struggling to find a viewing platform
What
to see
on
their
earth
robots.
is that? That there would be both halves of Rust in Pieces held together by yoga mat or some sort of foam
Jigsaw puzzle foam.
Yeah.
Something that you use in the machine shop so that you have a comfortable flooring instead of a concrete base. And they actually are up and down in unison. Right, Roboteers, make sure you can see. Please scatter yourselves around. Try not to block the crowd. We want them to be able to see as well. So there is some space here in front of us if you do need to shuffle round. And audience, I don't know how we're going to call this one, but just enjoy whatever is about to happen.
I think we'll do an audience vote at the end of it, see who wins.
I think there'll be too many robots left standing.
I don't know. I think the pit's going to fill up.
You reckon? Well, everyone prepare for some carnage and let's help us count us in. Roboteers, stand by.
3, 2, 1, activate!
And well, already it's a medley of carnage. Is the Rust in Pieces actually getting caught amongst everyone.
Yeah. We've got Boring Bot trying to grab a hold of things. We've got Brug poking things with his pokey stick. Step Up 3D is looking for its next victim. Grapple turnover being lifted by Rust in Pieces.
And I don't know if you saw it, but Grab Crab was almost into the Uta zone there, so that was really almost close for them. They almost got knocked out.
In fact, I think Grab Crab and Babrog are stuck together and may well be out here.
Well, no, I'm sure Boring Bot is going to move over and just give you some opportunity to move. Although Grab Crab is stationary.
So we've lost one already. Grab Crab has gone.
And the pit is now open, but Rust in Pieces, they're way too wide. They can't quite get over there, but they seem to be stuck.
I think one side of Rust in Pieces was being very cautious there.
So Rust in Pieces was protecting the abyss. They were stopping any competitor
Step
from
Up
falling
3D
in.
is upside down. I don't know how that happened, but it is.
And now Rust in Pieces, they're upside down. That mat's probably going to weigh them down. No, they do get back up again.
But one half has gone, and now they're connected. It is one robot, and therefore it is out.
But if all the robots work together, could they pull the second part of Rust in Pieces out of the pit? Look at Grapple turnover.
It's touched the bottom now.
Maybe, but maybe they can still get them back into this fight. And it looks like over on the corner, so Grapple turnover is doing everything they can. Close to the pit, almost falling in there. Grab Crab's been shuffled over to the other side of the pits, and looks like we've got a stopped robot on top of Grab Crab. No, they've been released.
Mr. Cat's Mouse House doing a good job of getting a hold of Deja too. Rust in Pieces, they're sort of helping Brug into the pit, I think.
And have we mentioned
doing?
Brag has gone into the pits?
Well, there are only 9 seconds left in the fight.
6, 5,
And so far it has been utterly ridiculous, and I'm not sure who's still working. Boring Bot there trying to get some last minute in to the pits.
Okay, Robert, hang on. Before we open up the box, what we're going to do is I'm going to get the robots to give us a spin so the audience know which one it is they're cheering for, okay? So we will start off. If you think that Step Up 3D, give us a spin, won the fight, let's have a cheer. If you think that Boring Bot won the fight, that's the one with the long sticks in the middle there, give us a cheer. If you think that Grapple Turnover won the fight, give us a thing. There we go. Give us a cheer. If you think that Deja 2 won the fight, the strafing robot, oh, very nice. Give us a cheer. If you think that Babrog won the fight, give us a cheer. If you think that Schneck won the fight, give us a cheer. That's that one. And if you think Mr. Cat's Mouse House won the fight, let's have a cheer. There it is. Mr. Cat's Mouse House is your winner. Pragmatic.
So let's get all of those robots out of the arena. That's going to take a bit of time. The carnage there, that's going to take a bit of time. So everyone, put down your controllers. And we'll let Gareth just take control of that.
Apparently the next fight we're going to get is the international battle to see who is the best international robot here. So I'm being told the Not English Rumble is the official title of this.
The non-English,
yes.
Non-English Rumble. So almost international, but one competitor's getting involved. And to be fair, why wouldn't you get involved?
Okay, the ones over on that side, if you drive over to the pit. For now. Let's how this goes.
So am I right in thinking Babrog and Schneck are going to stay in the arena?
Very good point, because the next fight is going to be an interesting one. Non-English competitors, so non-English showdown or non-English rumble, whichever one you want to go for. But basically, we have had representatives from around the world here today and yesterday.
And Scotland.
They are from around the world.
No, apparently they're not.
They're not.
According to Scott, who's he's representing Scotland.
Scott the Scot.
He is indeed, yeah.
Scott the Scot. Anyway, that nickname might just stop as Ryan just goes, oh yeah. Anyway, so still removing some robots out of the arena, and then we will get it reloaded.
One side's fucked, but that's fine. We'll see how it goes. I'll nurse it. I'll nurse it.
So the Irish contingent, Babrog and Schneck. Being loaded into the box as we speak.
And you can see there just putting in the safety device, the safety tag. If that
The
comes
removable
out,
link, yes.
Removable link. If that is pulled out, the robot is deactivated.
pretentious. She doesn't go forward or backwards anymore.
Representing Ukraine is This Is Not My Beautiful Wife. Does the flag waggle now? Oh, it does as well. Nice, nice. Representing the Netherlands, we have This Is Not a Drill.
This is not a rumble.
Scotland? I don't know where he is. Who?
Representing Scotland is going to be Attitude Adjuster. Representing Australia, we have Annie, are you okay? And I think that's going to be it. I feel that's enough.
So a little bit eager there for Attitude Adjuster, getting the hammer going already. And unfortunately, Not My Beautiful Wife is just waving the flag in the middle, almost surrendering before it's even started. So just spinning on the spot, and everyone please go kind on Not My Beautiful Wife. So it's not really worth telling you who's where, just prepare that this will be very chaotic as Annie, are you okay? Is a destructive robot. We may get some robots flying up against the arena wall, but count it in, 2, 1,
activate! Here we go then. Not My Beautiful Wife doing exactly as they said, spinning on the spot. Annie, are you okay? Spinning up to speed as well. Big hit there off the front wedge of Attitude Adjuster.
And now Attitude Adjuster dealing the damage back with that hammer. They do not want Annie, are you okay, getting away with that. Eye is falling off from Not My Beautiful Wife.
Babrock was on their back. They've turned back onto their wheels now. And I believe that Schneck is stuck on the back of This Is Not a Drill, now away.
So we saw there Attitude Adjuster hammering into Annie, are you okay? And now hammering in on another robot. They're just being aggressive, whoever they can pick a fight with.
Annie, are you okay? Is stuck on her face. No, away again.
Well, they've now enacted Aussie mode, where the spinner is the wrong side of the robot, up in the air. And what a
lovely suplex there from Babrock.
So Babrock coming from Ireland. And I think that is the sister robot of Babrock stuck in the arena wall.
The arena button has been pressed. The pit is going down. This Is Not My Beautiful Wife looks a bit sad upside down.
Very much immobile. The wheels are spinning, but they're not able to get any traction. And Babrock now, they got to grapple on. Attitude Adjuster taking them towards the pit. Will we see Not My Beautiful Wife go into the pit? I think some robots are trying to orchestrate that. Getting closer.
There are 2 of our robots.
It's a 2 for 1. Both are in the pits. And almost into the Uta zone was Annie, are you okay?
Babrock pushing Annie once again and turning her over. Attitude Adjuster coming in with some good axe hits on the floor.
And let's see that spinning disc of Annie getting up to speed, knocking Annie over into the red zone, and Babrock chasing him down. And now looking for another suplex, and everyone's in the corner.
8, 7, 6, 5.
5 seconds left in the fight.
And almost
but
close
this
to the pit.
Is Not a Drill. He's in the pit. And that is Cease. Well, 3 robots left in the arena. Do we think that Babrock with the grapple and lifter won the fight? Give us a cheer. If we think Annie, are you okay, won the fight, give us a cheer. If you think that Attitude Adjuster won the fight, give us a cheer. That is a win for Scotland and Attitude Adjuster.
Bringing it home to the UK because the non-Brits, non-English were allowed to compete.
We are gearing up for our semi-final bouts. Stay tuned because the next couple of battles are going to decide who makes it into the grand final. The first match we'll see, End Boss will take on Swag Demon, and then Stratus will take on Baby Shrek. If you're hanging around outside and can hear me talking very loudly, we have two awesome fights on the way in our robot arena for Robot Rebellion 2022.
It has been a 2-day event. We have been sweeping through 55 robots to whittle it now down to 4. And well, there can only be one winner. And the best of the best are left really to fight it out. And who were those 4, just to remind us?
End Boss, a vertical spinner, 2 wheels on it and some lovely forks out the front, but different setups. We'll see what they go for. Against Swag Demon, a drum spinner with 2 forks on the front, but has been very consistently good all day yesterday and all day today as well. And then the other 2 we have Stratus, our big-wheeled vertical spinner, has been taking names and is so far undefeated in tournament, but I don't want to jinx it. And then finally, we have Baby Shrek. Had to think for a second there. The mean green vertical machine.
Well, if you ask me, I think Baby Shrek is actually going to give Stratus a run for their money. This is the first time I think their wheels are truly going to be under threat because they've had a relatively nice bracket. Grab Crab did a brilliant job to lift them up and actually put them into danger, but at the end of the day, Stratus got on top and just ripped into Grab Crab, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, certainly. So, Angel Slice was in earlier, but they had issues with their weapon cogging. It wasn't turning properly, and Stratus took advantage, ripped their top panel into bits. It's going to be a real showing now of what Stratus can do with a very dangerous vertical spinner in Baby Shrek.
So entering the arena now with the long orange forks is End Boss, and they will be joined by Swag Demon. And it's an interesting one because although that ramp will put Swag Demon up into the vertical spinner of End Boss, that drum is actually quite lethal. We will see the weapons collide, and I wonder which is actually going to be the more durable of the 2.
Yeah, definitely. I think End Boss is very, very well driven, but so is Swag Demon. I'm not sure who's the better driver of the 2. It's going to be interesting. And I'm not sure what's going to happen if Swag Demon and Baby Shrek both win, because they're both Sam Price bots, so we'll have to wait and see what happens at the end, whether somebody else will take the reins of Swag Demon or Baby Shrek.
So what you're seeing at the moment is all of the safety precautions being removed. Once the robot is placed into the arena, they can start to, well, weaponify, I'm trying to think of a good word, weaponize their robots. There is actually a word for it.
Yeah, arm
weaponize.
them. Arm them, ready to fight.
And so we will see Swag Demon making their way to the blue zone, End Boss in the red. This is going to be a very intriguing battle, a battle of spinners, a battle of destruction. And it's all going to be about who can get to the side of their opponent. Everyone, let's count it in as the red lights are on. Roboteers, stand by in
3, 2, 1. Activate! Both up to speed very quickly. It's Swag Demon getting around the side of End Boss, bouncing off the forks, but a huge rip through the air. Swag Demon now upside down near that Uta zone.
And you can see that Swag Boss nipping into corners of Emboss. Emboss got up to speed so quick. Swag Demon, sorry. Emboss now pinning Swag Demon up against the wall, backing away because they want to get some damage done. Those forks are actually quite challenging because Swag Demon, that drum is catching those forks and starting to do damage. And Emboss cannot get close enough, I don't think. We're hearing something rumbling.
Emboss is trying to grind down the back end of Swag Demon, but Swag Demon seems to be sitting still. And that is going to be it. Swag Demon eliminated it. It's Emboss going through to the grand final.
So what happened there? Why did Swag Demon get ceased at the end?
Well, it's going to be one of several things. Either the removal link has been taken out of that robot. There's an exposed battery perhaps, I don't know, I can't quite see down there. We'll find out very shortly.
That was exactly why I asked the question. It's quite difficult to see when it approaches the blue corner. It's hard for us to get a good visual of it. And I can't see the removable link, so maybe it was just a damage done.
There is something else in that corner. It is indeed the removable link that was taken out.
So Emboss absolutely just identifying a weak spot and making them pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I thought that Emboss was struggling to get close enough to Swag Demon, but clearly, actually, they weren't looking for the carcass of the robot. They were after that safety link. They didn't want to get too close. And very, very well done by Emboss. They're through into the final round. Yet to play off now is Stratus versus Baby Shrek. This is going to be one heck of a fight. Can't wait to see those robots get loaded in. Emboss, thank you for joining us. And let's have a quick look at those forks, because I thought those forks were getting caught by the drum beater there.
Yeah, I think that one was, but I think a few others were getting underneath him, which played to my advantage. I love Sam, he helped build it, and yeah, as soon as I had him over, I knew like that was my best shot to try and get him. And as soon as I had him in the corner, I was like hoping that he was going to grind, not like smack him into the roof. So I could work, I knew where his link was.
You got very close to throwing him out of the arena at one point as well. It was a massive hit, sort of very early on in the fight.
Yeah, it's always going to be a big hit fight when there's two big spinners like that. The weapon was a bit stiff at the end, but it seems to have freed up now. Just let's see who I'm going to fight.
Who would you rather, Stratus or Baby Shrek?
At this point, I have no idea. Both, either. Same time, I'll fight both. It's fine.
Fighting words there from Shane. Thank you very much and best of luck for the grand final match.
I'd be very excited for that. Let's forget this. Let's just freeway fight for the final. Let's go.
Let's go. Well, we are about to find out who is going to be fighting Shane and Emboss in the grand final. As Stratus and Baby Shrek arm up in the arena. Stratus, the big-wheeled vertical spinner. Baby Shrek, the small green but very mean machine.
It's incredibly mean, incredibly aggressive. And Baby Shrek, it has baby in the name, but it is all-out aggression. It is very
It may
very
say
mature.
baby in the name, but they've taken the kiddie gloves off, I think.
Definitely not a rookie at this either. They've been competing for a number of events now. They know exactly what their game plan is. And as I said, the first time the wheels of Stratus have been under threat. All it's going to take is for Baby Shrek to dive in and grapple one of those plastic wheels, and we could see an immobilization very easily.
Yes, absolutely. Well, here we go then. We are ready for the second semi-final. Are you all ready in the audience?
Robot is stand by.
Then will you give me a hand to count them down in 3, 2, 1. Activate!
And they're spinning up, they're getting up speed, and Stratus slowly making their way over. Baby Shrek though, look at it, darting away. They don't want to go where they are now.
Weapons to weapon, right through the air! A massive hit, but the wheels on Stratus are not looking healthy.
And both robots still operational. I thought Baby Shrek was out of action for a second there, but they are back up. And look at Stratus, they are looking a little bit jammed. The wheel is very much spinning on the spot. It's quite buckled actually, so Baby Shrek needs to get in at the side and do a bit more damage because Stratus is not giving up the ghost yet. Look at that wheel slowly buckling.
Excellent driving from Tom, managing to turn around, get faced up to Baby Shrek once again. trying to get in for the hits that they need to get the win. Another absolutely massive hit. Baby Shrek upside down. Can they still move from there?
The referee started to count. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your finalist is Stratus. And lots of damage to fix in this fight, I think.
How on earth did they get away with that? Look at the wheels on Stratus.
Well, we're watching the replay. Some amazing, massive hits. Sparks fly and Baby Shrek just disappears from frame. It's like a magic trick.
Literally is, and the velocity with which he got fired across the arena is so aggressive. They did try. I can see the robot trying to spin up the disc, trying to get out of that corner, but they got caught up. And Stratus, they didn't want any more of that fight. They were happy to leave them be and let the count of the referee fully go down. So once again, watching the replay, look at Baby Shrek though. They're biding their patience.
They were. There was some excellent darting round the side of Stratus, trying to find the right angle to attack. That right angle never really came for them, unfortunately.
Although you say that, but there was a brilliant hit as they did get underneath the wheel of Stratus, but the wheel didn't buckle all that much. Actually held together really well.
Yeah, the wheels are made out of a flexible plastic, which means when they get hit by a high kinetic energy spinner, they just bend out of the way. You see the grip, the tyre rubber coming off, but that won't stop it from moving. What will is if those wheels get completely ripped off. And unfortunately for Baby Shrek, that just didn't happen.
So we've now got in the final 2 incredible robots, Stratus and Endboss. And really it's a replay of the match we just saw because Endboss is a very similar design to Baby Shrek.
Yeah, I wonder if we're not going to see the forks on Endboss in that last match, because what are they going to do really? There's no point in trying to get the ground clearance on a robot whose ground clearance is up there somewhere.
The only thing they would do is potentially cause Endboss to get caught in the arena floor or even the wall. So actually you're absolutely right, brilliant call. If I was Endboss, I'd be taking them off immediately.
Putting something chunkier on the front, perhaps those orange wedgelets we saw earlier on today that are more flexible and can absorb the impacts.
So before we have the final battle, those robots will need some repairs. We will have some whiteboards, but I'm not sure quite when, although we have a judge coming over to talk to us. So, is there something you wish to say?
Yeah, so Sam has done an amazing effort this weekend. He's run 2 robots through the competition. We've had some dropouts, so he would normally have to fight himself for 3rd place, but obviously that's not going to happen. So he's just going to choose which 2 of his robots is going to get 3rd and which one's going to get 4th. So, you know, he's put in such a big effort. We're going to make a special exception for him.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, he's going to win the fight either way. So, yeah,
so definitely, I think that
his robots for no reason.
No, I think that means we need to give a massive round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd and 4th place finisher, Mr. Sam Price.
But what we do have for you, is like our annual sort of thing we like to do. We're going to have a judges' rumble.
All marvellous. The judges' rumble.
So we've gone out and spoken to the teams, and some people have donated a bot to each one of us to fight. So I've been given Gear Down for What.
You lucky person. So Tim will be driving Gear Down for What. Ben, come over. Other side, man, other side, come on. Broadcast professional. So, Judges Rumble, who will you be fighting with?
Mr. Cat's Mouse House.
Mr. Cat's Mouse House, meow meow. And Ryan?
Running into each other there, starting to fight already outside of the arena.
Who is it you will be fighting with?
As you can tell from my very fetching sticker, I will have an Attitude Adjuster.
Excellent. So, Attitude Adjuster, Mr. Cat's Mouse House, and Gear Down for What are your 3 combatants in the Judges' Rumble. They've been fighting each other in the judging, and now they're going to be fighting each other in the arena.
Well, it's interesting with the judging. They don't actually have to listen to each other at all because they can split the decision.
Of course, this does mean we need 3 judges for this fight. Roboteers, may I have 3 willing victims? I see an Alex Shakespeare, a Sam Elliott. Apparently Tim has already lost the fight. It's such a shame, but
the power to overrule even a knockout does the judges have it. Shaky, do not mess with any of the computers, do not mess with what's on their screens.
But you third judge. You've got a beer, you've got food. I think you are the third judge. You judge enough. Go back to Norwalk. Go back to... What are they doing without you today at Norwalk? Getting it wrong, probably.
I think we should come up with some new categories that don't typically come into the realm
we
of
have
robots.
some traditional ones, which is Daring Do and what was the other one? Perky Drive Systems. A certain je ne sais quoi, yes. Lack of brushes in the robot, of course. Okay. I think one should be the spirit of Thermidor 2. It's going to be a tough judge's decision. Not only because we can't remember the judging criteria. I think we might have a different battle coming in first. I can see a pink version of Aggro Wubba Smithers Edition. I think it's a shiny. I think it might be a shiny Aggro Wubba.
A special rare robot.
Yeah, if anyone has a Pokeball or a can of Coke or something, just throw it at David. No, don't do that. You might catch him.
Who is joining them into the arena? I can see everyone's around the ready table just discussing what's going on. Please do not tell me that's the return of Bad entering into the arena.
Yeah, Bad Father Mucker is on its way in, as is, by the looks of things, Enigma. And Boomzoon. Enigma's face is not on straight anymore, is it?
It's giving you a bit of a Saki slant, isn't it? So a little bit of unsure by Enigma there, although it's just been thrown into the arena. Not
I
even
think
sure
his drive may be a bit suspect.
So potentially being just sacrificed to the destruction power of Bad.
We have a Boom Zoom entering in here.
And we are actually filling this arena. Many more robots than I was expecting.
Yeah, I believe what we're about to see is as close to a gladiator as we're going to get this weekend.
And what is a gladiator?
Oh, just all the robots. The biggest we've ever done is 42 robots, we believe. We actually couldn't count them all.
Yeah, I'm not even surprised.
Some of them were on top of each other.
Yep,
to start the fight.
You almost need a second level to this arena, a multi-arena arena.
What you're talking about here is some sort of upper deck, perhaps?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know what it would do for this level of fighting, but, it could give you an opportunity to slam down from on top of the arena.
Yeah, from the upper ropes. We have Good Boy, the bestest boy, in the arena as well. And new robot to the competition from the team that brought you Igor. This is Fang. I'm looking that way, asking the question. Fang, it is Fang, lovely. The bat-themed spinner.
And I can see BoringBot is once again back in there.
Very happy as our Gav because BoringBot's back in the arena.
Oh, it's just such a joy to watch. So actually BoringBot's going to be controlled from the judging table. So that's going to be an interesting challenge there.
Well, the audience are going to be judging this one, I think.
Absolutely, and Bad is right behind BoringBot, so if I was BoringBot, I'd be running straight away from that corner. And now we really are in for a treat because we have got Bad and Zephyrus, two robots that will cause destruction, jump around the ring, and
I've just seen another robot that's about to be entered in.
Oh my god, no, Rob, what are you doing?
Di-Fi's back.
Di-Fi is back, and in this type of competition. Oh no, so for those who don't know, Di-Fi is a robot that has been struggling. It is a robot that walks with a gyration disc.
Walks.
I say walks. It stands stationary and spins up a very powerful, very heavy weapon.
He sort of leans to one side and then leans to the other and hopes to move forwards a bit, but usually goes backwards.
Meanwhile, everyone else around them is charging into him and just knocking them about. So
yeah.
I think Di-Fi is more of the sacrificial one in this fight, although, as we said, Enigma is also struggling to move around the arena. Your destruction dealers, I think, for this fight is going to be Zephyrus and Bad.
I dread to think what's going to happen.
prepare to see robots flying into the ceiling of the arena, into the walls, and hopefully into the Uta zone, because no one deserves to be put into the Uta zone, but we all love to see it.
Are we all good over there?
And I'm already seeing that the Roboteers are making some plans amongst themselves. I've heard that Boring Bot's been told to chase down the spinners and get them out of the competition. To which Alex has said, no, I'm staying well away from the spinners.
Look lively, everyone, because there's a froggy entering the arena as well.
So potentially their last fight of the day, depending on how much damage they sustain. Sir Lancerfrog. And I'm looking around. Is that it? I can see one more Roboteer making their way over.
That is driver of Lancerfrog, Nicole.
So they needed their safety link. Potentially they forgot their safety link.
Well, they wouldn't be going very far, would they?
Not at all. They won't be going anywhere. So Jevon's just counting up the robots that are in the arena. What is the final tally?
11.
Those legs 11 turned into a bingo competition. So Roboteers,
wait, there is a 12th. Voltergeist is being held aloft, ready to go in.
Well, it has to be an even number, doesn't it? It has to be an even number as David looks at them in a bit of, are you serious? But yes, we are getting Voltergeist into this competition. And a question is being asked, a question I'm quite excited for, so we'll wait to see if that can go further up to the judges. Very ceremoniously thrown in there by Dave. I'm sure Voltergeist will not mind. And before we get going,
this is a death match, ladies and gentlemen. One robot will remain standing at the end of this 12 robot fight. This is a gladiator. Are you all ready to count it down?
Stand by.
Here we go.
3,
2,
1.
Good luck to eight, and good luck indeed.
Carnage,
really bad,
chaos,
getting in some damage.
Bad
jumping
butter
around.
everywhere. Di-Fi's on its side.
And Zephyrus is taking some time to get their spinner up to speed. Listen to the damage.
Fang has caused some damage.
And as you said, Di-Fi's on their side. The pit button has been hit. Bad in the background there, jumping all over the arena.
Boom Zoom upside down.
And I can see some carnage, some shrapnel being disposed there. And Bad
Boom
is
Zoom
really,
right way up.
Bad is really taking a dislike to Boom Zoom. They want some destruction done. And now we're seeing
the pit is going down. The top of the bat is off. We are pausing the fight. An exposed battery has popped out to say hello.
And which robot is it that we are removing?
I believe it is Fang.
So Roboteers, all of your controllers must be placed down so you do not accidentally touch a control.
Yeah, I believe the whole lid of Fang has just been removed and the insides have fallen out as a result.
So the battery has been removed, but we're leaving the robot in there. So we have a sacrificial robot. Please feel free to go and attack, or are we taking it out?
No, they are going to take it out. It's too new to kill yet.
What a shame. What
Well
a shame,
done, Fang,
sir.
well done. I believe Anomaly is coming out as well. So 2 robots down.
I was going to say, at first there was 12. It seems that we are now down to 10. And there is a question about Di-Fi. Di-Fi is on its side.
We're just separating some of the robots.
So a question was asked, do we write Di-Fi? The answer from all the Roboteers was yes.
He is indeed still standing. Better than he ever did, to be fair.
Looking like a true survivor.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not, okay.
Nope.
Moving on.
I think we'll get copyright stricken otherwise.
So Roboteers, we are on YouTube.
Yeah.
Roboteers, do not start early.
We go on the sound of the horn.
Robot ears, stand by.
So once again, count this
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Begin the carnage again. So 2 robots have been removed. The rest remains standing.
And Dive into the pit.
I believe Voltergeist is also sat still as well. And so there aren't many robots still moving left.
And I can see a wheel just being flown around. I think that ended up into the pits. Boom Zoom is locking a competitor into the corner. And now Bad is jumping up and down. Really struggling to get some
Zephyrus is in the pit.
Well, not fully though. Are they fully in there or can they get out?
I doubt it.
Well, Di-Fi is actually in the bottom as well. So
Boring Bot had a very good grapple on Bad Father Mucker.
And yeah, I think you're right. Di-Fi is definitely stuck. So,
Boom Zoom seems to be struggling to move as well.
And
Bad Father Mucker very close to the pit there. Lancer Frog giving him a push.
And I think we're getting close to the point of needing potentially a cease here. I think 4 robots operational, as I can count them now.
Enigma's weapon is not attached by anything than prayer.
And Sir Lancer Frog jumping up, leaping for joy into the air there, courtesy of Bad.
Bad Father Mucker all over the shop.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good Boy seems to be sat still as well now.
And we're putting in a cease.
Pause the fight. We pause the fight. We're going to take some of the dead robots out.
Roboteers, controllers down, controllers down. And well, how many robots are left in this competition? I think 4.
I believe there are, well, I'm not sure about Lancer Frog. It does have a lot of its froggy guts hanging out, which I'm not sure we can put on YouTube, but we're going to anyway.
And yeah, that you're really right. I think almost you can see a disconnection there at the back as well. Some wirings hanging out.
The lifter is also hanging off at a jaunty angle.
So potentially,
Aggro Wobber still seems to be in the fight. Enigma still seems to be in the fight. Boring Bot still seems to be in the fight.
Absolutely.
Your pleasure.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure about Boom Zoom. Boom Zoom was very much stuck in that corner.
I'm not sure about Boom Zoom either. No, I'm being told it's
from the
dead.
Rocketeer. So this is going to be a little bit of a controlled removal of robots from the arena. We cannot take any shortcuts. We have to do this the right way. And 2 of the most lethal robots, Zephyrus and Di-Fi, now being removed. A round of applause as they get removed from the arena. And now Dave is meticulously deciding which robot to unpick next. And look at the
Lancer Frog is not happy. So Lancer Frog has fallen. Boom Zoom is also falling. Round of applause for Boom Zoom, ladies and gents. And Voltergeist, I think, is also going to be removed.
Where is it? On the floor.
Well, which one do we do next?
There's a lot of yellow in the arena. Yeah, I already have to do with the orange face paint from yellow face paint from you. Anyone else want to come out of there? Oh, we're going down, okay.
I think they're going to just make sure that Bad Father Mucker is safe before they go anywhere near that.
Absolutely, you don't want to take any risks. Even though the controllers are down, it's just not worth it, is it?
You never know with these things.
Well done, Voltergeist. I believe that Good Boy is a bit sad, but is staying in.
So everyone is staying in. And David is just asking that question. Last chance to be removed from the remaining carnage. I'm not sure who's going to win, but we are ready for the 3rd time to get this fight underway.
Here we go then.
Battle to the death.
3, 2, 1. Activate.
And Bad Boy there with a little bit of shrapnel stuck underneath them. But I think they got away and into the pits. Not quite. Skirting with danger, and around we go. Bad Boy now charging in with Enigma to stop Bad Boy's attack.
Enigma's weapon is off. And I believe Enigma is dead in the water, but Bad Father Mucker's gone! And Bad Father Mucker's back!
So now it's just a challenge between Bad, although Bad I think is actually going to get away.
Aggro Wobber is pushing slowly towards the pit. Boring Bot.
So Boring Bot, they look to be a little bit wedged actually. Boring Bot.
Bad Father Mucker touched the outside of the arena. I'm going to call it out.
So Bad is out now, but this is a pushing match going on here between Aggro and Boring Bot. Is Boring Bot actually engaged in this fight, or are they stuck? Countdown has begun. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Your Gladiator winner is Aggro Smithers Edition.
So from 12 robots whittled down to the one winner. Aggro really just staying out of trouble and managing to survive. Bad, once again, their own downfall, knocking themselves out of the arena.
Yep, absolutely. We have the replay of whatever happened.
Some form of mess mangling, metal pounding, destruction as Zephyrs goes into the pit, unfortunately for them.
Bad Father Mucker bouncing around the arena as per usual. Boring Bot getting a good grapple.
It's what Boring Bot does best. And I think the next fight to take place, I believe the next fight will be the Judges Showdown.
Right, come and get your bed.
Well, hopefully our Gladiator winner, David, will come over and talk to us. David, come and see us. Come over. Bring that chair with you if you wish. Well done, our Gladiator champion, once again for Aggro Wobber.
It's a little bit damaged. Gus has gone through the top plate again.
Yeah, he has a habit of doing that.
He likes doing that, but the tail survived.
The tail did survive.
That's the most important bit.
Sort of.
It's
a
still
bit
alive.
loose and wonky, but
it'll buff out. It'll be fine, and the paint's not ruined either. So
no,
it's done all right.
the shiny version worked for you.
The shiny version does work, although I'm not sure why this isn't straight.
Wow.
It caused issues.
Yeah, well done for that Gladiator win. They are tough endurance matches. Aggro Wobber, the survivor.
It did the business.
It did indeed. Well done.
Yeah.
Aggro Wobber Smithers Edition.
Thank you. And enjoy the rest of the show.
Well, the rest of the show at the moment is Felix making an appearance with the broom. Hello, Felix. What do I want is what he says.
Brush cam.
I want to see, who do you think is the best brusher? We've got Gareth, Felix. Who else has held the broom today?
Dave has done some brooming. Pandemonium did some brushing.
Although it ended up worse for wear for it.
It's brushless.
It is now. And the shrapnel in the bottom of that pit, look at it, just piling up. 12 robots were in that fight and just all of the debris. So much destruction. We need to make sure it's clear. We've got the, I believe, Judges Showdown up next. And they're getting pumped up, they're getting excited. An opportunity to destroy some robots, they love it. And just a word from David, if any of the Roboteers lost a link in that previous Gladiator battle, there are 4 links on the table ready to be collected. So if you're missing a link, please check. There's an honor system here, so if you're missing a link, come and claim it from David. There are 4, I now think there are 3, make that 2, left to be collected.
So we've got the Judges Rumble. The Judges Rumble will be followed by the awards. So Roboteers, if you wish to come over, if you can.
And we're just watching the replay from the fight. So thank you, Stephen, doing a fantastic job on the live stream. Very much putting out fires left, right and centre. It's quite hot in this building. So there's a lot of technical difficulties going on around and he's putting in a big stint over this 2-day event, so he definitely deserves everything, all the recognition that he can get. And just look at this carnage, look at this chaos. Jevon, you've got your hands up to the screen. It's almost as if you don't know where to look.
I'm looking in the middle and hoping for the best, honestly. That was a really good rumble. I enjoyed that.
Brilliant rumble, and it's great that you have such a variety of weapons, Di-Fi, bless it, is on its side already.
Also, not only that, a variety of colours in the arena, which is always lovely. Lots of greens, blues, black, pink, white, all sorts in there. Gold even.
A little bit of gold, yeah, from the Leaper Frog. And look at that, look at the bat figure just darting up into the arena. That was where the cease was for the separated battery. And how lucky it was that the battery just got disconnected as opposed to being punctured. But everyone doing the absolute right thing and stopping immediately. Very well experienced are all of the Roboteers.
Yeah.
So just a reminder, Judge Tim is driving gear down for what? Judge Ben is driving Mr. Cat's Mouse House, meow meow, and Judge Ryan is driving Attitude Adjuster. Judge Dredd will be taking out the losers. That's on YouTube as well. It's got a little learner driver's badge on it as well.
That's really cute for the Roboteers.
Now, I'm noticing something different about Attitude Adjuster. Something a little bit strange. It has a bit of a different hammer profile. That hammer profile would happen to be Judge Ryan's own robot that competed on BuggleBox 2019. Hello there. The axe lives on in Attitude Adjuster.
It's amazing how interchangeable all of these designs are. I say interchangeable, actually taking a closer look, it is cable tied onto the hammer, so not interchangeable at all.
No, it's literally just
attached. Just attached, so you say it lives on. That may get flung across the arena very quickly.
Where do we stand on projectile weapons?
I don't make the rules, but I think it's a bad idea.
Well, we're ready to begin, so can we have a hand counting us down, please? In 3, 2, no.
No, that was a cease. So we're just resetting the arena. We're resetting the arena. Seems to be something being questioned on Attitude Adjuster. They just want to get in there and have a quick look. Something's not quite right with the axe. I'm not sure if they blocked something with the cable ties. And well, if the axe doesn't live on, then maybe I'll just have to turn into a shunting bot.
Just watch what's injuring with it. No, it's okay. Just give me 2 minutes.
Or maybe the axe is too heavy.
I'm thinking it may well be a bit too heavy. Talk amongst yourselves.
Well, you say talk amongst yourselves, but actually we've got a finals fight that we can talk about, and we should let the audience know that after, and the Roboteers know, after this fight we will be doing the awards for the event. Jevon, would you like to talk us through what awards there are?
Yep, we have the Fearless Innovator, the People's Choice, the Judge's Choice, the Best Design, the Most Destructive, and then 4th place, which we've already assigned to 4th and 3rd, but we'll do that in a bit as well.
So actually, just because we got the camera here, I'll just put that there, and then everyone can see the trophies.
And actually, at this point in the day, I wonder if, Sam, you could bring forth the beetle belt. It's just behind me. Or yeah, thank you, Henry. We'll pop that sort of. The beetle belt. You can come sit here for a bit.
Just that thud as it lands onto the table. Whilst Jevon adjusts his belt. So they are the judges. They are the awards being awarded by the judges for this competition. They will be taking place after this round of combat. So Roboteers, make sure you are around. We want to hear lovely cheering and a round of applause for your competitors when we do start to award the trophies. And then after that, the Robot Rebellion champion will be crowned between two of the most destructive robots we've seen today. There seems to be a lot of collusion going on the table over there.
Just trying to fix attitude adjuster, I think. Make sure it's working, ready for the judges' rumble. Are we going to go ahead with just the two? I think we are locking the box with just Judge Ben and Judge Judge Ben and Judge Tim. We are ready to begin. Judge Tim and Judge Ryan seem to be cooperating here.
This is going to end terribly, but Gear Down for What is an incredibly quick robot. Mr. Cat's house is, and we're going, and wow, straight away, Gear Down for What was straight in there with Mr. Cat's house. And then getting hooks there on the pit wall. Very challenging there, very difficult robot to control. Who is controlling two robots?
That would be one of them. I think it's Gear Down for What? Tim and Ryan there. One doing weapons, one doing drive.
That makes a lot more sense. So potentially working against each other there, because why wouldn't you?
And now there's three on that robot.
Pin going down.
And they're getting ever closer to the pit there. So Gear Down for What, struggling to keep control. That's going to give Mr. Cat a chance to push him in. We haven't seen much of the bowl, and now there's smoke.
There is smoke.
Everyone, please clear the gangway. Clear the gangway. Although it looks to be servo, we seem to be okay. So not a battery fire. That's just something from the motor giving up there, or the potential controller. And that is a cease.
The winner is Judge Ben with Mr. Cat's Mouse House. We'll just we'll throw to the judges, judging on. Yeah. So the judge is telling me that Mouse House won on account of the fact it wasn't on fire. And not being Tim's robot is another good point, judges. Anything else, Matt? Judge Henry likes the bot with the big bowl, and that's why it won. And Judge Sam likes cats.
I think there is a reason why these are not our official judges, if that is their review of the fight. So, yes, the awards are about to take place, so I'm going to get out of the way and I'm going to hand the microphone over to whoever really wants it. Tim.
I'm going to try and move back a bit as well.
Well, the judges are just deciding how they want to present these awards, how they want to organise themselves. So we'll take a little bit more time and, oh, cookies, yes please. And they are just ordering now, so a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a break. But Roboteers, if you can give us your attention, if you can start to come round, because we'll start to be doing the awards and you might be coming up here winning one of the awards from the judges. A quick rundown again, we have Thank you for helping me. We have the fearless innovator. I think I have a good idea who that might go to. The people's champion, judge's choice, the best design, and then the most destructive. Of course, most destructive is quite a challenging one to deal because there's been so many destructive robots, and also that kind of depends who your competitors are. If you're up against a robot that has a load of shrapnel on them, you can do a lot more damage than if you're up against a very small but well-built robot. So Jevon just picking up some of the awards, and I'm going to hand over to, I believe, Tim.
Afternoon. So the first two we're going to award this afternoon is Best Design. There is a few contenders for this one. We've gone for Rudimental. Is he here? He's gone. He's gone. Well, okay. We've started well. That's good. So, most destructive. Now, this was a really difficult one. There has been so many massacres, carnage, just everything you can think of in this arena this weekend. But there was one fight that really stood out to us, and it was one of the rumbles, actually. One of the qualifiers. So we've actually gone for most destructive, 7th circle. And I'll pass it over to Ryan.
I get to present what I think is the best award, the People's Champion. This is the robot and frankly the roboteer that had the support of the room the whole weekend through. There have been lots and lots of robots that the crowd have loved, but there's one that we've all loved as well, one that we wanted to see back for a very, very long time. And frankly, this award was won on Friday night, and that is Nick Golden's Last Frog. And then we have the Fearless Innovator Award, an award designed for a robot whose design is frankly just out there, someone who's doing something different, something unique, something entertaining. And that goes to Zephyrus.
And lastly, for the judge's choice, and this went to someone really that was able just to pick up a robot and claim it as their own, and they did really well in that competition, and that goes to Dom with Gear Down for What?
You've won the judge's choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, I get the honour of awarding both 4th and 3rd place to Mr. Sam Price with both Baby Shrek and Swag Demon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the grand final. Well, well, well. What an interesting turn-up this is.
Wait, hang on, is that actually staying on there?
Yes, that would be the anti-straddle attachment. It could well be its undoing. We shall wait and see.
So, okay, so everyone, this is going to be very interesting. It's almost as if Emboss knew exactly what was coming at this event. They have tagged against Tom. This is going to be a brilliant fight. So, Roboteers, gather round, join the crowd if you're struggling to see. This is going to be an incredible fight. This is for the championship. This is the end of two-day event. And this is for everything, really. So the tension, the nerves. I wonder how nervous those Roboteers are. How do you think they're coping?
I believe that their hands are doing this. Shaking like, I don't know, an earthquake?
Well, shaking maybe like a rumbling robot. So
yes,
this is interesting. It's very interesting. And of course, they knew who they were up against. They got to see the competition yesterday, and Emboss has fallen over.
Shane Lale here thinking this may not have been such a good idea.
That is very interesting now. That's given everyone a little insight as to how this fight may go down. It's too late. It's too late for Emboss to go and change their attachment.
The doors are shut and locked. All we can do is pick him up before the fight starts, I suppose.
So this is it now. This is it. The shield is on. Will it be enough to protect them, or will it be their undoing? You said it might be their undoing. We've just had a slight glimpse, so it's all down to driver control. They can control that, but it's going to be tempting. And Stratus, they know what to do now. They know exactly what to do. So everyone, let's count it in for the final time today.
Here we go, nice and loud.
2, 1, activate! And here we go, so Emboss.
Both robots up to speed.
And so far Emboss is still there.
Knocks him over, and that may well be it.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Your winner is Stratus!
So come on, Roboteers, come on, collect your trophies. You did a fantastic job all weekend, and we have our first and second place decided. What an intriguing lineup. That was a game of chess before the match really started. When that massive shield came out, everyone was so intrigued. And
we're seeing the replay.
And it's really important to know. This is really important to know. Stratus is undefeated.
Completely undefeated all weekend. Has won every fight it's been in.
So they have gone through the whole championship. They are now undefeated champions.
That's a pretty good way to go for a brand new robot.
So very much using their experience from Drizzle, they've learned that robot is so much more stable than Drizzle. Come on over, and congratulations very much so. And we'll talk to Shane first. We will
indeed talk to Shane first. We understand the thinking behind it. Shane. A phenomenal run all weekend, I think.
Yeah, I think it was looking like Stratus was going to win no matter what. It didn't start off well, falling on my face, so I had to do something. My normal self just wouldn't work, so I had to try. It's an engineering game at the end of the day, so you've got to work out best way to beat him, and it just wasn't that way. Yeah, I'm annoyed.
Well, annoyed you may be, but also our second place finisher over the whole two-day event, Mr. Shane Lale. A massive round of applause and congratulations to you.
Let's hear it, everyone. Let's give a massive round of applause.
And so we come to this one. Come forth, Tom, come forth. Tom, Stratus.
Yo.
Undefeated in combat. What were you saying, 7-0, was it?
I guess. Was it 7?
Something like that,
No,
maybe
no.
more. Must have been more.
I'm so tired.
That is a phenomenal robot.
Thank you.
That was some phenomenal driving all weekend. The robot didn't snap in half as you first thought.
It didn't. It's bending more and more. And in that fight, you could see that after a couple of hits, it was starting to bunny hop off the floor. Any longer, and I think it would have probably split in half.
Well, luckily, the fight was over quite quickly.
Yeah.
You held back, you left
good.
him, and that was the right way to go.
It was good. And
I think. Go on.
I was saying, fair play to Shane. That was the right approach. This robot clearly has a bit of a weakness that the weapon doesn't extend beyond the wheels. So that's absolutely the right tactic. But it's a shame that it didn't quite play out for him. But at the same time, I'm happy to take it.
Well, a massive congratulations to you. I will give you this in a moment, but we need to award you the Beetle belt. Ladies and gentlemen, Stratus Tom Brewster is the Beetle belt champion. Put it on. Put it on him. He'll help. And I shall give you this. This is the one to keep. The Rapture Robot Rebellion Trophy. First place, Stratus. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to everybody who has watched both live here and watched on YouTube. Thank you to all of the competitors for taking part. Thank you to our stream team, Steve, Gav. Thank you to our judges, Ben, Brian, Tim. Thank you to our arena marshal, Dave. Thank you to Rapture for having us for a second year. I have been your host, Jevon Woodrow.
And I was going to say thank you, Jevon.
Oh, thank you
very much. So take care, everyone.
And we shall see you again very soon for more Robot Combat action. Until then, bye-bye. Woo!